Nest of Intrigue, Future's Birth, Volume 1, by S.J. Saunders. Narrated by Mackenzie Jameson. The village had sprung up in 8243 AOB, surrounding the construction of the Great Dome Temple of Nomenkal, one of the 8 Thakur, powerful beings of light and energy who governed the Neverplane. Over time, orc and goblin attacks had increased, until city walls were constructed to protect the city as it grew to become a place of pilgrimage for all who worshipped Nomenkal. As countless travelers made their journeys across Kavorum to this haven, the formerly nameless town became known as Dragon's Nest for the welcome sight of Nomenkal's temple as it appeared on the horizon, seeming to sit as a giant egg among the wooden city walls. The town prospered, garnering fame for its wondrous fisherman's walkway, carved painstakingly into the pale cliff face beneath the temple. However, dark days arrived, as they did for all the world, in the form of the Dragon War. The great winged beasts broke through the vast cliff below Dragon's Nest, swarming up from the kingdom of Tilrig held below, like ferocious, giant bats, and, astride each one, a saddled dwarf, weighed down with thick mail armor. Not only was Fisherman's Walkway, decades of nearly impossible work, obliterated in an instant, Kelavost, Lord of the Dragons, flew low over the town, unleashing great plumes of fire across a wide swath of townsfolk and buildings, before leading his winged hordes to devastate Kavorum and the lands beyond. In the years that followed, those brave or stubborn enough to remain in Dragon's Nest sought to rebuild what had been lost. With the Dragon War still raging, however, no materials could be imported from the great craftsmen of Lorsen, Falcon Crest, or the fallen stronghold of Varbius. Though the walls of the town were rebuilt, the structures meant to replace the lost homes of Dragon's Nest were poor and shoddy. Time passed, and the rebuilt portion of the town was claimed by refugees from surrounding villages, displaced by the fury of Kelavost and his minions. Many who recalled the glory days of Dragon's Nest did not welcome newcomers with open arms. When word came of Kellavost's defeat and the dawning age of remembrance, the people of Dragon's Nest responded, in one voice, with indifference. The damage had been done, and their home would never be the same. Chapter 1. Journey's End. A distant clap of thunder seemed to echo in unison with Jack's brief shudder. Sighing, she pulled her dark cloak more tightly around her, quickening her pace on the rain-soaked faded path. From beside her came a low, almost questioning whine. Jack smiled, turning to meet the golden-orange gaze of the lean, gray-maned wolf who kept pace with her along the grassy hills, dutifully carting along the pack of her gear slung over his back. "I'm fine, Ember," she said, reaching out to tousle the sopping fur atop his head. "Just getting my blood moving for another morning." Ember's only response was to lean into the touch and continue his pace. In truth, it was hard for Jack to discern what time of day it was at all. The dense cloud cover and steady rainfall that had seen fit to join her and Ember on their journey had failed to grant them even a moment of respite since it had begun 3 days earlier. Though the rain did dampen Jack's spirits, it was hardly unexpected, or even foreign in nature. It rained often within the confines of the Aetharvir forest, the place Jack and her family called home for many generations, and, traveling as she did now along the western coastline of the continent, Jack supposed that the more shocking turn of events would have been to be greeted by clear skies and sunshine as she neared the end of her journey. She'd never really thought of rain as much more than a natural necessity, but, after days of having it beat down on her, with only her small tent for cover, she was certainly beginning to feel the weight of it, quite literally, as she'd spent the last few days walking uphill in soaked black clothing, boots, and even undergarments. Pulling her hood further over her face, Jack turned to her right, taking in the bluff of the coastline that had been steadily rising since her departure from the forest days earlier. Golden, she thought dryly, peering out into the vast, darkened expanse. More rain. Still, it was nice to see something besides marshlands there, for a change. Her own home was certainly not free from vermin, But she had recalled her father's warnings about such places after coming upon a great stretch of marsh beyond the forest. Scalies, her father had informed her when she'd asked why he wished for her to avoid such places. His eyes had been filled with concern as he'd continued. Lizardkin, all forms of snake bloods, and, worst of all, those who possess the strength and ferocity of crocodiles. But, father, Jack remembered saying, we have those here. The clan cleanses a vermin nest at least twice a year, and the matriarch's only duties afterward are tending to the most minor of injuries. Her father had frowned, loosening his collar and pulling his shirt down to expose his shoulder. Jack's dark brown eyes had widened upon seeing the familiar teeth marks that traced a jagged sweep down her father's chest and back. That was from a croc blood? Yes, her father had said, nodding. I bear this scar from my own journeys into the world, beyond the clan grounds. It is a constant reminder to be ever vigilant, even when I believe myself to be safe. Nature is a harsh and vile mother at times, so remember, if you ever drop a keepsake from your beloved into marshy waters as you walk a narrow path, do not stoop low to retrieve it. He looked over to the wolf who stood his post beside Jack, a rare smile showing on his face. Your faithful companion may not always be there to save you from your stupidity. Jack had blushed faintly, reaching out to scratch behind Ember's ears. Well, then I have nothing to worry about, father. I don't have a beloved. Her father's gaze had turned pensive as he took her shoulders, pulling her in for a final hug. Not yet, my treasure, but many of our people have been known to unshackle their hearts on a journey such as yours. Promise me that you will always follow the will of our Lord. I yearn not, and that you will seek out the truth of your life, wherever it may lead. I promise, father, Jack whispered in the present, her words disturbing the droplets of rain before her face. She felt Ember turn to regard her once more, but he made no comment this time. And so, Jack fell back into thoughts of home and of leaving it, bidding farewell to her mother, her brothers, and sisters. It had been difficult, but hardly unprecedented. Her older siblings had already made their own pilgrimages into the world beyond, going as far as the Hellisheth Isles, or far across the Thalassan Sea. Such pilgrimages had never felt mandatory to Jack, although they were highly encouraged by each of the clans. The wilderling way may have been to live in the embrace of nature, but they recognized the value of understanding the world beyond their home, as well as the value of teaching their prospective adults independence, compassion, and critical thinking. Jack's older siblings had both returned from their time abroad with dutiful reports of their exploits, personal achievements, people in need helped, and inevitable problems resolved. Jack had learned from nature long ago, however, not to overworry herself with what she might have to face in the future. The ever-present dangers of life in the wild had a way of drawing one's focus to the now. Whatever report she might have to make when she returned home was a problem for another day. Other issues weighed more heavily on her mind now that she was nearing her destination. Even as a child, Jack had felt restless in her forest home. She felt as accepted and loved as any little girl could ever have hoped for. And yet the world outside had called to her, as though it was offering her a life beyond the peaceful boundaries of her clan, as though it was promising her something that had evaded her all her life, a sense of belonging. Still, Jack had always known that she would not journey far. While others in the wilderling clans had dreamed of sailing to distant Asailaran, or even the wilderness of Muntungcom on their journeys of self-discovery, it was the old, storied lands of Jack's home continent that had captured her curiosity. Maybe someday she would board a ship and sail until there was no more sea. But for now, at least, she wished to walk the slopes and forests of Kavorum. Of course, she had known without added warning from her father to avoid the heart of her homeland. The Infinity Grove may have once been a nexus of magic and peace in the world, long before the current age had dawned, but now it was a place of insanity and despair, clutching anyone who stepped within its borders in claws of darkest madness. Jack chuckled to herself. I'm beginning to sound like my father. So, left with a narrow corridor between the western marshlands and the grove, She had set out for the smallest of specks on her grandfather's map, the lonely, out-of-the-way town known as Dragon's Nest, fabled to be the site of the dreaded dwarf king Gamondel's entrance into the surface world. And if I find nothing of interest there, she thought, jogging the last few steps over the latest rise, I have only to set off again. Maybe for the old Varibus lands, or Falcon Crest, or... Her thoughts and her step froze into place as she peeked over the rise, and the ever-climbing bluff that had bordered her journey came to an abrupt end a few 100 feet away, cutting south back down another incline. Beyond the sudden cliff, however, the rise continued in the form of a peninsula that peaked many miles in the distance before dropping off into the sea once more. And at the highest and furthest point of the peninsula was a small wooden speck that stood out above what looked to be scattered groves and farmlands. The speck appeared in almost identical fashion to the way it had on the map, with a white smooth dome rising from within that glinted in the far-off promise of sunlight. It was the Temple of Nomenkal, a site revered among worshippers of the purest Tharkur, and the image that had evoked thoughts of a great towering egg among early travelers centuries ago, an image that had inspired the town's name. Dragon's Nest, Jack breathed, smiling through her weary sigh. She turned to beam down at her longtime companion. We've made it, Ember. But Ember seemed far warier, shaking himself momentarily free of the rainwater that drenched his frame, only to have the fur on his back bristle and a slow snarl emerge on his face. Jack followed his gaze, taking in what looked to be a newly constructed bridge that spanned the chasm between the mainland and the peninsula. If she had to guess, it had been built out of the remains of forest trees within the past 2 months, given the new cuttings she had observed upon leaving the forest days earlier. Then, she saw the 2 figures on the near side of the bridge, one to each end of the opening. They seemed short for the humans who were meant to dominate this portion of the continent, but otherwise ordinary. Still, Jack had learned well that Ember's instincts were to be trusted. On more than one occasion, she had narrowly escaped the path of a giant bear or a prowling griffin simply by remaining alert to Amber's response to the world around him. Jack found his senses to be just as impeccable, far from home and in the pouring rain, as she cautiously moved further up the slope, keeping her stance loose and unthreatening. Within 100 paces, she saw it too. It wasn't a pair of humans who stood guard at the bridge, but 2 armored, grunting lizardkin. And since they were larger than any she'd seen back home, she came to a sickening conclusion. Crockbloods. The Scalies took their time in noticing her, the less ornamented of the 2, tapping the other on the shoulder as Jack moved hesitantly nearer. She had no wish to start a fight, untested as she was in real combat, but she would not allow herself to be intimidated into abandoning her journey either. Be ready, Ember, she whispered, holding a hand out before his snarling face. Let's see if we can convince them that we are not the easy prey they're hunting. She knew, as all forest dwellers did, that Scalies were mostly timid by nature, only attacking when they had the element of surprise, or if they had vastly superior numbers. Currently, these Crockbloods had neither. But, as she approached, Jack watched as both Crockbloods drew their short blades, sneering toothfully down at her and Ember until they could be heard through the rain without shouting. Human Ironjaw, said the smaller one to its superior, pointing dramatically down the slope at Jack. We have the treat of killing more human today. Yes, said the one who was obviously the leader, adorned as he was with a metal plating that lined the bottom of his snout. The last fight was over too quickly. Perhaps we make this one suffer. Fear tugged at Jack's throat as she took in the patches of bloody grass beneath the Crockblood's feet. Whatever poor saps had been guarding the bridge before her arrival, their bodies were likely lost to the waves far below. A burst of anger and defiance tamped down on her fear, however, and she deftly armed herself, notching an arrow in her bow and letting it fly. As intended, it sailed past Ironjaw's head, dipping into the chasm to connect with the far wall. The Crockblood flinched, quickly regaining his composure and snarling at Jack once more. Is that your best, human? Hardly, said Jack, glad that the word emerged with something close to the intended gravitas. I don't wish to fight you. I've had a long journey and... No, The second crockblood growled. Well, we want to fight you. You've passed through our lands. Ironjaw nodded. This requires payment. Before Jack could even begin to reach for her money pouch, the crockbloods charged, the lesser sprinting straight for Ember, while Ironjaw stooped low, making for Jack with his blade out for prime stabbing. Immediately, Jack and Ember fell into a well-practiced, if untested, dance, with Jack retreating and slipping around Ember to keep his furious teeth and claws between her and the threat, while she swiftly loosed arrows at her enemies. Two were glanced aside by armor plating, but the next two caught Ironjaw first in the abdomen and then in the neck. A surge of pride welled up inside Jack as she watched the creature drop to the ground, clutching at his bleeding throat. But the fear quickly returned as the other crockblood, whose leg was already drenched in red that poured from teeth marks, screeched in outrage, slashing down for Ember. The knife sunk into Ember's flank, eliciting a sharp howl of pain that pierced Jack's heart with resolve. Diving around Ember's other side, she came up on one knee, an arrow already notched in her bow. Exhaling with a calm certainty now that she was granted room to focus, she loosed the arrow, watching it sink into the remaining crockblood's heart, just as he was about to slice at Ember once more. The scaly dropped without a sound, slumping to its back on the slick grass, only to have its face quickly mauled to pieces by Ember's vicious fangs. A wet cough drew Jack's eyes back to Ironjaw, who held himself up onto his knees, glowering into her face with pure hatred. "Human!" he snarled, spitting out the word along with droplets of blood, as though it were the vilest insult imaginable. Then he, too, fell still. Jack breathed deeply for a few moments, catching her breath, if not her calm, before turning her attention to the limping Ember. "Hey, this isn't too bad," she whispered, smoothing back his thick mane as he uttered shrill whimpers into her ear. "Look," she said, touching the site of the injury, and letting the light of the forest course through her veins to emerge from her fingertips. Almost instantly, the torn flesh pulled back together, the skin mending into place as though it had never been damaged at all. "There," Jack soothed, nuzzling Ember's wet, muddy face with her own. "Good as new." Ember seemed to agree, licking her cheek in gratitude, and turning back to glance between the crockblood bodies and his master questioningly. "Yes," Jack sighed. "I suppose we should do something with them." She glanced back up at the bridge, affirming her own idea with a quick nod. "What do you say, Ember? It certainly seems like justice to me." Seconds later, she and Ember were each dragging a bloody crockblood back to the edge of the cliff, heaving them over the side, and watching their rapid, silent descent through fog, rain, and jagged outcroppings. As the distant splashes echoed up to their ears, Jack and Ember exchanged a look, the wolf turning his back to the sight and flinging dirt and clumps of grass after the fallen enemies with his hind paws. "Well," said Jack, looking up along the length of the bridge and the winding path to Dragon's Nest, "that was certainly exciting. What do you say we go find a nice, warm place to stay, for once?" Ember gave a hearty snort, expunging rainwater from his nostrils and shaking out his fur again. Jack smiled, stepping out onto the solid-looking bridge. "Yes, it sounds good to me, too." Tanner watched the massive hammer collide with the red-hot steel that awaited it, grinning stupidly as the metal responded to the touch with a shower of sparks and flecks of charred metal. Again the hammer fell, shooting the scent of Tanner's childhood right up his flared nostrils. Part of Tanner suspected that he was probably too old to indulge in such childish enjoyment, but the thought was sated by a profound lack of caring. He loved it here, on his father's front porch, letting the smells, sounds, and tastes of it all overtake him and carry him back to a simpler time, back when he was young and looked up to his father in every way, back when there was no rift between them. The hammer fall ceased, snapping Tanner from his reverie to look up into the angled, furry face of his father, Curtis Surehammer. As often happened, Curtis's cheeks held patches of grease and spittle, flecked with the bits of metal that flew up from his anvil. True to his bearkin nature, Curtis didn't actually sweat, so his mouth became frothy from all his panting throughout the days of standing near his open blacksmith furnace. He would, understandably, attempt to wipe the froth away, only to replace it with the grime of his duties that clung to his furry arms. Tanner smiled at the sight, grabbing a nearby rag and watching as Curtis doused his current project in the nearby basin of water, eliciting a cloud of rising steam that was quickly waved aside so Curtis could examine his own workmanship. The bearkin grunted, which usually meant that he was begrudgingly satisfied with the job for which anyone in their right mind would gladly pay top coin. Setting the blade down for a moment, Curtis turned back to Tanner, taking in the young man's smiling face and his apparent lack of work ethic, a second before Tanner tossed the rag in his hand at the older man's chest. Curtis easily caught it, wiping off his face and bare arms before stretching his massive limbs and cracking his back. And cue the sigh, thought Tanner. Not one to disappoint, Curtis looked out over the dwindling marketplace beyond his outdoor workshop and released a low, growling breath. I suppose you'll be wanting to trot off to the ladle now, he said, looking back at Tanner to take in his very human-like form. Oh, please, Tanner groaned inwardly. No lectures today. Yes, sir, he said out loud, motioning to his portion of the work area that was already tidy and swept clear of brains and tanning formula. If that's all right. Again, Curtis grunted, shrugging out of his enormous apron and approaching the series of nozzles that would cool the furnace in the appropriate stages. You know when to be home. Yes, sir, Tanner repeated, leaping up from his seat and striding quickly off, a broad smile coming over his face. Thank you. As expected, Curtis's only response was another grunt. Yeesh, that was a close one, Tanner thought as he made his way down the east side of the square for the iron ladle, the far less reputable of Dragon's Nest's 2 inns, which meant it was his favorite. He did, however, choose to visit the shining chalice across the way on occasion, one of the perks of unlocking the secret of his bilateral genetics. Like all other members of the infant races or half-breeds that had sprung up in the centuries since the Dragon War, Tanner's true form was that of a humanoid, marked with animal-like features. Though Tanner had only vague memories of his parents, it was clear when he looked at his reflection every morning that his lineage was that of foxkin, a rarity in Kavorum to the point where Tanner had yet to cross paths with another of his kind. That had made the decision to wear the guise of humanity all the easier. Tanner glanced around the fading market square. The rains had finally let up, allowing the more finely dressed citizens of Dragon's Nest to emerge from their homes to socialize. A few of them who Tanner recognized in passing caught sight of him from where they sat along the edge of the square's central fountain, one of the females even smiling and waving in Tanner's direction. He gave a minute smirk of acknowledgement in return, the moment bittered by the thought of how they would have avoided eye contact altogether, or worse, glared at him with disdain had he been in his true form. Curtis, of course, didn't approve of Tanner's disguise. Ever since the morning many years ago when Tanner had stumbled upon the secret of cloaking his foxkin side, simply willing with all his heart to be like the wealthier human children, Curtis had regarded him differently. It hadn't been the disgust in Curtis's eye that had cut so deeply, although that had definitely contributed. No, what hurt the most was the obvious disappointment. Things had devolved into a rare shouting match between Curtis and Tanner then. "It's not fair!" Tanner recalled yelling in his squeaky adolescent voice. "You don't know what it's like to walk through the streets and know you're hated, just for being different." Worse, in the months when Curtis's bear blood left him snoring most of the day away, Tanner was left to mind the store, a task made more complicated when children from across town would go out of their way to pass the home for the purposes of throwing rocks and insults. "So, you will let them tell you to be ashamed of what you are?" Curtis had bellowed. "They're kind or heartless, Tanner. Do you think any of them would have taken you in? Why in blazes would you crave their approval?" Tanner had only snarled in response, slipping quickly back into his foxkin form, then sprinting back up to his loft above the shop to attempt the change back. It took him a while to actually learn the process, as it had largely been on accident the first time. He'd been wallowing in loneliness and self-pity as Curtis had slept much of the winter days away, finally looking in the mirror that morning to glare in hatred at his fur, whiskers, and pointed snout. Then, abruptly, they'd receded, leaving Tanner to gape in shock at the soft, human face before him. To his knowledge, no other half-breed had accomplished this feat, certainly none he'd met in his lifetime. "Is this Something only foxkin can do? He'd thought frantically in that moment. He was fair-skinned, he'd found, with dark reddish hair and almost electrically blue eyes. Equal parts afraid and excited, he'd rushed downstairs from his loft, his voice cracking as he called out to wake Curtis, which had led to the shouting match. Over time, Tanner had grasped that it wasn't so much willing the fox in him away as it was focusing on whatever part of him was human-like and drawing it to the surface. These days he could make the change at will, though, try as he might to focus on the thoughts before drifting off to sleep, he'd awake every morning draped in his foxkin form, much like he'd been when Curtis had first found him as a teary-eyed, frightened child, but bigger. Despite himself, Tanner found a smile on his face as the image of that day sprang to mind. It was many years now, and the memory was largely faded, but the moment that had etched itself in his thoughts was that of the enormous Curtis stooping down over child Tanner as he'd cowered in the corner of the man's porch. Tanner didn't recall it, but Curtis had recounted the story on a handful of occasions, how he'd awoken in the night to hear a commotion outside his door, running out to find a small, furry child ransacking the porch, toppling weapons racks, tossing pieces of armor about, and even clambering over a shredded tanning rack. "Wasn't even sure if you were that smart at first," Curtis was fond of saying. "Still not. Thought you might be an actual weird-looking fox just gone crazy." Tanner knew better than to take Curtis at his word, though. In the single instant of that night that was carved into his memory, he recalled looking up into Curtis's large, scruffy face. He even remembered the terror and confusion that he felt after experiencing what it was that had driven him on his rampage. But what Tanner remembered most of all was the look of pity and father-like need to protect in Curtis's black eyes. It wasn't too surprising then that Curtis had scooped him up, brought him inside, and proceeded to feed and clothe him in the decades since. Such a softy, Tanner thought with a smile, striding the last few steps to the Iron Ladle's front door. The scene inside was so typical that Tanner couldn't decide for a moment if it was comforting or depressing. A few patrons were scattered about the bar area's old wooden tables, most wearing the animal-like features of the infant races. There was a birdkin at the bar, ordering a drink from Sally Withers, human owner of the Iron Ladle, and a dogkin hunched over her mug at a table. There was even a lithe female tigerkin peering over her drink at the rest of the room with her large, cat-like eyes. Before Tanner could think to question what might have brought her all the way from a sailor inn, however, something greenish near the back of the room caught his eye, and it was waving. Tanner locked eyes with the thing, taking in the grinning face and muted fangs of Drogal, half-orc craftsman extraordinaire and part-time gambler. Though Curtis and some of the other denizens of New Dragon's Nest, as the more decrepit portion of the town was called, had been much colder toward Tanner in the years since he'd embraced his human side, Drogal and many others simply didn't seem to care. Whether it was because they figured it was none of their business, or they just didn't concern themselves with such things, Tanner was grateful that not everyone on his home turf viewed him as a traitor based on his preference for fitting in. Smiling back, Tanner made his way to Drogal's table, sidling between Atrazar, the barmaid, and a well-dressed gnome scholar, sparing a smile for the former. From the way her tangled hair hung down over her green eyes, she looked like she needed it. "What'll it be then, love?" Sally called after, her voice a little harsh on the ears, but filled with warmth. "Surprise me," Tanner called back, stopping short of sitting across from Drogal, when he noticed a half-finished drink and a set of Craigbit bones there to match Drogal's. "Just in time, lad," said the half-orc, clapping Tanner on the shoulder and motioning to the empty seat. "I'm just about to clean out some fancy-ass scholar who must have gotten lost on his way to the chalice." He motioned almost gleefully to a pile of coins already on his end of the table. "The fop's been so generous already. Just went out to take a piss in the alley, but you're more than welcome to watch me finish him off." Tanner found Drogal's good humor infectious, taking position by his friend, as he saw what must have been the generous scholar stumble back through the main door. "Sounds good. I could use some entertainment." "Okay." The dark-haired scholar slurred as he walked over and slumped back into his chair. Ready to turn this around." He slammed another handful of coins down on the table. "Let's go again." Drogal calmly took a sip of his drink, beaming through pronounced teeth at the other man as he picked up his Craigbit bones. "If you insist." The book was taunting her. Allie was sure of it. Its pretty letters and gold leaf headings seemed to dance off the weathered pages, poking her strained eyeballs with reflected pinpricks of light as she fought to decipher their meaning. She squinted, attempting to force the words to make sense, but finally closed her eyes altogether, rubbing furiously at them with her fingers as she slammed the tome shut. "Ugh!" she groaned, slumping back in her padded seat as she watched the dust from the closed book swirl in the swimming, magical light that poured from the nearby sconces. Allie felt, more than saw, the elderly scholar at the far end of the room peek through a long row of bookshelves to glare over at her. Annoyed and embarrassed, Allie avoided eye contact, heaving the massive book off her desk and hauling it back to its place on a shelf 3 rows down from her private research station. She'd begun her time in the temple archives studying at one of the tables in the central area just down the stairs from the main door, hoping that someone would take the initiative to ask what it was she sought, and maybe even assist her in finding it. But after a handful of failed attempts to instigate such conversations on her own, including one that had actually resulted in a filed complaint against her, Allie had retreated to a back corner, slowly combing her way through anything that looked remotely relevant. Not that the work was awful, it was just tedious. And what's wrong with a little tedium? She could practically hear her mentor Lethold soothe as he'd fold his hands beneath his simple brown robe in that stupidly calm fashion of his. If he were feeling particularly pontificatory, which he usually was, he might even stroke his gray-blonde beard and stare off into the distance. Persistence in a menial task is a trait of truest virtue. In such times we are taught patience, and we are forced to turn inward for strength and peace of mind. It is only the weak of spirit who submit to boredom and let their own frustrations cloud what insights might be gained. Great, Allie thought, hoisting the book over her head toward the gap it came from. I've been gone a year, and I still hear his voice in my head. She shoved the book back into place a bit too forcefully, disturbing the book on the far shelf. Allie winced, bracing herself for it to fall to the floor and summon a herd of chattering scholars to eagerly escort her out of the archives. Thankfully, Allie supposed, none of that happened, and she was left to haul her growling stomach from the maze of bookshelves and up the steps to the door instead. She made brief, awkward eye contact with the girl behind the front desk on her way out, her eyes lingering on the crest of nomencol that adorned the scholar's robe. How much simpler would things be if I'd been wearing one of those this whole time? The more reasonable side of her supposed that she should be grateful she was allowed access to the temple archives at all. Sure, she was human, though fur and scales didn't seem to be too much of a hang-up for nomencol's worshippers as a whole. But she was decidedly not an ordained scholar or priestess of the order. The faint outline of the crest of Ushanashil that marked the clasp of her robe made that abundantly clear. Of course, she hadn't been met with the vitriol the temple would have directed toward a servant of Sharad, the darkest of Thakur, but it had been made clear to her within seconds of her arrival that she would not be allowed access to the personal archives of Intothika, the high priestess. Which, of course, meant that she was denied the knowledge of the rarer works, where she was most likely to find the answers she sought. Still, Allie had tried to set about her work with optimism, even rereading some of the volumes she'd had access to back at Aranak's sanctuary, while studying the arcane arts under Lethold. But despite a genuine effort to retain her good spirits, she was unsurprised to find that she held no more answers about extraplanar bloodlines or devastating uncontrollable feats of power than she had a year before. Another groan escaped Allie's lips as she exited the archives, ascending the steps that would lead her to the top level of the temple. Uselessly, she attempted to massage the knots from her shoulders, careful not to let her dark robe fall open. Wouldn't do to let nomencol's purists know that I haven't been the most obedient follower of their no-weapons policy. Whatever delight she might have experienced at the thought of pulling one over on her hosts, however, quickly faded as a familiar thought settled on her mind. If I could just have a few days in Atothika's archives. As though on cue, a face she was already beginning to know well, if not kindly, appeared as she emerged to the top, open level of the temple. She stifled a sigh, feeling a breeze filter through the pillars that encircled the area under the great cream-colored dome overhead and billow in her light brown hair. Ah, hello, Allie, said the face, its average-sized body waving her down. Allie slowed her pace, more out of necessity than respect. The face and its brightly colored priest robe were blocking her path. Hello, Eliard, she said guardedly. The man gave a breathy laugh, smoothing back his dark hair. Ha ha, it is a good day to bask in the splendors of the temple, is it not? Tell me, how was your day in the archives? Have you made any progress? Allie stifled another groan. She knew by now what was coming. Maybe if I just bolt. Very little, she said, clenching her fists at her side, as if to root herself in place. I thought I'd found a book that covered what I needed, but it just kept talking in circles. All it told me was what I already know. What I'm looking for exists. Alliard nodded, actual sympathy seeming to show on his bearded face. Yes, well, I know you're sick of hearing it, but if only you would swear fealty to our Lord Nomenkal, and by extension, his chosen high priestess Antothica, you would doubtless be granted access to the more comprehensive materials that are kept in Our Lady's private collection. Surprising herself, Allie managed to keep her face placid through Eliard's pitch. Doesn't he get it by now? Again, thanks for the offer, but I think I'll pass on that for today. Something flickered in Eliard's face. For today, he repeated, his brow furrowing in annoyance. I've extended this invitation to you for many days now, my dear, and yet you insist on turning aside the aid that I could... He stopped, visibly regaining composure and attempting a smile. My apologies, my dear. Despite my many years of service and study, I still sometimes fail to reflect the more generous and compassionate nature of my Lord Nomenkal. Please, forgive my outburst. Allie shrugged, fighting the urge to cringe. Sure, yes, it's forgiven. Good, said Eliard, relief seeming to swamp over his faintly aged face. He bowed deeply, sweeping his cloak aside to do so before standing to meet Allie's gaze again. My thanks. Good evening, my dear. Managing a nod of reply, Allie stepped around the man, making her way across the wide plateau of the temple's top level, her eyes on the well-polished floor all the way. She wasn't sure if any of the milling scholars about had witnessed the exchange, but she already felt enough of an outsider as it was. She didn't need anyone hammering the point home with a judgmental look. As she descended the stairs from the temple to the main square, Allie looked out to the south, past the quieting streets and over the main gate. The sun was just setting, but she could make out a single traveler approaching the town as a dark speck against the backdrop of sloping grass, trees, and farmlands. I hope you have more luck with this place than I've had, she thought toward the speck. Then, abruptly, her thoughts turned to Sally Wither's fresh bread and vegetable stew, and, beginning to salivate, she quickened her pace back to the iron ladle. Chapter 2. Simple Introductions. Jack didn't think her feet had ever been this sore as she followed the overgrown road's last climb to the southern gate of Dragon's Nest. Well, at least the rain has stopped, she thought as she reached out to stroke Ember's long neck. There, she said. You see? We've made it. She smiled wearily at the wolf as he looked up at her questioningly. Looks like you were worried for nothing, Em. As her eyes came back up to regard the solid wooden walls of the town, she spotted a form just inside the wide-open gates. Whoever it was seemed distracted by something out of Jack's sight. Even so, Jack kept a close eye on him. She'd prefer not to run the remaining distance if she didn't have to, but she was not about to let the gates close for the night with her and Ember still outside. Maybe the figure felt Jack's stare, or maybe he thought he might actually attempt to do his job, but, for whatever reason, he happened to glance Jack's way, performing a quick double-take as he took in the sweaty, red-faced traveler and her sizable companion. Jack was close enough now to make out that the figure was dressed in basic armor with a wide-brimmed helmet, likely designed to keep the near-constant rain out of his eyes, and he held a large double-bladed axe that was currently serving as more of a leaning post than an actual weapon. He brought it to bear now, though, stepping out toward the middle of the gate and monitoring Jack's approach up the final incline to the town. Aye, he shouted when Jack had drawn close enough to hear, raising an extended finger in the direction of Ember. I'll need to see a permit for that thing. Jack's heart twisted with the exhaustion of travel and the thought of leaving Ember outside, alone in the cold. A permit, she said tiredly, slowing her pace, but still coming within a few dozen feet of the guard, who was now joined by a similarly armored, more gruff-looking man. "He's my companion. I'll vouch for him." The first guard gave a snide smirk, though his soft features didn't wear it well. "Well, isn't that lovely? But if you're planning to bring a wild animal within the city limits, I'm going to need more than a character witness." "Well, this is just sad," said Jack, attempting a warm smile as she halted, bringing Ember to heel with a flick of her wrist. "Doesn't anyone actually trust each other anymore?" "People we know," the guard said, his pitifully bearded face creasing in a sneer. "We don't know you, Loss." "Oh, well," said Jack, still in full naive wilderling mode. "My name is Jack, and the furry one is Ember." "Charmed," said the guard. "Sadly, we're going to need a permit. We'll get you an audience with the sergeant where you can appeal your case, and he'll have one drafted up. Shouldn't take more than a few days." Jack swallowed, resting a hand on Ember's head. "And what am I supposed to do with him until then?" The guard's face wavered in its superior disinterest, as though the novelty of the power trip after a long, boring day had worn off, and he was actually realizing Jack's side of things. "Look, I don't know. My shift's over soon, all right? I'll go speak with the sergeant for you at his house and try to get things moving for you. Until then, I guess you can just leave him tied up out." "No," Jack snapped, causing both guards to stiffen before she bit the inside of her cheek and added, "I mean, there's no reason for that. He'll stay if I tell him to. Watch." Turning to Ember, she walked him toward a nearby bush and made a pair of hand signals, resulting in a wolf obediently slumping to the ground and looking up at her for further instruction. "Stay," Jack said firmly, eliciting a small grumph of acknowledgement from the wolf. "There, see?" said Jack, turning back to the guards. "He won't move from this spot until I tell him to." To her surprise, the first guard's brow was actually furrowed in sympathy now. "Look, lady, the sergeant'll have our hides if the pup—" "No." "You'll see," Jack said, walking closer. What if we walk around the city a bit? We leave Ember here, and we come back in a few minutes. If he's still here, I don't have to tie him up." The guards exchanged a glance, with the first one scratching nervously at the back of his neck. "Yeah, all right," he finally said, motioning for Jack to follow him as he leaned his axe against a table behind the gate. "Watch the pup, Ket," he said to the other guard. Ket nodded, seeming bored by the whole thing at this point, as he leaned against his own axe and stared heavily at Ember. "Thank you," Jack said, coming up alongside the first guard as the town opened up before her. Then, after an awkward pause, "So, what can you tell me about the city?" "Tavik," said the guard at the obvious prompt. "The name's Tavik, and I guess there's not a whole lot to tell. You got the temple, obviously," he said, gesturing up the main road to the domed masterwork of wood and stone at the peak of the bluff. "That thing's older than most of old Dragon Nest combined. And you got the barracks back by the gate. But Guard Captain Phylac actually lives up past the main square on the old Nest side. Keeps the upper crust happy, I think, knowing they got the best fighter in town between them and the lowly new nesters. Don't mind 'em myself, really. Have a few new nester pals, in fact. But I guess old nesters really never got over the fact they've had to share a city with freaks and poor folks since Kelavost vomited all over the east side of town end of last age. I mean, it was rebuilt, sure, but with all the trade routes down in the Dragon War, it was only with wood, 'cause no stone was coming from Lawson. Built fast and shoddy, too, on account of all refugees needing homes. Might have been better off heading somewhere else, if you ask me. What with the old nesters treating 'em like sewage and keeping all the family money to themselves the past few centuries. Not even a single new nester on the council. Not like that lot does much anyway. Just rich folk who like to tell everyone how important they are. Anyway, over there's the mayor's house. I guess most people like him, even the new nesters. Seems harmless to me, I guess, but my dad told me never to trust a politician. Think it might have been on account of my sister being a bastard, with a count back in Falcon Crest. My mom stayed with him. Dad brought me here. He's dead now. Over there's the shining chalice, good stock, but kind of dull. That way's the iron ladle. If you need your belly full on buy at festival coin, old Sally'll fix you up. Cheap rooms, too, I hear. Up there you got Bundon wares. Jack simply let Tavik rattle on for a while, resisting the urge to turn back within seconds and check in on Ember. Instead, she tried to pay attention to Tavik's words. It'd be good to know everything she could about the place. It might help her decide on some actual direction. Tanner watched a chuckling Drogal sweep another pile of coins over to his side of the table. "Heh, bad luck, friend," the half-orc said to the fuming, bleary-eyed scholar across the table, "though I do feel like it might be about to change." Over the years, Tanner had come to regard himself as something of a minor expert on reading people. In his humble opinion, the swindled scholar was not feeling particularly amused at the moment. "Hey," Tanner said softly, taking a half-step forward, "maybe we've all had enough gaming for one night, huh?" The scholar's gaze snapped up to his, full of spite and ruptured blood vessels. "I'll decide when I've had enough, boy." He turned back to Drogal. "Again." Drogal gave a smirking shrug as he reset the play area. "If you insist." In minutes, the half-orc had achieved another resounding victory, this time handily depleting the scholar's grain store tokens. Tanner glanced around as the scholar shrank back in his chair to stew. If the scholar was as volatile as he looked, Sally might step in. She swung a mean rolling pin when the need arose, and a couple of the ladle's patrons were always up for a good brawl. But the first pangs of worry set in as Tanner took in the murmuring scene. Sally was distracted by some chore or another behind the bar, and the only other occupants were the birdkin at the bar, another scholar keeping his head down nearby, and the tigerkin who seemed intent on minding her own business. As Tanner watched, however, a new person entered the room, her long cloak billowing around her slight frame. Tanner recognized her, like he did most regulars. She'd been in town perhaps a few months now, but nobody ever really seemed to speak with her. Like a good chunk of the people who traveled the Dragon's Nest, she appeared content to keep to herself, and she never stuck around the common area long enough to tip after a performance on the small corner stage. In his brief look, Tanner saw the woman order a serving of soup and bread from Sally, and linger to take the food herself, without waiting for Altrazar to bring it a few seconds later. Must be pretty hungry, Tanner thought distractedly. He turned back to the disgraced scholar, his body tensing as the man hunched forward to glare at Drogal, breathing heavily through his caged fingers. Drogal merely smiled back, taking a sip of his drink before asking, "So, are we going again?" The scholar pushed slowly back from the table, reaching for his staff where it leaned against the table. Tanner repelled the urge to drop into a fox-like stance. "Just walk away," he thought. "You don't have to." "I'll not continue giving my money to a cheat," the scholar blurted, swinging his staff around wide. In that moment, Tanner noticed three things. First, the woman who just entered had found a seat. Second, it was the seat at the table behind the scholar. Third, the scholar's staff was about to connect with the woman's face. Before Tanner could yelp out a warning, the woman seemed to catch sight of the staff out of the corner of her eye, dodging to the side just before impact to leave the staff glancing off her shoulder. In the midst of everything, Tanner found time to experience a moment of respect. Whoever the woman was, she clearly had her reflexes honed through some highly effective means. Most people he knew would have had a bloody nose by now. The scholar, however, didn't seem to share in Tanner's respect. He spun on the woman, obviously under the impression that she'd intentionally intercepted his blow. "Stay out of this," he shouted, whipping the staff in an arc once more. Tanner stepped forward, ready to grab the man's arm and throw him to the ground. But the woman merely stared up into the scholar's face, raising a hand to trace a pair of intricate lines in the air with her fingers. As she did so, a faint white light swirled about her fingertips, and she said in a calm voice, "Stand down. I'm not a threat. I'm just trying to eat my meal in peace." The scholar's staff halted, mid-blow, causing Tanner to follow suit. "Right," said Tanner, glancing between the woman and the scholar when the man spun back his way. "See? She didn't do anything wrong." "No," the scholar snarled, turning to Drogal with drunken fury in his eyes. "But he did." He swung wildly, his staff twirling through the air as Drogal threw himself back and leapt to his feet. "Whoa, easy," said Drogal, inexplicably surprised at how things had deteriorated. His hand sprang up as though to intercept another blow. "It was just a friendly." But Tanner was already gone, descending into those primitive fight or flight instincts that seemed to surge through his veins when he was threatened, drowning out any rational thought. His morning star was in his hand, its spiked metal head descending for the scholar's chest as Tanner swept around the table. The blow landed, seeming to suck the air from the scholar's lungs before a large green and black wall sprang up before Tanner. It was Drogal, the half-orc rushing in to grab the scholar by the shoulders, trying to wrestle him to the ground. The scholar fought back, battering against Drogal's side with his staff, before Tanner swung again, this time bringing the spiked end of his weapon down on the scholar's neck. His eyes rolling back in his head, the scholar dropped. Tanner's mind began to clear as he took in the eerily still body on the floor, and he realized that he was snarling. Panic struck him for a moment, his weapon falling from his hand as his eyes met Drogal's, the half-orc retreating a step and cursing under his breath. Shakily, Tanner stooped over the body, taking in the awful gashes that marked where his weapon had struck. As usual, Curtis's workmanship could not be questioned. A shadow abruptly loomed over Tanner, and he looked up into the hard, scowling face of Sally Withers. "What happened?" the barkeep said slowly. "I don't," Tanner stammered. "He was attacking Drogal. I was just trying to stop." "Is he dead?" Sally cut him off, looking down at the scholar's still form. "Do I have to call Guard Captain Filek on you?" Tanner gulped, fumbling at the unbloodied side of the man's neck for a pulse. There. He was alive, barely. Drogal had begun to pace at the man's feet, muttering more curses and staring intently at the fallen scholar. "This is bad," he moaned. "They always blame the green ones." Frantically, Tanner reached for the table rags in Sally's apron pockets, trying to staunch the bleeding as red began to pool on the wooden floor slats. "It won't stop," Tanner wanted to scream. "Why won't it?" Then, like a manifesting spirit, there was another form across from the body. The woman who'd managed to excuse herself from the fight. Her long features were creased in concentration as she nimbly tore the scholar's robe back, snatching a rag from Tanner's grasp and covering the chest wound with it like a roofing patch. Seconds later, she'd slapped a fresh rag onto the man's neck, placing a hand on both as her eyes flashed a pale white. The magic seemed to pulse down into her hands, coursing through the makeshift bandages and into the scholar's torn flesh. After seconds that seemed like an eternity, the man stirred, groaning groggily. Tanner whooshed out a long sigh of relief, turning to smile his gratitude at the woman. Rather than smile back, however, she merely grabbed another rag, wiped her hands clean, and returned to her seat, taking another bite of her soup as though nothing had happened. "Huh," said Drogal, dropping back into his own chair and downing the rest of his drink in a single hearty gulp. "I guess the guards don't get to put me away tonight." "You sure?" said Tanner, consequences beginning to swirl in his mind. "What are we supposed to do with him?" From above, Sally gave a deep sigh. "You can lock him in the storeroom till he's cooled off. Might be able to convince him he was bit by rats in the alley come morning." Tanner looked up to express his gratitude, but Sally was already striding back to the bar, apparently trusting him to handle the rest. "And mop up the blood when you're done," she hollered over her shoulder. Surprising himself, Tanner actually managed a weak laugh. Allie made a point of hunkering down over her soup bowl as she watched the grubby-faced boy haul the unconscious scholar behind the bar. Satisfied that her work was done, she dipped a chunk of Sally's perfectly crusted bread into the vegetable blend, biting off another piece. Her healing skills were far from accomplished, but she could certainly stabilize someone after they'd sustained a couple of natural wounds. And, knowing that, she couldn't very well have watched the man die. To her relief, the bar had nearly emptied by that point, with only a handful of patrons remaining. One of them, another scholar, this one with reddish-gray hair, dark eyes, and a thick beard, was rather unsuccessfully trying to remain subtle about keeping an eye on her. But the few others at the table seemed to have no interest in what had just happened. The boy soon returned, after dropping a few coins on the counter for the bartender, who swiped them away after a quick glance. He carefully retrieved his dropped weapon, wiping it clean and slipping it back in his belt. You might want to call it a night, Drogal," he said to the half-orc. Oh, yeah, probably," said the other, reaching across his table for what remained of the scholar's drink and guzzling it down quickly. "Yeah," he said again, giving a sharp burp as he stood. "Good night, lad. Maybe Curtis doesn't need to hear about this?" "Maybe," said the boy, looking vacantly down to the blood splatter on the floor. You head home, Drogle. I'll clean this up. Then, after a heavy pause, it's my mess, after all. Well, if you're sure, said the half-orc, obviously not in need of much convincing. See you around, lad. Yep, the boy said with a sigh, dropping to his knees by the blood with his last clean rag. Allie stifled a snort. She'd feel a lot more sympathy for the boy if she hadn't just seen him overreact and nearly bash a man's head in. Not that I should judge, she thought darkly. She knew what it was like to lose control. She shook her head curtly, shoveling another spoonful of stew into her mouth. If Lethold was right, she'd be able to find the answers to all of her questions here. Just give it time, she imagined her mentor saying. Things have a way of wishing to be revealed. Sure, she thought, as she blew on her last spoonful of soup. It's all just been leaping right off the page. She was distracted from her musings a moment later, as she managed to catch the reflection of the scholar, who was watching her in the reflection off the window by his seat, bouncing off a small mirror behind the counter and back to her. Now, what are you looking at? Jack felt a small surge of pride as she and Tavik neared the gate they'd left a few minutes earlier. She could see through the still-open gate and the gathering dark that Ember lounged where she left him, batting lazily at what must have been a few insects in the grass. There, you see? She said to Tavik as they passed through and reached the perked-up wolf. No need for a rope. Yeah, all right, said the guard, rubbing his neck self-consciously. Guess you can head off to find a room at the ladle. Ket and me'll be off in a minute, and I'll try to get things moving. I'll come find you when I've got something, all right? Thank you, Jack said distractedly, rubbing Ember's neck and nuzzling his face. That would be wonderful. Tavik quietly excused himself, leaving Jack to repeat her order of stay to a groaning Ember and walk back past the two guards. She threw Tavik a grateful smile as she did, making her way back up the main road to the central square and the promise of food and lodging. Well, her honed ears picked up as she left Ket and Tavik behind. It looks like that wolf's not the only thing on the prowl tonight. Leave off, Ket, Tavik muttered back. I was just being friendly is all. Jack made a point of quickening her pace before she might try to decide how she felt about that. Night had quickly set in by the time she reached the Iron Ladle, pushing through the inn's thin wooden door into a shabby if cozy establishment. What can I get you, love? A loud voice from behind the bar attacked Jack almost immediately, drawing her attention to the wiry middle-aged woman there. What have you got? She said slowly. Stew and beer's 4 copper, the woman replied, as though reciting from a mental menu. Stew and bread's the same. All that and a slab of cheese is 8 copper. Drinks are a copper. Here she leaned forward, giving a well-practiced smirk and wink. First mug of bitters on the house. I see, said Jack, fishing a few coins out of her purse as she struggled to process the rush of information. Guess I'm not at home anymore. Where supper's whatever you managed to catch for a stew. Let's go with the first one. I could definitely use a drink if Ember doesn't make it inside tonight. Can do, love, said the bartender, sweeping the coins off the counter almost as soon as they landed. Then, turning to her side, Altrizar, we got an order for stew and brew. Altrizar? Tisk, where has that girl got to? I'll just go find a seat then, said Jack. Oh yes, wherever you want, love. Say, you're a fresh face, aren't you? I'm Sally, by the way. Sally Withers. You ever even been in a bar before, love? Oh, sweet Lord Norman Cal, you haven't, have you? Right, well, just go take a seat and... Aside. Altrizar will be right with you. Thank you, said Jack, retreating to a vacant table that looked as though it had been wiped clean a bit too hastily. But at least it's got a good view of the room and the door. Making good use of that view, she quickly spotted a young female gnome sidling about the exterior of the room. As Jack watched, the gnome slipped something first into the pocket of a dark-robed woman in the corner, then darted over to the front to deposit another item in the pocket of a young, grubby-faced man heading for the door. Tanner was just about to step out into the streets, already dreaming of what he might tell Curtis should the crotchety bearkin manage to catch wind of anything, when he felt a soft tug at his side pocket. His hand went quickly for the spot, and he knew immediately that nothing had been taken. Something had been placed. He pulled it back out, glancing around for any sign who might have left it. No luck. The item was a small piece of paper which, when unfolded, revealed a very simple message. By the stage. Allie regarded the note in her hand with distinct disinterest. She didn't even have to look where the phrase instructed to know that the scholar who'd been watching her for the past few minutes was nervously nursing his drink, hazel eyes darting about in the most conspicuous way possible. Amateur, Allie thought, shoving the note back in her pocket. Whatever the man had to say, she was certain it would hold little interest for her. She hadn't come to Dragon's Nest for intrigue or to get swept up in someone's personal mission. All she wanted was to find what she was looking for and get back to her training. She and Lethold had a lot of time to make up for. So, without even looking over at the scholar, she returned to her meal. "Apologies for the delay," said the young girl who'd brought Jack her food as she smiled nervously. She looked tall for her age, though she might have been wearing significant heels under her long black skirt. Her skin was fair and smooth over her faintly angled features, and her blonde hair, slightly darkened with sweat, was mostly pulled back out of her face. What really caught Jack's eye, however, was the way the girl's ears came to a distinct point. Not many of your kind left, thought Jack with a small flutter of surprise. Truthfully, she was shocked to have encountered someone with elven traits at all. Their entire race was meant to be nearly extinct, nearly eradicated at the end of the Dragon War, with any who still lived steering clear of humans, gnomes, and anything in between. "It's all right," Jack said, responding with a smile of her own as the food was set before her. The reply seemed to soften the self-conscious frown on the girl's face at having her elf-like ears clearly marked, as Jack gave a good-natured laugh. "Still, a lot faster than tracking and skinning the meal yourself." The girl replied with a small laugh of her own, turning quickly to leave, then halting and shuffling back. I couldn't help noticing the blood on your clothes." Jack looked at her shoulder, taking in the dark stains left over from her fight with the Crockbloods that morning. "Yeah, well, don't worry," she said with a grin. "Not all of it's mine." This elicited a hesitant laugh from the girl. "So, you're a traveler, then?" "You could say that," said Jack, turning more toward the girl. "Guess this is going to be an actual conversation, then." "Well, if I may ask," said the girl, "what was it you fought?" "A couple of swamp scalies," said Jack, enjoying how nonchalant she sounded. "Nasty lizardkin, the big ones." The girl gulped. "Crockbloods?" Jack nodded. "Oh," said the girl. Do you happen to know what else might be out there?" "All kinds of things," said Jack, beginning to wonder where the girl's questions might be headed. "Orcs, goblins, snakebloods, spiders, bears, griffins, dire badgers. The world's a dangerous place." "Oh, Altrazar," said the girl, whose face had fallen further with each creature listed. "I suppose I always knew that, but no, I guess it's good to know." "You are planning on going somewhere?" "Well, there are some places I'd like to see, yes. Someday." Jack nodded. "I can respect that. You want my advice? Be prepared and careful if you ever get around to visiting those places. Like I said, it's dangerous out there." Something flashed in Altrazar's eyes as she turned away. "It's dangerous for some of us here, too." Distracted as she'd been by her exchange with Altrazar, it took Jack a moment to catch the well-dressed man by the stage staring directly at her. Tanner strode up to the scholar's table, placing his hands on his hips. "Well, are we going on a treasure hunt or something?" The scholar glanced around worriedly, motioning for Tanner to lower his voice. "One moment, please," he hissed. "We may be waiting on more to arrive." Easily following the direction the scholar was trying not to look in, Tanner spotted an unfamiliar face. The woman was dressed in dark wilderness garb, complete with quiver and bow, and she looked like she'd just settled in for supper. At the scholar's rather unsubtle look toward a nearby gnome girl, his agent quickly set off for the woman and was immediately spotted. "Ha," Tanner thought. "Thought you could just go around all night putting notes in pockets, did ya?" Sheepishly, the gnome girl closed the distance to the quarry, whispering something to the woman and gesturing in the scholar's direction. The scholar, for his part, had moved on to not looking in the direction of the woman in the corner, the one who'd kept Tanner from becoming a murderer that night. Didn't seem too keen on a thank you. Maybe if she heads over. She didn't. It was painfully clear to Tanner that the woman was ignoring the scholar's gaze on purpose. Yeesh, some guys really can't take a hint. Movement from the other woman's table caught his eye, and he turned back to see the huntress making her way towards him. Ah, thought Tanner, a fellow lover of all things mysterious, I see. Well, said the huntress when she was standing beside Tanner, looking down at the scholar over folded arms. I assume you had something to say? I do, said the scholar, his voice low and strained. I made a point of overhearing your recent exploits. It is a brave person who takes on the vicious threats of the wild. Or just one who likes living, said the huntress. They attacked me. Be that as it may, said the scholar, you seem to have handled yourself well in having slain 2 crockbloods, and you, he added, turning to Tanner, are in no way shy in dealing out considerable damage. Tanner winced. Yeah, sorry about that. Because he was a fellow scholar, you mean? No, quite all right. He was being an ass. No argument there, Tanner said with a snort. But let us begin correctly, said the scholar, raising his voice slightly and glancing again at the woman in the corner. My name is Edom, and I am a priest and scholar in service to Our Lady Antothica, High Priestess of the Temple of Nomenkal, and I have a mission for willing parties on her behalf. Allie halted mid-chew. She'd nearly rolled her eyes when the scholar had pointedly started his job pitch at a higher volume. But hearing that he was on a mission for Antothica, the same person who had access to the various documents that might help Allie in her search? Heaving a heavy sigh, Allie swallowed her most recent mouthful of soup, pushing back from her table and striding over to Edom, the archer woman, and the grubby-faced boy. The scholar's eyes went wide for a second, and he glanced about the room again, seeming only now to register that if he were to make sure Allie could hear, others might be able to listen in as well. By Allie's count, no one had, but it took Edom a few seconds to arrive at that conclusion. Yes, well, he said, looking from Allie, the archer, and the boy in turn. Now that I have your attention, I am not permitted to say too much about the job. Suffice to say that it involves safeguarding someone, important to Dragon's Nest, and to the temple. Allie exchanged glances with the other 2 recruits, echoing the sentiment with her face when the boy looked skeptically down at Edom. Yeah, we're gonna need more than that. Edom was visibly flustered by this, obviously having assumed that a chance to serve in Tothica on any level would be enough motivation for anyone. Well, he said, wringing his hands, I suppose I could tell you, hypothetically, of course, that such safeguarding would most assuredly come in handy should Our Lady Antothica ever depart the temple and find herself in more unsavory environments. There, was that so hard? Said the boy. The scholar gulped, perhaps beginning to wonder if he'd divulged too much. I'm guessing a job like this would put us in good standing with Antothica, said the archer. I've got something that might. Her voice trailed off as the door to the inn opened, and a mussy-haired guardsman with a wispy beard stepped through, his scan of the room halting when he spotted the archer. Work out, the archer finished as she saw the man waving a small stack of papers. Good then, said Edom. Anyway, as individuals well outside of any political or personal machinations against Antothica, you 3 are ideally suited for the task. So, if you are willing to assist Our Lady in this, you may go to the alley behind the stableman's house near the east end of town. He turned to the boy. I assume you know the place, Tanner. Sure do, said the boy. His kid, Boren, still owes me for betting I couldn't knock that dead toad off the wall. Edom frowned. Ah, fine. If you wouldn't mind leading these other 2 there in 5 hours' time, then. 5 hours, said the archer. Yes, said Edom, as though he distinctly remembered saying so already. The meeting, that is, the job, is for tonight. I'm in, said the boy. I mean, I'll have to run it past my dad first, but he's not really that hands-on, so long as I get my work done. Good, said Edom. Then, seeming to realize what he'd said, that is, it will be good if you can make it. He turned to Allie and the archer. And you 2. If I manage to get my problem sorted out, said the archer, looking back at the patiently waiting guard. Perfect, said Edom. And you, miss. Allie stared hard into the man's eyes, scrutinizing every twitch of his face as she weighed the decision. On one hand, she'd been highly successful at staying out of whatever power plays were going on between Antothica, Guard Captain Phylac, and Mayor Denaxis so far. But On the other, could she really pass up an opportunity to get on Antothica's good side? Or afford to possibly fall on her bad side? The promise of answers at last seemed to dangle before Allie's vision, as though just begging her to pluck this one thread in the tapestry of fate. After all, how far could it really unravel? "If I show up, you'll have my answer," she said at last. "Oh, better than a no, I suppose," Edom mumbled. "Well, our introductions in order then," said the archer. She stepped slightly back from in between Allie and the boy, making eye contact with both. "I'm Jack. Just got here." "Tanner," said the boy, smiling readily. "My dad's the blacksmith in town. A little overcooked on the outside, but quite squishy on the inside. My dad, not me." He looked Jack up and down. "You look tough, but not at all mannish." "Thank you," Jack said, scowling. "I'm Allie," said Allie, wanting to cut things as short as possible. No use making attachments now. Without another word, she spun and walked back to her seat. "So, I guess I'll wait for you two by the fountain then," Tanner called after. Allie gave only a muted wave of response. Chapter 3. In Preparations. Smiling awkwardly at Tanner, Jack disengaged from the circle, watching Edom hastily summon the gnome girl who doled out his invitations and make for the door. "Really got a handle on this whole secrecy thing, that guy." "Hello," she said when she made it to the end of the bar where Tavik stood. It looked like he tried desperately to pat down his hair before arriving. It hadn't worked. "Is that the permit?" Tavik smiled proudly, his thin beard seeming to billow in the flickering lamplight like wind-blown treetops as he handed the papers off to her. "Fastest one ever issued. Had to go to Sergeant Dane's house and interrupt his supper, but he wasn't too mad. Well, I only got extra patrol duty anyway, and not even sewer patrol." Jack smiled, taking the papers and quickly scanning the jumble of laws and bylaws that filled the light parchment. "Well, I'm sorry for whatever trouble I caused, but I really do appreciate this." Tavik beamed back at her, the expression only wavering as Tanner swept past on his way out. "Looks like someone's on the prowl," Jack's new cohort muttered, immediately seeming to realize that he'd been overheard, and, with a furious blush, speed-walking for the door. In the second it took Jack to reassure herself that there was no way Tanner could know about Guardsman Ket's jab at Tavik from before, Tavik had been reduced to a flushed, stammering mess. "Right, well, I'll just, you were eating, so that's important. I should go. Things to take care of and all." He was gone by the end, having backed his way to the door and slipped mercifully outside. Jack grimaced. "Goodbye, then." Her mind a whirl of confusion, she retreated back to her table, quickly stuffing food in her mouth. The only relief came in knowing that almost no one had witnessed the encounter. Even Allie seemed to have finished her meal and retired for the evening. "Well, I've got a wolf to claim before I follow that act," thought Jack, devouring her meal even more ravenously at the thought. It didn't taste quite as good as before. Tanner took a deep breath as he stood at Curtis's door at the back of their home, lamp in hand, raising a fist to rap against the barrier with his knuckles. Hearing a sharp grunt from inside, he eased the door open. "Dad?" he said, peering inside the sparse, basic room. "Damn! Wait for me to answer first," Curtis growled, rubbing at his eyes in the dim light that peeked through the door. "Sorry," said Tanner. "It's hard to know which grunt means what sometimes." Curtis grunted. Begrudgingly? "What is it, Tanner?" "Well," Tanner said slowly, off to a great start, "I've been offered a job in town. Don't worry." He quickly added at Curtis's sharp inhale, "One-time thing. I just need to go somewhere tonight, so I thought I should let you know. I was hoping you'd approve." There was a long silence as Curtis sat up straight in bed to stare him down. "I don't. But you're an adult now. You'll do what you want." With that, Curtis dropped back to his pillow. "Leave the doors locked when you go." Tanner nodded, sighing as he closed the bedroom door and made for the stairs to his loft. He'd expected an answer like that. The reason for his curfew in the first place was the locked doors, and the fact that Curtis refused to make another key for them. If the old bearkin had his way, he'd be buried with that thing. No one else could be trusted with it after all. A persistent smile came to Tanner as he sat down the lantern on the nightstand, pulling out the handful of weapons he'd made with Curtis's help over the years. Despite their differences, he had nothing but respect for his adoptive father. Curtis was a hard worker, and, even though he hated change and despised the threat of it even more, he'd always provided for his son. Always will, too, Tanner thought, laying out his small arsenal on the floor and taking a deliciously long time deciding which ones to take later that night. Pretty sure that old curmudgeon's too stubborn to die. Content with his final choice, the Morning Star, of course, Tanner excitedly hopped into bed and adjusted the lantern flame to its lowest blaze. He knew himself well enough to know that sleep was still a long way off. The guardsman at the gate, a boy with blonde hair and a face that couldn't be over 17 years old, studied the papers in his hands by the lamplight from above, looking between them and Jack with over-the-top scrutiny. Finally, he ran his finger over a page, lifting its black smudged tip before Jack's face. "Ink still wet?" "Yes," Jack said calmly. At least she hoped she seemed calm. With the gates closed and the wicket gate latched, she had no visual contact with Ember. It wasn't a feeling she particularly liked. "Like I said, I was given these tonight. Guardsman Tavik." "Guardsman Tavik's not on duty anymore," the guard sneered. "I get to decide if you can bring your pup inside, and I say—" "Rin," a voice snapped over Jack's shoulder, causing her to jump and cringe at the same time. "Let the pup inside. I've cleared it all myself." "Yeah, fine," said Rin, seeming more bored with the whole thing than subdued, as he moved to unlatch the wicket gate. Jack turned to Tavik as he came up beside her, managing a tight smile. "Thanks again, I guess." "Don't worry about it," said Tavik, seeming to have mostly recovered from their previous meeting. "Just thought I'd head back down here and make sure it went all good for you." Smiling again, Jack stepped over to the guard door, looking out into the night for where she knew Ember to be. "Ember," she called, soon rewarded by the sound of soft paws against the grass. In seconds, Ember was on the edge of the lamplight, trotting quickly up to Jack and pressing his neck against her leg. "Hey," Jack said softly, drawing the wolf inside. "It's all right now. No more leaving you out in the cold. I promise." "Yeah, he's a good pup," said Tavik, stepping forward to pet the top of Ember's head before Jack could intervene. Jack tensed, half expecting Ember to rip the man's hand off, like he nearly had with others who had touched him, without permission. But the wolf simply leaned into the touch, looking up into Tavik's face in obvious expectation. "Yeah, good pup," Tavik said again, smiling broadly despite Rin's grunt as the guard door was closed. "And one with an apparent taste for guard rations," Jack thought, watching the two for a moment as Tavik slipped the wolf a small scrap of dried meat. Seeing that, it wasn't hard to guess how Tavik had ingratiated himself with her furry companion. "Well," Jack said at last, motioning Ember to her side, "I should probably get back to the ladle. It's been a long day." "Oh, right," said Tavik, sobering. "Ah, yes." Giving what she hoped was a friendly nod, Jack accepted her papers back from Rin and began guiding Ember back up the main road. "So, good night then," Tavik called after. Then, after a lengthy pause, Jack barely heard him hiss, "Damn it." Sally was still at the bar when Jack returned, cleaning out the last of the used mugs with what appeared to be actual spit and vinegar. "So, you're back then, love," said Sally as she toweled off a mug. "I like the atmosphere," said Jack lightly. "I was hoping you had a room left." "Got a few," said Sally, rifling through a drawer and producing a gnarled-looking key after a few mutterings about Altasar's mess. "There you are. 5 copper for a night, 20 for a week. You gonna be here long, love?" Jack hesitated. "I'm not sure, but I'm hopeful." She counted 20 copper out of her coin purse, dropping them directly into Sally's outstretched hand. Next, the key was exchanged and hasty directions given. As Jack walked away, Sally audibly gasped as Ember came into her view from behind the bar. I'm assuming you've cleared your animal with the guards. Guard Captain Filek doesn't take kindly to unregistered pets." "Taken care of," Jack said, turning back around. "No one has to arrest me. Yet." There was a slight pause before Sally gave a loud laugh. You're a troublemaker, I can tell. Just keep your mischief elsewhere and your door closed when your furry friend's inside, all right?" Jack smiled. Sure. Even troublemakers don't always go looking for trouble. Allie thought she might have felt her body groan far away in reality as her dreamscape solidified into a familiar tavern. It was immediately clear, however, that the buzzing bar around her was not the Iron Ladle. This was somewhere else, somewhere far more personal. "And how is your pie?" a cheery, girlish voice said from across the table, drawing Allie's gaze. A familiar and searing pain pierced Allie's heart as she took in the wild-haired girl who sat across from her. She was dressed in a simple brown clothing and tattered cloak, but Allie could see more than one pair of male eyes slipping in her direction. Allie had never been jealous of the older girl's natural magnetism, but right now she wished the gentleman patrons would kindly avert their gaze. The two girls were trying to celebrate in peace. "It was good enough that it's gone already," she said with a laugh, "but I could have bought it myself, you know." The other girl, Shala, smirked devilishly. "True, but what sort of friend would I be if I made you pay for things on your birthday? Or let me pay for things on any other day?" "Hey," said Shala, holding up her hands. "It's not my fault that you're never anywhere on time. Besides," she flashed a fancy embroidered money pouch over the lip of the table, "today's festivities were kindly sponsored by Lord Call and his wandering eyes." Allie giggled, shaking her head in mock disapproval. Since men had begun to take notice of Shala a few years earlier, the girl had been sure to exploit that fact by using her looks as a distraction. While a Lorson noble might be admiring the bounce of her curly hair, or the coy smirk and wink Shala had practiced to perfection, either Shala or another street urchin on the job would be sure to lighten the man's pockets. It didn't hurt that Shala's street clothing was unusually tattered in all the right places, and her fancier garb, also financed by her marks, low-cut and form-fitting. "So," said Shala, cutting short Allie's moment to reminisce as she dropped a few copper on the table for the barmaid, "if you're quite done, we have somewhere else to be." Allie smirked as she pushed back from the table and stood. "Another mark? Will I need my gear from the miller's house?" Shala giggled, guiding Allie through the sea of bar patrons and out the door. "You really want to be all business on your birthday? I'm taking you to the best tailor in town, dearie." Allie found herself joining in the laughter as they emerged onto the bustling thoroughfare that led to Lorson's expansive main square. It was mid-morning, but the sun was blocked out by the city's many three-story buildings and the nearby Tower of Memories. "Yes," she said, dodging townspeople beside Shala, "because it worked so well for you to get me all dressed up in the past." "Never estimate the power of pie, young lady," said Shala, smirking. "Now come on, we've got an appointment." Allie stirred awake, sending up a silent prayer of gratitude to Unashil that the dream had ended there. Lethold may have urged her to revisit the more painful moments of her past, with the intent of overcoming them during her time at the sanctuary. But Allie had never found the process helpful or even therapeutic. Sitting upright, she peered out the window, gauging the passage of the moons across the sky. Might as well get up, she thought, easing to her feet and slipping on her robe. It was almost time to leave. Jack stood just inside the door of the Iron Ladle, watching the shadows of the empty bar dance in the dimmed lamplight. She'd woken nearly a half hour earlier, but had spent much of that time in quiet contemplation. It wasn't that she was exactly feeling dread for the coming meeting. It was more of a curiosity than anything else. But after weeks of traveling with no one but Ember to speak to, it was a little jarring to have everything happening so quickly. And why not? She thought to herself. Wasn't that what she wanted? In the few minutes she had left to herself, she mused how similar she felt right now to when she was alone among the trees, despite her vastly different surroundings. Maybe civilization is just a different kind of wilderness, she thought, absent-mindedly stroking the top of Ember's head. She didn't jump as she saw Allie emerge from the door that led to the back hallway of rooms. Her own senses had picked up on the other woman's faint footfalls once the door to Allie's room had been opened. And, to her credit, Allie showed no signs of being startled upon taking in the young wolf at Jack's side. Quite by accident, Jack quickly set about learning new things about her new acquaintance when Allie simply greeted her with a nod and moved to slip the customer bell out of the way of the door. Apparently, Allie wasn't one for small talk. No problem there, thought Jack, following Allie out into the moonlit night. Not too good at that kind of thing myself. As the two cloaked figures and a seemingly contented Ember emerged into the town square, they caught sight of another form, visibly looking their way in the light of the street lamps. Tanner, Jack recalled, seeing that the young man wore a friendly smile on his face. She returned it, wondering doubtfully if Allie was doing the same. "Glad you both showed," Tanner whispered cheerfully when they neared him, for his part, absorbing the presence of Ember with a raised eyebrow and a bemused shrug. "I'm not the biggest fan of slinking around New Dragon's Nest all alone." When neither Jack nor Allie seemed to have a response for that, he shrugged again, gesturing to the east side of town. "Shall we?" Tanner felt his heartbeat quicken as he led the two oddly quiet women and the toothy one down the alleys of Dragon's Nest toward the eastern wall. He didn't know if the cause was excitement or fear, but he was sure feeling a bit of both. Like everyone else, he'd heard rumblings of discord between High Priestess Antothica, Guard Captain Phylac, and Mayor Denaxis. But he'd always assumed whatever disputes they had concerned things with which a little person like him need not concern himself. That, and it was supposed to be the city council's job to keep the three leaders in check. He gave a private chuckle at the thought. It was a bit of a running joke in town that people only served on the council to keep the shine on their family name. Whatever squabbles went on between Antothica, Phylac, and Denaxis didn't seem to keep the upper-crust old nesters on the council awake at night in their plush bedchambers. But could that be what this is about? He wondered, peeking out from behind a building to check for any curious townsfolk. Maybe Antothica was making her move. Maybe Phylac or Denaxis was sending someone to kill her. Maybe she was meeting with a powerful wizard who would mind control anyone she wanted. His eyes deepened to rich brass in color as he let his animal side take hold. Nothing. The street was empty. Turning back over his shoulder, he motioned for the others to follow as he crossed the last open area between them and the stableman's house. Were the situation different and the hour a lot closer to morning, Tanner might have knocked on the door to see what Boren and his father might be up to. Well, that'll just have to wait, he thought, slipping briskly around the left end of the house. The eastern wall rose up in front of him, the entire stretch only faintly visible in the shadows. No lanterns were lit within a few hundred feet. The only illumination coming from the moonlight sneaked through the clouds and the faint glow caged in the far-off guard towers. "I guess we're the first ones here," Tanner hissed as he stepped into the empty alleyway. "Guess again," said Jack, stepping up beside him, an arrow already notched in her bow. Her eyes were fixed on the far end of the house, and the cluster of shadows there, while her wolf remained at heel, his growl rumbling softly into the darkness. Allie, meanwhile, flanked Tanner's other side, a gleaming dagger in her grasp. Startled, Tanner squinted into the blackness, only now discerning the faint outline of a large form there. Well, that was embarrassing, he thought, as he drew his morning star. Seeming to grasp that it had been spotted, the shape stepped out into the light, revealing a broad-chested tree of a man decked in heavy armor that bore the crest of Nomencall, with a massive shield and sword to match. He was unhelmeted, but the top of his breast and back plates fanned up around his neck to compensate in keeping enemies from thinking too much about an easy decapitation. Obviously a man who values his peripheral vision, if not an intact skull, Tanner thought, though he supposed that someone that tall probably didn't have to worry too much about blows from above. The man's bushy beard barely moved as he grunted and asked, "So, I take it you three are the recruits Edom spoke of?" "That depends," said Allie, her stance relaxing slightly. "What exactly are we supposed to be helping with?" The man said, cocking an eyebrow. "I'm surprised Edom didn't spit out the whole story." "Not so much," said Jack. "A bit more clarity would be nice." Tanner felt his heart quicken again as the man shrugged his assent and motioned back behind the building. Another figure stepped into the dim light, this one in vibrant, flowing robes and quite a bit shorter. Her face was darker than Tanner's, and immaculate black hair flowed well past her shoulders. Large green eyes scanned the group at the far side of the buildings from beneath the woman's groomed brow, and the shapely mouth below began to purse in a superior pucker. "Well," said the woman, "I suppose this is the best we could have hoped for." "Yes, my lady," said the man. Then turning to Tanner and the others, "As you may have guessed, this is Antothica, High Priestess of Nomencall." He tapped his chest with his sword hand. "I am Crexus, the lady's personal guard and sworn champion." "Neat," said Tanner. "I'm Tanner, son of Curtis, the blacksmith." "Jack," the archer beside him said with a nod of greeting, and the woman to Tanner's other side adding, "Allie." "Oh, come on," Tanner thought, shooting a modestly disappointed look at his new companions. "You could at least try to come up with a title." Crexus, meanwhile, was continuing to scrutinize them, seeming to arrive at a conclusion on something as he guided Antothica toward the back of the building. With a look and jerk of his head, he summoned Tanner forward, motioning curtly to the two women to hang back in the shadows. It was a small relief to Tanner to see that the unspoken threat he'd caught seemed to apply to all of them. So, he takes the whole personal guard thing seriously, Tanner thought as he stepped up to Antothica's other side. Noted. An uneasy silence fell onto the group once they assumed their positions, with both Crexus and Antothica standing still as they stared off into the night. Tanner briefly considered striking up a conversation, but he'd never actually met anyone so famous before. What would I even say? He was distracted from his thoughts a few uncomfortably long minutes later when he spotted a slight figure scurrying up along the wall to meet them. Standing as he was in plain sight of the others, Tanner was hesitant to let his animal senses take over, as his body usually seemed to respond in kind, but he was still able to make out the dark cowl the figure wore. Then, abruptly, his gaze was jerked upward almost before he knew why, catching the faintest glimpse of a feathered wing against a backdrop of the single full moon. Chapter 4. The Task Undertaken. Jack felt her body tense as she saw the figure approach, her muscles coiling to draw back her bowstring, should she receive any instruction from Crexus. Ember, too, was immediately on high alert, the fur on his back bristling slightly as he took in every possible threat. A stab of confusion seemed to knock Jack's thoughts off course when Tanner glanced back to her, motioning discreetly toward the sky. Her eyes following the gesture, Jack caught a glimpse of feathers over the moon of Sogan's full light. What? She thought, her attention now divided between the street and the sky. By the time she'd refocused, the approaching figure was standing before Antothica, bowing deeply. "Rena," the high priestess said sharply, "what is happening, and what is that you're wearing?" Jack had found herself wondering the same thing. Between the bodies of her comrades, she'd spotted the arriving woman's garb, all of it dyed black and burgundy, and sporting a large crest of... was that a scorpion? "Apologies, my lady," the woman, Rena, said breathlessly as she threw furtive looks over her shoulder. "There wasn't time to reclaim my robes, much less to change. I was forced to rush directly here once I was able to break away." Antothica straightened, planting the butt of her staff on the grimy street. "Then you were successful in your efforts?" Rena nodded jerkily. "Yes, my lady. It took some time to make contact and gain their trust, but I believe that I have succeeded." Her soft features furrowed into a dark scowl. But my lady, I fear things are far worse than we had anticipated. It's..." Jack stiffened as the familiar sound of an arrow carved its shrieking path through the air, breaking through the stillness of the night. Her own bow was raised and leveled at the darkness behind Rena the instant before the woman cried out in shock and pain, her eyes wide as she dropped to the ground. "Protect the lady," Crexus growled, pushing Antothica back as he brought up his shield. Even as he gave his order, a trio of armored forms spilled into the alley from the site where Rena had entered, and a lean, snarling dog beside each lunged forward for the kill. Simultaneously, a small swarm of cat-sized scorpions scurried past them into the melee, their venomous tails lashing about for a good strike. Exhaling slowly, Jack selected a target and loosed her first arrow. There was time for surprise later. Allie watched as Jack's arrow struck its target, the scurrying scorpion it found thrashing about as it was impaled into the alley floor. Giant bugs, Allie thought with a sickened sneer, leveling the point of her first dagger at another of the scorpions. Wonderful! When she felt the moment the scorpion and the dagger would meet, she let fly, dropping the thing before it could inject its poison into Crexus's leg. Meanwhile, she saw Crexus slashing away at the things before dogs and humans closed the remaining distance. He seemed to miss as often as he hit, but when his blade did manage to connect, there was hardly anything left of the creatures to recognize. For her part, Anthotheka had pulled back, shooting bolts of powerful light from the ends of her staff at their attackers, even dropping the largest dog with a single blast. But it was the boy who caught Allie's attention the most. His morning star was in his hand, but he used it only once, swinging it to buy himself some space before a vibrant swirl of flame seemed to materialize around him, funneling into the focal point of his hand to shoot outward with nearly blinding ferocity. Multiple times he unleashed the blazing fury, each time his target being reduced to a charred husk or merely billowing ash. All right, Allie thought, loosing another pair of daggers. Maybe he'd been going easy on that scholar in the bar after all. Tanner felt the fire swirl around him, a strange sort of elation surging through his blood. He'd never cut loose like this before, only ever toying with the flames of Curtis's furnace when the bearkin wasn't looking, or manifesting small bursts of fire when he wanted to light a torch or lantern. To experience what he was truly capable of was exhilarating. The fire not only seemed to answer his call, it felt like it craved it, like the raw element itself wished for nothing more than to serve Tanner's will. Happy to oblige, Tanner thought with a grin, pouring another blast of flame into the scorpion that lashed for his foot. The stinger hit its mark, but Tanner hardly noticed, even as the painful venom began to pulse up his leg. All that mattered now was that the scorpion that had struck him was ash in a small, smoking crater. A pained, piercing cry battered at Tanner's ears from above, and he glanced up to see a small raven streak down toward the scorpion-armored man who'd stopped near Rena's still body. The raven began to peck at the man's eyes through his helmet's T-visor, and the man seemed to lose all thought of finishing Rena as he screamed and began trying to bat the bird away. Jack's wolf, meanwhile, was in pitched battle with the last remaining dog, the second having fallen to Crexus's scything blade, as another blast from Anthotheka's staff shattered the final scorpion into shards of carapace, and another of Jack's arrows dropped the man left defenseless by the raven. Tanner seemed to sink back into the moment, taking in Rena's prone form. He charged forward, peripherally observing the final scorpion man's last moments before another of Allie's daggers blossomed in his chest. Tanner sank to his knees by Rena, focusing to bring the fiery light into his hands once more. "What are you doing?" he heard Anthotheka shout. He didn't even look back, wrenching the arrow from Rena's back and placing his glowing palm to the wound. "Cauterizing," he said, gritting his teeth as he willed the flame into a muted pulse that charred the bloody opening. He'd never attempted something that required that much finesse before, but he was the closest thing the woman had to help right now, which means I'll have to do. Jack slipped up behind Crexus, leveling her bow to the side and loosing an arrow directly at the temple of the dog who was charging for Ember. A second later, the dog was frozen mid-lunge, securely mounted through its skull into the town wall. Ember gave a final low growl, veering away from the dog and the raven that viciously tore into the thing's back, the bird not seeming to care that it was already dead. Sensing that the immediate threat had passed, Jack found her eyes drawn to the fallen Rena, as well as the kneeling form of Tanner over her. "Good thought," Jack mused as she hurried to assist. "Should make my job easier." Stooping down beside Tanner, she laid a hand on the woman's back, letting the light of the forest well up within her and seep out of her fingertips into the woman's flesh. Nothing happened. No flesh began to knit back together, and the woman didn't stir with any added vigor. In fact, she didn't stir at all. "She's dead," Jack whispered, stepping back from the body and turning to the stone-faced Anthotheka. "I'm sorry." Anthotheka merely nodded, striding forward and easing Rena to her back. Seeing this, the raven fluttered over as well, nuzzling Rena's cold cheek and tugging lightly at her hair. Anthotheka, meanwhile, simply touched the dead woman's forehead, whispering a short prayer in the dark, bloodied alley. "My lady," Crexus hissed, placing a hand on her shoulder. "We must leave. More enemies may be on their way." Nodding once more, Anthotheka rose, looking to Jack, Tanner, and the slowly approaching alley. "I thank you for your efforts. despite the outcome. Crexus grunted. As do I. I know it's not the job you agreed to, but if you'd be willing to accompany us back to the temple, your reward would surely increase. Absolutely, said Jack, again kneeling down beside Rena's body. Speaking soft words of comfort, she coaxed the heartbroken raven onto her hand, looking to the others. Tanner seemed shocked and far more broken down than he had a moment earlier, but he nodded as well. Yeah, I'm in. All eyes turned to Allie as the enigmatic woman planted her foot in a fallen scorpion man's chest, viciously yanking one of her daggers free. Well, she said, wiping the dagger clean on the man's cloak, let's go. It was an odd sort of nostalgia that settled on Allie as she and her new companions weaved their way back through town for the temple. She wondered if there might be something wrong with her, the way she almost enjoyed being pursued through dark streets by someone intent on killing her. Probably so, she thought, as the small group emerged back onto the central square, hurrying to the north end and along the road to the temple steps. Bathed in 3 separate sources of moonlight, the dome of the temple shone brilliantly in the shadows of the street below, looking almost like a holy beacon in a sea of darkness. Or maybe it's just good architecture. Her eyes scanning the city around them for any signs of danger, Allie brought up the rear of the group as they retreated up the temple steps, finally arriving at the main, open floor to look out through marble pillars at an ocean bathed in moonlight. But even the muffled sounds of the shoreline far below them couldn't soothe the primal fear in Allie's heart. Someone had just tried to kill them, and she was rather interested in knowing why. Well, said Crexus, glancing about the empty temple as he turned to the 3 hirelings, it would seem that you all now have a choice to make. No one who's seen us together has lived to speak of it, which means that you are free to take your coin and return to your lives without the threat of retribution. He paused, seeming to scan each of their faces for a reaction in the soft light of the nearby pillar sconce. Or, he said slowly, you can determine right now to see this through until the end. A great evil has infiltrated this city, and with your help, we can attempt to purge it from our midst and preserve the lives of the people around us. Tanner, who'd been staring intermittently down at his hands on the trek back to the temple, looked up into Crexus's face, resolve glinting in his eyes. I'm still in. I have something of a vested interest in keeping this town safe. Beside him, Jack nodded. As do I. I know I've only just arrived, but the journey my peoples take outside the clan and into the outside world have never been just about learning. They're opportunities to serve the common good where it would normally be beyond our reach. She turned to Antothica, stroking the bereft raven on her shoulder with one hand and the head of her wolf with the other. I don't pretend to know if it was divine influence that brought us together at just the right time, or if it was only random chance. But I do know that it would be cowardly and selfish to turn my back on this now. Antothica bowed her head, her eyes drawn in sorrow as she seemed to absorb all that had happened earlier. It is good to see such a fervent spirit within a servant of Yrnot. Long have our lords been united in their efforts on the nether plane, and I would gladly accept the service of one so clearly devout. Jack dipped her head, seeming unsure how to feel about the other woman's response. Then, for the second time that night, all eyes were on Allie. Oh, don't worry, she said with a dark smile. I'm in too. These people, whoever they are, just killed someone who was under my protection. Her voice lowered to a growl. And I'm not exactly fond of people who hunt the streets for easy prey. Antothica cocked an eyebrow at this, but Crexus gave a respectful nod. He seemed to share the sentiment. In that case, said the bodyguard, you all deserve to know everything we've learned about our enemy. Not here, said Antothica, raising a hand. Silently, she turned and led the others for the back of the large open-air floor. When she neared the raised dais in the back, where Allie knew her to hear spiritual disputes on occasion, Antothica course-corrected left, guiding them all to a small open patch in the floor behind her weathered throne. A staircase much like the one that had led down to the temple archives lit up before them, the magical sconces that lined the descent lighting up in response to Antothica's approach. Crexus brought up the rear this time, filing in after the others and depressing a smooth stone on the wall when they emerged into a sizable underground chamber. In response to his touch, a large slab of stone seemed to manifest from nothing, sliding back over the doorway with a dull thud. All three recruits jumped at the sound, but neither Crexus nor Antothica made signs of abruptly turning on them now that they were alone. Yet, Allie thought, nonchalantly trying to take in the chamber. It appeared to be a sort of stony crossroads, similar to the one that branched off from the base of the main staircase to the archives, shrines, common area, and sleeping quarters. This one, however, had only 3 branches away from the staircase, bringing to mind the image of a compass. Now, which way are the private archives? Allie supposed that some people might have expected her to feel guilt at the ulterior motive, but as far as she was concerned, there was enough genuine altruism involved in her continued employment that idly marking where she might find what she sought, should she need to move quickly, was ultimately harmless. Besides, each hallway looked the same. Might have to schedule another visit. Now then, said Antothica, after taking a moment to gather her thoughts. I suppose we should start at the beginning. Shortly after our trouble with some of the local vermin over a year ago, one of our scholars went missing. We thought that maybe he'd fallen off the bluff, leaving his body lost at sea, but then, months later, another of our own disappeared. This time, however, Crexus found a small splatter of blood near the woman's last known location, so we obviously began to suspect foul play. It was quite by accident that Rena overheard us speaking of this, and she quickly volunteered to seek out the other scholar's cause of death. Antothica smiled sadly. Rena hadn't ever known Nilek or Mirka, the other 2 scholars, but, regardless, she wished to see justice done. Maneuvered as she was for the best angle on the room, old habits, Allie was able to make out in her periphery that Crexus had retrieved a small pendant from beneath his armor, clutching it tightly as he bowed his head, as though wishing his fallen comrades a peaceful rest, safe journey to another plane, or whatever it was he believed. Months after we lost communication with her, Antothica continued, an anonymous note was placed in Crexus's bag as he bathed, likely by one of the street urchins who linger there playing games and spotting marks, though none we questioned would admit to it. Allie bristled minutely at the reminder of her childhood on the streets of Lorson, but managed to stay focused on the conversation. We knew the contents to be in Rena's hand, so we fully expected to meet her at the indicated location. However, the note also held a warning that we should be on our guard, and that she was being watched too closely to have broken away to leave the message in person. Which is why we entrusted Edom to seek out unbiased protectors. Crexus cut in. We still have no evidence that either Phylac or Denuxus is involved in any of this, but the less they know about our movements, the better. Antothica nodded solemnly. And from there, I suppose, you know the story. What we would ask all of you, then, is that you would continue Rena's mission. Seek out these dark figures and their stronghold, remaining as discreet as possible and, most importantly, discover the truth. What is it they want in Dragon's Nest? Why have they targeted my people? And worst of all, are they in league with either Guard Captain Phylac or Mayor Denaxis? The safety of this town and its people rest in your efforts. Her voice seemed to be weighted with the dread at the mention of her fellow town leaders, but she quickly shook it off, gesturing to the temple guard beside her. Crexus will provide you with any potential leads in the matter, and will accompany you in your efforts to explore them. Allie nearly laughed as she heard Crexus give a growling bleat of surprise. My lady, I don't think it's wise for me to leave your side in times like these. I am sworn to protect you. You are sworn to serve me, said Antothica, stopping the man's protests with a stare. And I am giving you your orders. Unable to help herself, Allie glanced back at the flustered bodyguard, fighting back a smirk as he bowed his head in compliance. Yes, milady. Good, said Antothica, her eyes tiredly scanning the others. Now I must go meditate. It has been a trying day, and a dark one. Perhaps rest will bring with it the clarity that now escapes me. And again, you all have my thanks, despite the loss we have suffered. I now leave the fate of the temple, and in all likelihood of the city, in your providential hands." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and strode down the hall to her left, turning left again at the T-junction at the far end. "Noted," thought Allie. "Well?" Crexus grunted, tossing a small vial of swirling liquid each to Tanner and Jack when they all turned to face him. "What's our next course of action, then?" Obviously familiar with the contents, Jack began to dab some of the luminescent elixir on the bloody claw marks in Ember's side, and having the wolf lap up the rest from her hand, while Tanner, seeming to take his cue from this, cautiously poured his down his throat, gave his stunk foot a testing stomp, then hopped lightly from one foot to the other, a relieved smile on his face. "Good stuff," he muttered. "Back to the site of the attack," said Jack, still feeding the potion to Ember as she scratched his ears. "If we're hoping to have any trail to follow, we need to start as soon as possible." "It's certainly bold," said Crexus, depressing the stone that caused the large slab of a door to recede once more. "But I trust your intuition on such things, Huntress." "Good to see he bothered to remember our names," thought Allie, as they filed their way back out of the chamber. Not that she blamed him. He couldn't have known that he'd even need to think of any of them again after tonight. Things had already begun to stray further from expectations than any of them could have guessed. "What, again?" Crexus groaned as Ember halted, the wolf almost seeming to scowl as he sniffed this way and that. "Seems like it," thought Tanner, flaring his own nostrils as he desperately tried to rediscover the scent. They'd arrived back behind the stableman's house less than an hour after leaving, only to find every one of the bodies removed from the alley. A handful of bloodstains had still marked the site of the encounter, however, and a pair of cartwheel tracks had indicated the cleanup crew's arrival and much heavier departure to the south along the eastern wall. No guardsmen had been present, though an additional torch had been lit in the battlements above. Tanner had tried not to think about what that meant for whatever poor guard had lit it. So Jack had ruled that they should follow the wheel's tracks, a decision that served them fine enough until Ember had stopped, indicating through a low grunt that the scent of the dog he'd been given had diverged from the cart's path. The group had agreed to follow the new scent's trail, only to discover that it came to an abrupt end a few streets later. Even Tanner and Ember's combined efforts couldn't track the scent beyond a nondescript portion of the ground, though Tanner's subtle sniffing had caused the wolf to regard him quizzically. The scent of dead human had also split off from the rejoined cart trail a meticulous hour later, this one coming off to just as jarring of an end. Crexus massaged his forehead as Tanner and Ember fought to pick up the scent once more. "Perfect," he groaned. "We've lost every trail." "Not every one," said Jack, peering down at the portion of the street where Ember had stopped. Following her gaze, Tanner caught sight of a small gleam in the moonlight, a gleam that smelled stronger of the human scent the closer he got. His moment of excitement at having actually found something was tempered as he felt Ember's nose press into his hand. Wide-eyed, he looked down into the wolf's coppery gaze, knowing full well that he'd just slipped a tad too far into his fox blood, and that Ember's impeccable senses had caught a deep whiff. But the wolf merely stared at him for a moment, snorted, and returned its attention to the gleam on the ground. Well, glad to know somebody doesn't care what I am at least. He knew better than to think he'd escaped the wolf's notice. All he had to do now was hope that the bond between Ember and Jack wasn't, in fact, a telepathic one. Jack, meanwhile, was motioning for Crexus to draw near, pointing to the small nub of metal jutting out from between two stones in the street. "Think you could dig that out? Carefully?" Crexus grunted, drawing his sword and gingerly slipping the point of it next to the protrusion. "If you're sure you'd rather not try instead," he said, glancing over to Allie. The woman shook her head, folding her arms as she watched their efforts. Good at throwing and slicing, not so good at clue surgery. Shrugging, Crexus eased the tip of his blade around the nub, carving out a loose space and retreated for Jack to wrench the thing free. She stood slowly, holding the item up for all to see. It was a small pendant, bearing the swirling crest of Nomencall. Slowly, Tanner turned with the others to look at Crexus. who had pulled his own pendant free as he stared at the one in Jack's hand. They were identical. "It was Rena's," he said softly. "Foolish of her to keep such things on a mission like hers." Far from sounding bitter, the words sounded almost understanding, as if Rena's potentially lethal act of sentiment was, if not excusable, at least reasonable. "Unfortunately," Jack said with a sigh, "it doesn't exactly get us any closer to picking up the trail." Regardless, she held it in front of Ember's nose, letting the wolf inhale deeply of what Tanner could smell from a few feet back, the sweat of fear, loneliness, and determination. For what must have been the 100th time that night, Tanner looked down at the dried, charred blood on his hand. Rena had given so much in the attempt to protect her friends and neighbors, and now she was dead. Because I couldn't save her. "So, back to the cart track?" said Allie curtly, motioning back down the street they'd followed there. Tanner frowned, looking over at the woman. He hadn't taken her for the emotional type, but she seemed just as shaken as he was. Maybe more so. It almost seemed like she'd sensed something. Or maybe she was just sore about the fact she'd had to leave one of her daggers behind during their retreat. She seemed almost irrationally attached to those things. "I suppose so," said Jack, motioning Ember to her side and making back for their last lead. An hour later, the small band stood near the abandoned empty cart. "Yeah, that's about right," Tanner thought as he, Jack, and Ember began looking over it for any more clues or trails to follow. "Well, I suppose it's comforting to know that we're not dealing with an all-powerful enemy," said Crexus. "They at least can't make carts disappear." "But not so limited with footprints," Jack muttered, stooping down to run her fingers across the stony ground for any depression or disturbance. There was far less dirt and grime over the stonework now that they'd come so close to the city gate and the houses of Old Dragon's Nest. A lot more work to keep this end of town clean, Tanner thought bitterly, which doesn't exactly help us right now. "It's no good," he said with a sigh, pushing back from the cart. "I can't pick up the trail anymore." "Me neither," said Jack, stroking the raven, Spearbeak, Crexus had called it, on her shoulder. "And whoever was pulling the cart doesn't seem to have left a smell for Ember to track." There was a senseless joke in there somewhere, but Tanner let it be. "Wonderful," Crexus said with a deep grunt that made Tanner feel right at home. "So we have just enough to know that we have nothing." "Even the pieces of a trail can lead to something later on," Jack said coolly. "But I think it's best we get some more sleep and follow other leads in the morning." "Agreed," said Crexus, looking out at the rising glow of the sun over the eastern wall. "It would be best if we weren't seen slinking around in the shadows come sunrise. All of you should meet me back at the temple when you wake. I'll have your payment, and hopefully a clearer path to offer." "Sounds good to me," said Allie, moving past the others for the nearby main road and the iron ladle. Nodding at Tanner and Jack, Crexus broke off the other way, likely to meet up with the steps to the temple on the other end of the market square. "Good night to you, too," Tanner muttered, following Jack as she slipped into the narrow street behind Allie. Minutes later, they were back in the square, the central fountain splashing waters failing to soothe Tanner's heart. Regardless, he veered his course for it, scooping up a double handful and splashing it on his face. Didn't help much either, he decided, turning back for his house. He caught Jack's quizzical look as he did, before the woman guided her wolf toward the inn, and, his face flushing red, he trotted for the side of Curtis's home, clambering ungracefully up the wall to his open loft window. "The hell?" He heard Farid, the miller's son, mumble on his way to deliver the week's flour to Sally. "No autographs, please," Tanner thought as he plopped down onto his bed. Thankfully, he didn't hear the other men banging on Curtis's door a few seconds later, so he must have been recognized. That's right, not a burglar, just odd. With that thought, and far darker ones, swirling in his mind, Tanner fell quickly back to sleep. "Oh, you've been out all night, then?" Jack heard Sally as she opened the door to the inn, but Allie was already down the hall, disappearing into her room. "Just for a bit," Jack said, smiling at the older woman as she took in the vast array of dishes and mugs that lined the bar, and counter behind as Sally made preparations for the day. The scent of yeast wafted heavily from the back room, touched with the sweet aroma of the inn's small selection of drinks. We had some friends to see. Sally held up a handful of towel. Oddly my business then, is it, love? If the other lady doesn't want me asking questions, no questions is just what I'll ask, but a light breakfast then. Yes, please, said Jack, sidling awkwardly back to her room. If it's not too much trouble. No trouble at all, love, Sally said, waving her off. I always set aside some for townsfolk what need odd time of day orders. You go on and get yourself rest now. Jack chuckled softly as she retreated to her room, dropping back into bed immediately after slipping off her weapons. Busy night, huh? She whispered, stroking the top of Ember's head when he rested it on the mattress. She glanced over at the nightstand, where Spearbeak had quickly hopped up to perch atop the doused lantern, peering out the open window. Your call, Jack said softly, smiling at the bird when it looked her direction. I'll understand either way. With that, she closed her eyes, trying to absorb the sudden shift in her fortune. A day ago, she'd had no direction beyond simply reaching Dragon's Nest, and maybe learning about people who lived there. Now she was among them, already ensnared in a dark conspiracy that had claimed the lives of 3 scholars. Remember, my treasure, her father's voice sounded in her ears. There will be many times in life when it seems that your plans have been shattered. But it is often in these very moments when we discover what it was that awaited us all along. Guess I found a way around that, Jack thought with a smirk. It's a lot harder to have your plans shattered when you haven't made any from the start. Chapter 5. Demons New and Old. Allie guessed that it must have been spurred on by the strange magic she'd felt at the abrupt trail ends that night, because her dream seemed to pick up right where it had left off. The magic had felt cold, powerful, and familiar, but also somehow different. Regardless, she'd instantly retreated from it. The darkness had been there, and that had been enough. Just like it had felt that awful day. My dear, it's absolutely gorgeous. Exquisite, simply sublime, darling, said Shala, feigning the grotesquely superior attitude they'd both witnessed countless times in the upper crust of Lorson. Yeah, said Allie, squirming in the tight bodice and heavy skirts of the latest dress Shala had picked out. So damn sublime, I'm about to lose my breakfast. Shala rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, she said, motioning around the large, opulent dressing room, lined with racks of clothing. Just look at all the other options I could have tortured you with. This one's actually got some nice flair to it without being too... No, I mean, it's ridiculously tight, Allie grunted, fumbling to loosen the straps of her dress. I feel like I'm about to throw up that pie. Oh, said Shala, spinning her around and quickly relieving the tension in the bustier. Well, don't do that. I paid somebody else's good money for that thing. Allie whooshed out a sigh, shaking her head as she turned around and began to shrug out of the dress. Look, Shala, I really do appreciate all this, but this just isn't... Oh, please, said Shala, her eyes growing pitifully wide. I'll just have the nice lady do up the next one looser, okay? You still haven't tried on the royal blue one I picked out. At Allie's wary look, she groaned. Ugh, fine. We can go down to Borehole and catch some fish with the boys. Happy now? Why shouldn't I be? Allie said with a wicked grin, quickly slipping back into her street clothes. I have just played the best girl in the business. Shala's look of surprise was just as delicious now as it had been then, leaving Allie to feel herself smile as the two of them rushed out of the dressing room past the startled seamstress, Allie just barely outrunning Shala's playful swings. Then, of course, came the darkness, the screams, and the wild destruction. Allie came thrashing to wakefulness, sweat clinging to her face and neck as she took in the entirety of her room, well lit in the mid-morning sunshine that poured in through her window. She closed her eyes, willing the memories back down. Too late to turn back now, and Tothaka and Crexus trusted you with what they know. Leaving would only make you look guilty. And she couldn't leave. She still had answers to find, and, if Lethold was right, this was the best place to do that. Also, she'd be lying if she said she'd feel relieved to abandon whatever was happening. It may not have been clear what all the scorpion men had in store for Dragon's Nest, but she also hadn't become so disconnected with the world as to feel no responsibility for the people around her. Rena had died on her watch, something she'd sworn would never happen again. So whoever these scorpion men were, they'd just made one more enemy. Now, if only I could get over myself long enough not to lose my nerve at the first sign of dark magic. Keeping her head down, she made her way out to the bar, quickly finding an empty table and accepting her usual breakfast of bread and oatmeal from Sally. The flavor of the meal barely brushed her thoughts, as focused as she was on the sensation she'd felt in the alley the night before. It had been dark and powerful, certainly, but also not entirely. She shook her head, scarfing down the rest of her breakfast. Jack must have already left, which meant that she was late. People who were too late were asked questions. Allie wasn't in the mood for questions. "Nothing to see here," Tanner muttered, glancing nervously about at the scholars who passed him the other way on the stairs to the temple. "Just a normal, everyday citizen off to pray to Nomenkal." It was a believable excuse, if not a logical one for Tanner. He'd never really given much thought to the Therkor deities or what they could do for him, despite growing up in the shadow of the domed temple. Well, when the sun hits just right, anyway. Even in his personal struggles as a foxkin, he hadn't felt the need to beg some extra planar being for help. If the legends were true, the Therkor had enough on their plates with all of the wars on their plane without taking time to answer each and every prayer. Besides, Tanner hadn't really seen any improvement in the lives of his friends who did give the whole prayer thing a chance. None of this was because of his animal nature. In fact, the temple was one of the few places in the city where citizens and visitors of all kinds were welcome. Bundin, a dogkin merchant in town and Drogel's employer, made no secret of the fact that he visited a personal shrine in the temple's lower levels once a week. It wasn't clear to Tanner what Bundin gained from this. His shop was still struggling after all, but Bundin went all the same. Maybe they just all need a quiet place to think, Tanner thought, idly wondering about all the things he might pray for. A look into Curtis's mind would top the list. "So, you're not working today?" the bearkin had said flatly when Tanner had emerged from the house and mentioned that the job from last night wasn't over. "No," he'd replied. "In fact, I need to be off to another meeting right now. It is important, Dad." Curtis had merely grunted, motioning for Tanner to be off. "I'll, bring you something back from the ladle," he'd offered weakly before walking quickly out into the square. "Should make a nice lunch," Curtis had muttered. Tanner had winced at the exaggeration, wanting desperately to turn around and apologize for oversleeping, on top of everything else. No good, he thought, as he continued up the steps to the temple. He remembered vividly the other times he tried to say sorry to the bearkin, only to be met with a hard stare and the familiar reprimand, "Don't be sorry. Change." "Would certainly like to," Tanner thought, growling under his breath. Maybe things can go back to normal after. He looked down at his hand. He'd washed it clean in the basin by his bed upon waking, but he could still see the blood. Could smell the sickeningly sweet iron and taste the bitterness on his tongue. Just one more reason to love being a foxkin. His eyes lifted to the top of the stairs, quickly distracting his thoughts from the night before. Well, that part of last night, anyway. Crexus was there, talking quietly with a scholar Tanner would probably recognize until the day he died. The one that got me into this. For his part, Edom was talking probably a bit too loudly as he hissed something up at Crexus, a few syllables reaching Tanner's ears. Nothing intelligible, but a few steps more. Edom turned, catching sight of Tanner as his eyes quickly widened. "Well," said the scholar, far too loudly to sound normal, "I suppose I should be searching for those books for you then, Crexus." "Fine," Crexus said with a nod, motioning back to the temple's main entrance. Pointedly averting his gaze from Tanner, Edom scurried off, nearly tripping on his long red robe. Crexus gave a weary grunt as Tanner approached. "Good man, I suppose. Stupid, but harmless." Tanner feigned surprise. "Careful. With you throwing around so many compliments, I might expect a few myself." As anticipated, Crexus ignored the remark, only glowering at Tanner when the younger man added, "So, got any more of those fancy potions? Feeling a bit frail this morning." Jack walked briskly up the steps to the temple. No set time had been agreed on, but she'd lost track of the passage of the sun on her morning jog along the bluff, giving how lost in thought she'd been, and Crexus hardly seemed a type to indulge late mornings. Besides, she wanted to get things moving along, too, and the dozens of guards who hurried about the market square, trying their best not to appear hurried, helped to remind Jack of the urgency they faced. She caught sight of Tanner and Crexus at the top of the stairs, and she smiled down to Ember. Well, we're not last, right? The wolf simply continued panting on his way up the stairs. She'd pushed him hard that morning, she knew, especially after days of travel and the pitched fight of the night before. And if last night doesn't plan to be an isolated incident, it might be good to pace ourselves a bit. "Good morning," said Tanner as Jack reached them, seeming to take in Jack's vacant shoulder perch. Spearbeak had gone when she'd awoken that morning, likely soaring off to find his roost back at the temple, his home before Rena's time under cover. Crexus, meanwhile, merely grunted, looking past Jack down the steps. Turning, Jack caught sight of an approaching Allie, who looked like she might still be nibbling on a small chunk of bread in her hand. The guardsmen stood patiently, waiting for their last member to arrive. Then, just before she did, he muttered without looking at Jack or Tanner, "Count to 30, then follow, one at a time." By the time Allie arrived, he was already striding back for the stairs beyond the dais, avoiding eye contact with the few milling scholars around with the skill of a professional. Tanner looked to Jack, visibly counting under his breath. Following a go-ahead shrug from Jack, he strode off after Crexus, leaving Jack to inform the arriving Allie. "Count to 30, and then follow, I guess." She proceeded to demonstrate, trailing Tanner just as he disappeared beyond the dais, and trying to look like she was marveling at the temple's architecture. The ruse was made easier by the fact that she actually was. Once they'd all arrived in the chamber they'd visited the night before, Crexus, who'd positioned himself by the opening, pressed the stone that caused the stone door to slide shut, and tossed a large sack in his grasp to the floor at the feet of the others. "Your reward," he said curtly. Glancing between Tanner and Allie, Jack bent down, reaching inside and withdrawing what she took to be, for her, a stunningly crafted longbow. "I took the liberty of studying your tactics in combat," said Crexus, affirming her thoughts as she gave the bow a testing tug, feeling as though it responded to her touch. "Following my return to the temple, I spent some time searching for the items that would assist you in your areas of expertise." He motioned to the bow. "I know only the basics of those myself, but the temple lore master assured me that this weapon had been endowed with the ability to enhance your automatic understanding of a target, should you take the time to direct its magical energies before an attack." Jack hefted the lightweight weapon, finding that she believed the man's words without difficulty. The bow almost felt like it had a will of its own, like it wished to help her learn the weaknesses of her enemies. "Thank you," she said softly, nodding her gratitude at Crexus. She didn't have the heart to tell him that her extensive training of anatomy under her father and other skilled hunters rendered such magical guidance nearly moot. Her arrows seldom missed their mark already, even flung from her simple self-made bow. But she knew better than to be ungrateful in the face of what likely represented dozens of hours on the part of a gifted mage, etching the length of the bow with veins of memory stone. The extra edge might come in handy after all, and admittedly, the bow was exquisite. Not surprisingly, Crexus grunted in response to her gratitude, quickly turning to Tanner as the younger man withdrew a deep, red cloak from the sack. "I see you found your item. Since I've seen you wield magical fire with some efficiency, I thought it best that you wear this in combat. I'm told it should go far in increasing the potency of your flame attacks." Tanner's eyes widened with excitement, and he quickly slipped the cloak over his shoulders, staring intently at his palm. Fire sprang out of nothing above his fingertips, burning twice as bright as it had been the night before, even surrounded by the considerable glow of the wall sconces in the chamber. The subtle embroidery along the length of his cloak seemed to surge with energy in response. "Neat," he said with a grin, letting the fire dwindle. Another grunt from Crexus as he stepped forward to reach into the sack, seeming to sense Allie's hesitation. He soon withdrew a small, sheathed dagger, holding it out to the young woman. "Its name is Biriak," said the bodyguard, extending the handle to Allie, "and you should find it more difficult to lose than the one you misplaced last night." Allie cocked an eyebrow, slowly reaching out to take the dagger and fastening it to a hidden clasp beneath her robe. Only then did she draw it, studying the gleaming blade for a moment before finally cracking a muted smile. "It's beautiful," she said softly. "And can pierce dragonhide," said Crexus, adding at Allie's brightened face, "or so I'm told." He motioned to the nearly empty sack. "There are 3 equal sacks of coin as well, with more to come should you prove useful in this mission. Now then," he said, leaning against his shield as Tanner tossed the other 2 their shares of the money. It was one thing to acquire these items from the temple treasury, but we'll need to go elsewhere for healing power. That is something far more closely monitored. So we have one more stop to make before we continue our search. Shelves filled to the brim with vials and jars of all colors, hunks of wood, and various shards of stone surrounded Allie on all sides. She'd never been in an actual magic shop before, but the heavy aroma of natural energies that wafted through the rows of shelves from the back of the shop reminded her of years at the Aranax Sanctuary and her training with Lethold. There was an earthy essence to this place that she hadn't realized she missed, one that felt sorely lacking in the sterile confines of the domed temple. "Hello?" Crexus called out as he closed the door of the shop behind him. "Zeja? Are you here?" When there was no immediate response, the small group began making their way up to the front desk. In contrast to the main area, the floor behind the desk seemed to be covered with wood shavings, and the shelves back there lined with bundles of twigs submerged in dark liquid. Allie found herself nodding slowly in appreciation. Whoever was in charge of the wand making here obviously took great pride in their work. Nearby, Tanner tapped on a large jar of green fluid. "So, never actually been in here. What is all this stuff?" "Oh, why, that's pickle juice," came a loud, high-pitched voice from the stairs behind the counter. Turning, Allie caught sight of a vibrantly feathered phoenix blood fluttering down from the second story, near where a large tree seemed to spring up through the floor, ceiling, and roof to sport a magnificent crown of foliage outside in the market square. Welcome to Zeja's realm of wands," said the birdkin, waddling up to the stool behind the counter and hopping lightly up to it. "I am Zeja, proprietor and head crafts being of all that you see before you." "Including the pickle juice," Jack said slowly. "Quite so," said Zeja. "I'm afraid there's no room for such things in the back, or on the next floor, as that space is utilized for our specialty, wands. Besides, if properly treated and sealed, it can always be reused." "The pickle juice," said Allie, "not the wands." Zeja cocked her head, her beak clacking in her equivalent of a snort. "Naturally, although I have, on occasion, been able to re-enchant a previously purchased wand that was brought back to me, provided the customer who initially purchased it was able to keep the memory stone in good condition." Allie saw Tanner stiffen out of the corner of her eye, almost sighing in exasperation at what she knew was coming. To the uneducated, memory stone was something to be feared, thanks to the horrific example of the Infinity Grove. What had once been a place of powerful magic had been rendered a jagged, rocky wasteland that tore apart the minds of anyone who crossed its borders. But Memory Stone couldn't help its empathic nature. It was far from sentient, but, likely as a side effect of being the source of all natural magics, it was able to feed on the emotions that bled off the events around it. And, given the raids against the dwarves who had once tried to settle in the Infinity Grove, and the devastation that dragons had brought years later, it was understandable that the most powerful nexus of magic in the world had been tainted, driven mad by the horrors it had witnessed. "Memory Stone," Tanner repeated, failing to sound nonchalant. "As in the stuff that drives you crazy if you go near it?" Again, Zeja clacked her beak. "What nonsense! It's nothing but a mineral, dear boy, and a useful one at that. How else did you think we're able to infuse our wands with magics, I know magic when I see it, dear boy, and even that cloak of yours was likely embroidered with threads interwoven with the strands of Memory Stone." Tanner tried unsuccessfully to shrug away from his cloak, uncertainty twisting in his face. This time, Zeja gave an impatient squawk. "Oh, it's harmless, dear boy. Any amount of Memory Stone, properly bonded with a single user, should be able to withstand any potentially negative energies around it, remaining docile and obedient." She hesitated. "You are the only person to use that cloak within the last year, correct?" Said Tanner, glancing to Crexus, who gave a reluctant nod. "Yes." "Good!" Zeja practically shouted, fluttering up to the counter. "Then there's nothing to fear. Now, then, have you all come to purchase goods?" She manifested a handful of wands, seemingly out of nowhere, deftly laying them all out in a line on the countertop as she stooped over them. These are our simple wands. This one is a fine wand that assists you in locating dark energies. This one helps to protect you from such nasty things. This one makes people shut up. This one makes people throw up. And this one... She held up a minimally engraved stick that swirled with all the colors of quartz, waving it before Allie's face. Makes people stupid. For some odd reason, Allie found herself fighting the urge to burst out laughing. Or perhaps she wanted to slap the stupid wand out of her face. Maybe it was the ridiculousness of so much change in her routine so abruptly. Or maybe it was something to do with the reality of the threat they could be facing was beginning to sink in. Either way, Allie felt the sudden urge to retreat. We were actually hoping for something more along the lines of healing, said Jack. Ah, a bestseller of ours, said Zeja, leaping back down off the counter and waddling for the stairs. Nearly every scholar who comes through here seems to get one of those, even with the scaly attacks dropping off. Don't go anywhere. I'll go see if we're not quite out. What followed was a solid minute of muffled, thinking-out-loud yelling, what sounded like Zeja's staff trying to get a word in, and Zeja cutting them off as though she recalled something. Then, the birdkin was fluttering back downstairs, hopping up to the counter and dropping another wand at her feet. Our last in stock. It's a good thing Marima's back in town today. I was about to run out of materials for these. We'll take it, Jack said quickly, counting out the coin the nearby sign demanded for a simple wand. And actually one of those warning ones, too, said Tanner, pausing to look pitifully back at Crexus. No chance of a temple subsidy on this. At Crexus's hard stare, he nodded, beginning to count coins out of his pay as well. Right, well, here you are, Zeja. He hesitated, squinting into the birdkin's face. And we're sure these aren't made from Infinity Grove materials? Oh my, no, Zeja blurted. Why, these come from, well, a much more local source. Still eyeing the wands warily, Tanner sighed. Uh-huh. But if I lose my mind, I'm coming back to smash all of your pickle juice. Zeja's eyes went wide for a moment before she seemed to grasp the joke. Oh, well said, dear boy. Well said. With remarkable swiftness, her feathered hand swept up the coins and the unpurchased wands. I wish you all good health and the happiness of a truly satisfied customer. Nice lady, Tanner thought, replaying the group's brief encounter with Zeja as he led the others back to his home. He was carrying a tray with 2 large plates of food at the moment, though he wasn't feeling particularly hungry. He'd stopped by the iron ladle after picking up his new wand, which he continually had to assure himself wasn't burning through his pocket or trying to creep into his mind. Admittedly, it was getting close to lunchtime now. Hopefully it'll improve Curtis's mood that he was right. The enormous bearkin was already in view, his furry hand swiftly fashioning what had been a handful of metal scraps the day before into an impressive breastplate. He looked up as Tanner and the others drew near, setting down his hammer and taking a seat on the stool behind him as he crossed his arms. And he's gonna watch us get closer, Tanner thought, trying not to squirm. So, I'll do the talking, Tanner whispered over his shoulder. He heard no complaints. That figures. Hey, Dad, I brought your lunch. Well, an early lunch, I guess, but yeah. He handed off the plate, stepping back to his own stool and sitting down. Silently, Curtis began to devour the bread and meat on the plate, taking in each of Tanner's companions with an even stare. Crexus had stayed a few steps back, and Tanner found himself wondering if that was to make them seem like less of a group, or if Curtis's gaze unsettled the temple guard as much as it did Tanner. Allie merely nodded at the bearkin, while Jack attempted a smile, one that wavered when Curtis scowled down at Ember. Right, so, these are my new friends, Tanner blurted. And, well, we're all kind of working on this thing together. He stopped when Curtis looked back at him, the bearkin licking gravy from his muzzle. He was obviously scrutinizing the new cloak at this point. Don't ask. Please don't ask. Curtis didn't, instead resuming his meal more intently. Well, we've got some things to do then, said Tanner, standing to leave. He set his own plate aside, deciding that his appetite wasn't likely to return any time soon. Tanner, Curtis said gruffly. Tanner winced, meeting his father's gaze. Yes? The bearkin simply stared into him for a moment, finally grunting. The world will always try to suck you in. It's up to you to decide if you'll let it. A slow, uncontrollable gulp kept Tanner from replying immediately. It is important, Dad. Curtis grunted, finishing off his meal with a final mouthful of beef. It usually is. He handed the plate back to Tanner, stood, and picked up his hammer. Subconsciously holding his breath, Tanner grabbed his own plate and backed away a few steps before hustling off. I'll, meet you guys at the fountain at midday, he said as he passed Allie and Jack. I've got a couple leads to, well, yeah, we'll see. Once he'd returned Sally's dishes, Tanner trotted across the street to the shining chalice. By then, Allie, Jack, and Crexus weren't still in front of Curtis's house. Not that Tanner could blame them. Must be following another lead. The market square was in full swing, with dozens of townspeople, both old and new nesters, milling about between the establishments and the recently arrived merchant's cart. Marima, one of the few merchants who braved the roads between Dragon's Nest and the more prosperous cities in Kavorum, had parked by the central fountain, seeming to already have deposited a good chunk of her wares that were likely spoken for months previously. Kodiar, resident lamplight and self-appointed citywide janitor, was busily stooping his crooked old frame as he tried to sweep around Marima's sizable cart. Tanner felt himself smile as he saw the dark-haired human merchant notice the old codger's efforts and ease her cart away from the fountain by lightly slapping her horse's rump. There. Now why can't everyone around here work together like that? Can't we just all get along? After a quick look passed between him and Marima, the merchant smiled and waved. Any special orders this time, Tanner? She asked. Not at the moment. Tanner shot back with a grin. But I'm sure I'll get a new request in for an opal throwing star or something as soon as you leave. Marima chuckled as he continued past in an obvious hurry, taking the hint that she shouldn't hold him up any longer. It was often the way between the two that Tanner would find himself in need of the unique supplies Marima could scrounge up in her journeys at the most inconvenient times for both of them. Well, you know my next stop, Marima replied, turning back to her work as Tanner passed. I'm sure your father would be happy to foot the bill for a pigeon. Tanner snorted. Right. See you at the ladle? Damn right, said Marima, already distracted by the sorting of her wares. As usual, Tanner drew no odd looks as he crossed over to the old side of the square. If anything, armed as he was with his human form and his new flashy cloak, he drew a couple of respectful gazes. No chance of that if they bothered to piece together that I was that scrawny fox cub running around the square a few years back. Tanner thought bitterly, managing to keep his fancy-free smile as he stepped into the shining chalice. In layout, the building was very much like the ladle. The differences lay in the decor and architecture, as the chalice sported walls of meticulous stonework and furniture of the finest quality with almost no food stains. It being the beginning of lunch hour, the chalice was packed with sociable old nesters, scholars, and guardsmen who had grown tired of the swill served in the barracks. Still don't manage to make as much noise as a pair of street rats at the ladle. Ah, Tanner, my boy! A booming voice sounded from behind the counter. A clean-shaven, barrel-chested man in fine clothes stepped up to the service side of the bar, beaming at Tanner. Haven't seen you in quite some time, lad. You've been going over to the ladle? The last word was said with enough vitriol that Tanner almost felt the need to dodge it in the air. Yeah, he said, knowing full well what was coming. Sally really does know her stuff, Dalen. Said Dalen Thinel, owner of the Shining Chalice. That woman wouldn't know good business if it bit her in the face. Then, softly aside, that beautiful face of hers. Tanner grinned. Right. So, I don't suppose you've had anyone official in here lately? Always, Dalen said with a proud laugh. He pointed a brawny arm to the corner of the bar. Sergeant Thane came in just a minute ago for lunch, if that's the kind of official you're looking for. That'll do nicely, said Tanner, dipping his head in Dalen's direction. Thank you, sir. We'll call it even if you actually stop by for more than a dose of gossip, Dalen chuckled. He looked like he wanted to say more, but another patron stepped up to demand his attention. Nothing personal, Dalen. Tanner thought as he weaved his way back to a table of Old Nest youngsters who'd waved him over. Just haven't been feeling at home around here lately. It wasn't that anyone had mistreated him. If anything, the problem was that they acted like he was one of them, and, despite his many assurances to Curtis to the contrary, he wasn't always sure that he liked that. Not when there were so many half-breed new nesters who couldn't slap on a human face whenever they liked. Tanner spent the next half hour chatting up the other patrons before directly approaching the sergeant. It wasn't good to approach someone who was running on an empty stomach, and He'd had more than enough time to let the man's food settle. Thane had a long-running habit of poring over documents as he ate. His mealtimes had been known to last hours. "Sergeant," said Tanner, slumping to a seat across from the scowling soldier when the moment felt right. "Been a while since we've talked." Sergeant Thane nodded slowly. "Not since the crock-blood problems early last year, aye." "Really? Wow," said Tanner, shaking his head. "Confidentially, I'm hearing that you might be needing to talk to my dad and me again real soon. People are starting to gab about all the extra helmets around town and the scared-looking saps under them." Thane sneered, revealing the small bit of venison stuck in his teeth. "Are they now?" "Sure are," said Tanner. "Course, I've just been telling everyone the truth. The sergeant's got it all under control, I tell them. He protected us from the crockbloods, and he'll handle whatever problems we've got now." The sergeant's posture relaxed, a flicker of pride coming to his face. "Got that right, lad." Then, leaning forward, "And extra confidentially, you might, in fact, wanting to be telling your dad to be getting that furnace stoked up nice and hot. We may be having need of it soon enough." "No fooling," Tanner said, hoping the shock and excitement in his voice sounded genuine. "Well, I'll get right on that, sir. You just keep eating. War heroes need to keep up their strength after all." Thane snickered. "Sure do. Good lad. Off you go then." So, he's on the case, Tanner thought, slipping out the door with a wave at Dalen, which means so is his assistant. Old loose lips Bert, probably still back at the barracks, working alone. Chapter 6. In Search of Answers. Tanner eased up outside Sergeant Thane's office door back at the barracks. He'd passed by Crexus and Alley outside, having already spotted Jack following a troop of soldiers down an alley. It hadn't been hard to establish eye contact and mutely communicate that he was headed inside. Now, crouched outside of Thane's office, he could hear the rustling of papers from within. Peeking through the slit of the cracked open door, Tanner spotted just what he was hoping for. "Bert!" he exclaimed, swinging the door wide open. "Gah!" said the assistant, throwing his hands up before his thin, scraggly face, the papers he'd been holding scattering to the floor. "Oh, it's you, lad. What you doing here?" "Official business, I'm afraid," said Tanner, feigning reluctance to cut short any pleasantries. "I assume you know all about the threat the city's facing." Bert nodded soberly. "That I do. Do you know, I heard that these assassins actually burrow somehow. Think of it. They murdered one of our own, pick him right off the wall, and then they just scurry back into their spider holes." "Disgusting," said Tanner, easily pulling off a sneer. "Well, all the more reason we need to go about stopping them." He looked at the scattered papers, stepping forward with a smile. "We can start by getting those sorted." "My thanks, lad," Bert said with a laugh, stooping to pick up one half of the pile. Tanner retrieved the other, surreptitiously scanning them as he sorted them by date, as he saw Bert doing. "A lot of stuff here coming straight from Guard Captain Phylac." "Oh, that was painless, eh, lad?" Bert said once they were finished. "Now, was there something you needed?" "I was going to ask you that," said Tanner. "I just came from the sergeant over at the Chalice, and he said you might be able to use a hand with things." Relief washed over Bert's face. "That I could, lad," he said, retrieving a small envelope from the top of the desk. "This was supposed to go to Guard Captain Phylac an hour ago, but I haven't been able to tear away from my work. Do you think you could?" "Say no more," said Tanner, snatching up the scroll. "This'll be in his hands as soon as I can get there." "Fantastic," said Bert, sighing. "Just tell him that the spaces that are marked are the points of interest. He'll know what it means." "I'm sure he will," said Tanner, smiling as he strode from the room. "Just hope I can figure it out." Jack eased around to Tavik's peripheral vision, careful to keep her stance non-threatening. He seemed on edge. She'd followed him a ways down the street until he and his troop had stopped to speak in hushed voices. Probably would seem a bit too eager just to walk right up to him now. Thankfully, he caught sight of her quickly, double-taking and hissing something to his comrades before walking over to her. Good morning, Jack," he said hesitantly, adjusting his wide-brimmed helmet. "What are you doing here?" "Hoping to talk to you," Jack said with a friendly smile. "Easy. Don't spook the horse who can get you a talk with Phylac." I don't suppose you know what's going on with all the extra troops around. Tavik sighed. One of our own was killed last night. They found his body on the wall. This part was hardly news to Jack. She'd suspected as much after returning to the attack site the night before, only to have her suspicions confirmed when she, Allie, and Crexus had visited the cemetery in hopes of finding a lead on Rena's body. They'd had no luck, but Simon, the groundskeeper, had informed them of the recent burial of a guardsman, right after they'd nearly given the poor old man a heart attack by happening abruptly upon him around the corner of his hut. That's awful, said Jack, putting sincerity in the words. Do you know who might have done it? The lads aren't talking about anything else, said Tavik, awkwardly shifting his weight. Some think it's the orcs from down south causing trouble again. Others say it's the goblins. Some of us think it smells more like the scalies from the swamplands east of here, though. Only thing is, we can't figure out what might have riled them up again. Jack frowned. Again? Tavik nodded. Yeah, must have been over a year ago. The last time scalies were written on trade carts and pilgrim scholars. Maid and Axis arranged a meeting with them and called a truce. Nobody passes through their lands and they don't attack us. But it's got to be them. 2 more of our lads haven't reported back from the Westmore Bridge. Oh, Jack said, swallowing as she pieced things together. Well, I might know what happened to them. Tavik frowned. What? A pair of crockbloods attacked me on the other side of the bridge. It looked like they'd already found someone to kill, though. Tavik's eyes went wide. You faced them on your own? Jack's hand rested on Ember's head. Not exactly. Oh, said Tavik, taking in the wolf. Right. Well, their first kills must have been our boys, which means the scalies don't care about keeping to their own lands anymore. Jack grunted. The one with the metal jaw seemed to think that's just what they were doing. Tavik froze. Ironjaw? You killed Ironjaw? Yes, Jack said slowly. That's what the other one called him. Damn, said Tavik, his face turning pale. I heard he was at the last meeting with the Nexus, one of the more aggressive ones, and a general or something. If the Skylies are convinced he's a martyr... Tavik stared at Jack for a long time, seemingly reluctant to say his next words. Jack, if you have somewhere safe, that you can go, you might want to leave while you can. Things could get worse real fast. A nice thought, Jack said with a dry smile, but I don't think anywhere close is safe right now, so I don't seem to have the luxury. The expression on Tavik's face could only be described as conflicted relief. Right, well, I'd best be off to report this to the sergeant. Jack stiffened. With all that was happening, there was no way of knowing who was aware of what, or who would want to hide the right things to cover their own tracks. Is that necessary? She said, wincing. It's my job, Tavik said with a scowl. If I have information, I bring it to my superiors. Simple as that. Right, but be careful, all right, Tavik? He nodded. You too, Jack. Before he started away, he seemed to remember something. Sorry. Did you need anything else? No, Jack said lightly, trying on a smile. You go do your job. As she watched him hurry back to the barracks, she heaved a heavy sigh. We can get that talk with Phylac another way. So, you like daggers, said Craxus, leaning against his shield beside Allie, his seemingly preferred stance. Yeah, said Allie, shifting her weight against the wall of the bookshop near the barracks to better watch the street. Prefer hacking at things myself, said Crexus, but I get the appeal of a dagger for a more personal kill. Allie glanced sidelong at the man, her eyes narrowing to a squint. Is he trying to small talk? You know, silence is good too, she said after a long moment. To her surprise, Crexus actually gave a faint smile at this. Agreed. My apologies. Okay, thought Allie, returning her attention to the continued bustle of guardsmen around the barracks. If the others forced her and Crexus to wait any longer, they'd probably have to head inside the bookshop and buy something to avoid looking suspicious. Thankfully, she spotted the returning Tanner and Jack at almost the same instant, the latter only a few hundred feet behind the frantic-looking guardsmen she'd been following. Allie hoped that her impatience showed as she watched them approach. Hey, so I've got this map, said Tanner, pointing at the small scroll in his hand. Thing is, we need another one fast to copy the markings on this one, 'cause it's got places to be. Allie found herself giving a genuine smirk as the answer to the problem formed in her mind. I know where we can get one, she said, looking over to Crexus, but you're not going to like it. Just do it, Crexus groaned, holding a large, handcrafted map of the city out on the table. I'll make it quick, I promise, said Tanner, quickly referencing the map in his hand and using a quill to match the markings that had been added to the map he'd somehow procured. Allie smiled at the scene, relishing the petty payback she was exacting on the temple archives for blocking her attempts at every turn. The only quick place in town to find a map and no questions? The only place where no one would expect you to bother stealing one. She'd happily led them all back to her usual corner table down in the archives, having slipped a rolled-up map of Dragon's Nest off its shelf on the way. And, once Tanner was done awkwardly drying the ink with his breath, they'd slip out with a free map. Justice does come in strange forms sometimes. And I think that should do it, said Tanner, stepping back from the map to pat the cringing Crexus on the shoulder. See? Quick and painless. Fine, Crexus growled, begrudgingly looking over the map. As he did, his face went slack. We were here, he said, pointing to one of the markings, when the trail went dead, and here. He looked heavily at the handful of other markings scattered around the city. Makes you wonder what the other spots are, Jack said, crossing her arms. We'll find out later, said Allie, stepping forward and rolling up the map. Right now, we need to leave. With practiced hands, she slipped the map under her robe, smirking wickedly at Crexus when he visibly grasped what she intended to do. What? Did you think we were going to leave it here? She strolled back out of the archives, no one taking notice. As usual, that suited her just fine. Tanner took a measured breath as he approached the front door of Guard Captain Phylak's house. It had been a while since he'd channeled the magic inside of him to create a false image around himself for others to see. He'd been inspired to attempt it after his success at assuming human form years earlier, though a couple of his friends, Drogal and Sally, had been able to sense the deception, likely because of how well they knew him. With more practice, however, Tanner had been able to convince them that he was a traveling scholar or a primped-up old nester on more than one occasion, usually just for a laugh. Recently, however, he'd discovered that he'd grown out of using his power for such minor things. Wonder if this means I'm maturing, he thought, raising a fist to pound against the large door to Phylak's home. He fought the urge to straighten the armor he appeared to be wearing. Experience told him that poking holes in the disguise was easily done. A long moment passed before the sound of muffled footfalls approached from inside, the door swinging inward when the footfalls stopped. Altrazar, Phylak's servant girl and part-time barmaid for Sally at the ladle, stood there, her hair a tangled, sweaty mess, and her face flushed all the way up to her pointed ears. Even after years of knowing her, Tanner found himself fighting back a wince at the sight. He'd known her long enough to grasp that not a drop of her blood was elvish. The truth behind her ears was far more disturbing. Phylak was something of an elf enthusiast. Can I help you? Altrazar asked, wiping her hands on her apron as she examined the wholly nondescript guardsman before her. Got a message for the captain, said Tanner, remembering to disguise his voice in time. Is he in? Yes, in his office, said Altrazar, motioning back behind the stone stairwell that curved around the entryway. Feel free to head back there. Thank you, said Tanner, but Altrazar was already gone, hurrying back to the kitchen or wherever her most urgent task was. A low growl rose up in Tanner as he caught Phylak's scent and made his way back to the office. Even on a normal day, Altrazar was forced to run herself ragged, keeping up with the demands of her work for Phylak, as well as at the ladle. With everything happening around town now, Phylak was doubtlessly heaping more chores on her for the sake of the power trip. There were times when Tanner could almost convince himself that he could help Altrazar, but there never seemed to be a way. Well, not a legal one. Altrazar was Phylak's lawfully indentured servant, and no amount of childish wishing could change that. Guard Captain, he said in a guttural voice as he reached the partially open door to Phylak's office. What? Oh, come in, said a gruff voice from inside. Have you got something for me? Tanner pushed his way inside, taking in the enormous human behind the desk. He was decked in full armor and a dark green cloak, and even the large littered desk in front of him did little to dwarf his size. The look of him was so massive as Tanner drew near that it almost seemed an impossibility that the guard captain's chair could support him for another second. "Map of the city, sir, from Bert," said Tanner, handing the rolled parchment to Phylac over the desk. "The marked areas are the points of interest." "Good," said Phylac, accepting the map and setting it aside for the moment. "That will be all, guardsman." A sigh of relief escaped Tanner as he stepped back outside, making for the front door. Perhaps it had been paranoid of him to think that Phylac would have had some way of determining that the map had already been unrolled, but it hadn't stopped it from seeming like a very real possibility. Tanner's gaze was drawn back down the hall to the kitchen as he reached the door, but he pushed thoughts of Atrazar aside and stepped back into the exterior of Phylac's small estate. Atrazar was made of stronger stuff than most people knew. She'd be all right. And then, maybe when there were no more scorpion men demanding Tanner's attention, he could go back to wishing for a way to help get her out and see the world she was so crazy about. Jack frowned as she studied the back of Guard Captain Phylac's house from afar. Curious, she thought, peering through the iron fence at the subtle trail of damage someone had trekked through the otherwise immaculate garden. If someone had been so meticulous in keeping the plants pristine, why would they have allowed someone to cut through the tomatoes? Ember nuzzled her leg as she continued circling the estate, seeming to sense her unease as he looked up at her. "It's nothing, Ember," she said softly. "Not yet, anyway." As they came around the front of the house again, she caught sight of the guardsman Tanner had become before arriving. It was an impressive skill, Jack supposed, but perhaps because of her well-honed senses, or the fact that she'd seen the mirage shimmer into place, it was still blatantly clear to her who was under the shroud of magic. Hopefully it was a bit less clear to everyone else. "No problems?" she asked under her breath as she passed behind him. "Nope," he said after a pause. "We should probably catch up with the others." Jack nodded, moving just enough ahead of him not to seem as though they were together to any onlookers. She was coming to find that living among supposedly more cultured peoples was demanding that she develop a different kind of stealth, one that was hiding in plain sight. Admittedly, Ember's presence made that a bit more difficult, but the fact that everyone around them was more interested in the intensified guard patrols seemed to counteract whatever extra attentions Jack might have gained. They soon arrived at the first point on the map they had decided to visit, seeing that Crexus and Allie were close by, looking a bit like a couple, except for the fact that they weren't speaking to each other. Well, hopefully everyone else will think so too, Jack thought, taking in the handful of townspeople wandering around. Casually, she strode up to the point in the street that had been marked on the map. It looked very much like the two they'd already encountered, which was to say, not that remarkable. Then, absurdly, a small patch of red caught her eye in the slow scan of the street. Moving towards it, she could see that it was, in fact, a smudge of dried blood, looking as though it had been left there by a finger, given the partial print. And, beneath it in the dust swept from the street, was a pair of recent footprints. "What are you doing?" A high-pitched voice startled Jack from above. Looking up, she saw a small blonde-haired girl of perhaps 6 or 7 years, leaning out of the window above her as she leaned closer to scrutinize the blood. "Grown-up stuff," Jack said with a smile. The girl pointedly looked her up and down, taking in Ember as well. Thankfully, she hadn't seemed to spot Tanner, Allie, or Crexus yet, at least in connection with Jack. "Why?" the girl said flatly. "Well, that's a secret, I'm afraid," said Jack, trying to keep her voice subdued. "Why?" came the predictable reply. "That's the part of it being grown-up stuff." She gave a small shrug. "Sorry." The girl at least went quiet for a moment as Jack stooped down, willing the light of the forest into her hand. After a short focusing ritual, she brushed the footprint beneath her with her fingertips, feeling the sought-for vision drape like a veil over her waking eyes. She saw a man, hobbled as though he'd turned his ankle, or perhaps taken a blow to his leg. He stood by the house, arm outstretched to plant his left hand against the stone in the wall that sported the bloody fingerprint. Tentatively, Jack reached out to match the placement with her own hand. 100 voices seemed to yell in her mind simultaneously, leaving her to jerk her hand away at the shock, clutching her head. "Not sure," she muttered down to Ember at his questioning whine. "Whatever it is, it's not friendly." She looked back up at the girl, who was now frowning down at the scene beneath her window. "Not a whole lot of point in asking, but..." I don't suppose you'd mind keeping this whole thing just between us, she said in as playful a tone as she could manage. Why? Because I ask you nicely, thought Jack. Well, you can do what you want, of course, said Tanner, stepping up beside Jack. Course, there's dangerous people about. You should try to be careful. The girl's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed as she pulled back from the window, shutting it behind her. Jack looked at Tanner, a scowl on her face as she tried to decide how she felt about his methods. Hey, Tanner said, shrugging. It worked. We'll see, said Jack, motioning to Crexus and Allie. Maybe the next point would hold more answers. Jack watched as Tanner chatted up the nearby guardsman, catching only pieces of the conversation as she maneuvered around to the other side of the street. It seemed that the young man could be quite charming when he wished to be, laughing in all the right places and knowing to at least seem genuinely interested in what someone had to say. Good to know I'm not the only one with tact, at least, thought Jack, glancing back to Crexus and Allie. They didn't seem to have exchanged more than the occasional look. Easing up along the wall of the house on her end of the street, Jack peered along the stonework, catching sight of disturbed dust at about the same level as the blood print back up north. She'd handled distracting the guard stationed at the last point on the map. It seemed like Phylac had been quick to act on that information, but it was becoming clear that she was a bit more reliable than Tanner when it came to spotting things. And Tanner, it seemed, was immensely more skilled than she was at coming up with absolutely nothing to say to distractible guards. Touching a seemingly innocuous stone for the second time that day, voices again sprang into Jack's mind. This time, however, she was able to discern the individual speakers. It wasn't so much that she could actually hear people talking, more like hearing dozens of variations on her own internal voice. Thoughts, she realized with a scowl. I'm hearing thoughts. As she trained her focus on individual sounds, she began to make out what different ones were saying. Some appeared to be issuing orders, though it was hard to grasp what those were. What she could determine was that, while some seemed to be conversing, the mental orders weren't being directed at each other. It was as if they were commanding whatever invisible magics they were accessing to execute a purpose. All Jack had to do was think of command. She yanked her hand away, walking briskly back to Crexus and Allie as Tanner wrapped things up with the guardsman. All right, well, take it easy now, he was saying, cracking a warm smile. Can't have you boys burning yourselves out when you've got so much important work to do. Right, the older guardsman chuckled, tucking sand-blonde hair back up into his helmet. Would you want to mention that to the sergeant? I've seen the troop schedule for the coming week. He just doesn't seem to share your thinking. I might just do that, said Tanner, almost inaudible to Jack now as she strode past a quizzical Crexus and Allie and back for the temple. With a gesture, she motioned for them to follow. They had a lot to discuss. Chapter 7. Powers Unknown. Voices, said Crexus, his arms folded as he stared at Jack across the group's de facto meeting room beneath the temple. You mean these stones are being used as some kind of mental communications tool? Allie found herself mirroring the temple guard's stance. She'd encountered a great deal of magic in her short life, even before her time at Aranak Sanctuary. The city of Lorson sported many skilled practitioners of illusory and elemental magic, but this, what Jack was describing, only pricked further at her worried mind. The strange, somewhat familiar magic she had sensed the night before had been present again at the sites they'd visited today, and the raw, powerful darkness it carried had set her fully on edge. Part of her still demanded that she simply leave this whole mess behind. Whatever sinister things lurked in the shadows of Dragon's Nest, she wanted no part of it. The thought of leaving a job unfinished rankled her, however, and so did abandoning whatever chance she might have at gaining access to Antothica's personal archives. Partly, Jack was saying, a focused frown on her face as she shifted her weight on her feet. But it also seemed like these invisible, well, whatever they are, can be used to execute specific commands, like opening secret doors. Would explain how we lost the scent last night, Tanner muttered. Then, glancing around at the others, I mean, Ember losing the scent, of course. He was the one doing the sniffing, after all. Jack nodded slowly. Yes. Anyway, it might be a good idea to read up on this kind of thing before we attempt to give any commands on this link. I'd rather not alert these scorpion men to our progress, if they haven't been already. Good idea, Allie thought, barely containing a smirk. Well, she said out loud, I've spent over a year in the main archives, and I haven't read about anything like this in the public files. She turned to Crexus. Don't seem too eager. But before she could even formulate a request in her mind, Crexus gave a curt nod. Perhaps if we were able to look through Intothica's private collection, we might find something a little more informative. Oh, said Allie, letting her genuine surprise show through. Do you think that would be allowed? Crexus, motioning for her to follow, started down the hall to the left, where Allie had seen Intothica retreat the night before. The lady has instructed that I supply you with any resources you may require for the investigation, he said, turning right at the end of the hall to lead Allie before a large wooden door. She often makes sure to lock this door, however, and... Yes, he said after trying the latch. I'm afraid she's done so again. Allie had the distinct urge to slam her fist through the door's dark paneling. It seems we'll have to wait until the lady returns for the evening, said Crexus, walking back into the central chamber. How long should that take? Said Jack, who, along with Tanner, had remained behind to slump to one of the room's benches. No telling, Crexus said with a grunt. She's been known to spend hours arguing matters with the Naxos when there isn't much to say, and, with everything that's been happening, I doubt that would be the case tonight. He turned back to Allie, seemingly oblivious of her rigid, impatient posture. In the meantime, you may wish to discuss our findings, properly obscured, of course, with imagery, an elderly priestess who spends much of her time in study in the archives. Allie nodded. She placed the woman in her mind without much thought, as they passed each other countless times in their separate perusals of the archive shelves. Be right back, then, she said, stifling a sigh as she easily recalled imagery's preferred place of study. This shouldn't take long. In fact, Allie had weaved her way up and down steps and through aisles of books to stand before Imagery's table within minutes, quietly letting the elderly woman sense her presence as Imagery continued to scrutinize a page before her from behind a pair of small spectacles. Yes? Imagery said without looking up, her weathered features obscured by the long white hair that hung down around her face. Yes, hello, said Allie, a bit thrown to interact with a scholar who lacked the usual good graces of Eliard or Edom. I was hoping we could discuss a matter of magic. Imagery lifted her gaze, her face puckering as she scowled up from her seat at Allie. Truly. And what matter would that be? Well, Allie said slowly, struggling to determine what all she could say to someone outside the investigation. Specifically, any form of magic relating to... scorpions? Interesting, said Imagery, her expression unchanged. I believe there is a martial fighting stance related to scorpions that does rely on an individual's internal magical skill to be properly utilized. Likewise, there is an obscure method of using magic in such a way as to poison an opponent's ability to retaliate magically. Yes, Allie interjected. But what about, scorpions being revered, as in utilized in rituals? Imagery said again, nodding. Interesting. Well, some have been known to use dismembered scorpion tails as a form of inflicting wounds on oneself. Others have recorded slaughtering the poor things as a means of appeasing some Theracor or another, and still others seem to regard them highly, possibly even as the highest form of all life, based on their excellent natural ability to survive and defend. Anything a little darker? Allie asked softly, leaning forward on the table opposite Imagery. Darker, Imagery said, seeming shocked by the question for the first time. Oh, my, no. They've certainly never been placed in conjunction with the vile ones, those who oppose Nomencol and his allies. No. Darkness is not the way of scorpions, nor is it the way of extraplanar beings who manifest as such. Nor are they good. They serve the preservation of the course of life and, by extension, oppose all things that seek to bend or break the rules of life and death, light and dark. A handful of such beings have passed through the veil between the planes in the long history of our world, many having been recorded to meet with untimely ends at the hands of either good or evil. Her eyes grew distant, as though recalling the very page of which she now spoke. "There was one incident, however, recorded to have taken place in a small village in the southern lands of Aserlin. A great scorpion seemed to appear in the sky, thrashing wildly as though attempting to escape some invisible bonds. Then it vanished, never to be seen again." A sharp coldness seemed to grip Allie's heart at the words, but she shook it off. It was never warm enough in the archives for her liking. Thank you, Imagery. A final question? Do you know anything about mental links that can be accessed from physical points?" "I do," said Imagery. These do, in fact, often utilize darker magics, relying on some form of life energy to be spent in the creation of it, though the act of utilizing the link requires no such expenditure. As I understand, one must simply find an access point for the link, usually in the form of a hidden sigil or marking, and physically interact with it in order to join the link. Many of these are also said to stand as a way of ensuring secret doors can remain completely hidden, though completely accessible to those who know of it. A simple command to the appropriate sigil is, in these cases, all that is required to gain entry." "You certainly know a lot about it," Allie thought, attempting a smile at the woman. "Well, I think that'll be it then. Thank you for your time." Said Imagery, already returning to her reading. "I might have some more questions for you later, though, if that's all right," said Allie, turning to leave. "Oh, fine," said Imagery, glancing quickly up and then back down. Allie wore a scowl on her face as she walked away, partly from the other woman's brusqueness, but also at what she'd said. If what they were dealing with had any connection to dark magics and extraplanar beings, things were becoming a bit too personal for Allie's liking. "Specters," Crexus groaned, shaking his head once Allie had finished speaking. "Wonderful." Tanner found himself inclined to agree as he processed everything Allie had told them. It made him feel a little better about himself to see that the ladies of the group seemed similarly unnerved, but not enough to give him a good feeling about the situation. "Well," said Crexus, striding to one of the shelves of books in what Tanner was coming to think of as their war room, "if you'd all still like to wait until Anthotheka returns, in hopes that she'll have a bit more direction to give us, I suggest you all go about your days. Return after sundown, once you've had something to eat." "Sure thing," Tanner said, only now realizing how hungry he was as he made for the door. It was well into the afternoon, and he hadn't exactly made the most of lunch. Now would be a good time to remedy that. And maybe actually get some work done, he thought, remembering his duties back home, and the reason he'd lost his appetite in the first place. The reason was still there, scowling and furry as ever, when Tanner arrived back home, passing through the dwindling ruckus of the town square, Kadayar still sweeping up the day's mess before he'd hobble over to the nearest lamp and begin his rounds of lighting them, just like always. Everything felt a bit too normal for Tanner as he stepped onto his own front porch, including the way Curtis sat back on his stool to scrutinize the breastplate he'd been working on all day. It already looked like another masterpiece in the making to Tanner, but Curtis had a habit of being a bit too harsh on his own work. Brow furrowed, the Bearkin looked up to regard Tanner when the younger man tried to slip over to his workstation unnoticed. "How goes the job?" he asked gruffly. "It's going," said Tanner, self-consciously trying to push his new cloak back out of sight behind him. "I think it may be more than I thought." A sharp grunt erupted from Curtis's frothing mouth before he wiped the spittle away on his arm. "It usually is." Tanner sighed. "I know, Dad, but I don't feel like I can just not do anything." "And if things turn dangerous?" said Curtis, visibly stiffening at Tanner's wince. The Bearkin's brow furrowed even more. "They already have." "Maybe," Tanner said, looking down at the floor. There's a chance I could be getting into something a lot bigger, maybe life-threatening." Tanner's heart fluttered when he looked back up into his father's eyes. Curtis's face was creased in a rare look of fear. Not for anything that might try to attack the Bearkin personally, Tanner knew. Curtis was scared for him. "Is it worth the fancy new cloak, Cub?" said Curtis, sounding more vulnerable than Tanner had heard in years. And the nickname, Cub. Curtis hadn't called him that since before Tanner's decision to live as a human. "It's not about the cloak," Tanner snapped, the words sounding harsher on his ears than he'd meant them. What if I have a chance to make a real difference for once? I'm not asking to slay dragons or fight in a war, just this one thing. Why can't I try to do this one small thing? Curtis shook his head, stepping closer. It's never just a small thing, cub. If you give a little, they'll ask for a lot. And if you give a lot, his voice dropped to a growling whisper, they'll ask for everything. Tanner gulped. Dad, I'm sorry, but what if this is something I'm supposed to do? Do you really think I'm just meant to stay home and cure hides for the rest of my life? Home is safe, cub, said Curtis, his tone pleading. The world is dangerous, and it needs dangerous people to look after it. He rested a hand on Tanner's shoulder. Let the world care for itself, Tanner. What has it ever given you? His chest tight with worry and frustration, Tanner pulled away, stepping over to his workstation and slipping the first hide from his basin into place. I'll think about it, Dad. I just need to get some work done. When he peered back over his shoulder, Curtis had returned to his anvil, lifting his hammer from its resting place and preparing to swing against the breastplate once more. The ding, ding of Curtis's work helped Tanner to fall into the rhythm of his own, and soon he was lost in thoughts of scorpions, specters, and dark rituals of death. As he made his way back to the temple just after sunset, Tanner thought his mind felt just as cluttered as before. Curtis had already retired to bed, keeping with his springtime routine and leaving Tanner to grab a bite to eat at the ladle. He'd eaten quickly, exchanging a few words with the frazzled Atrazar between her rushing around the bar, but she'd seemed far too busy to engage in an actual conversation. Which means she really must be feeling the strain, Tanner thought as he marched up the temple steps. Even when she was under pressure from both Phylac and Sally, Atrazar still tried to make it a point to catch up with him. And, speaking of catching up, he thought, quickening his pace as he neared the top level of the temple, drenched once more in moonlight. He'd seen Jack leave the ladle just before he'd gone inside, meaning that everyone was waiting on him. If nothing else, Curtis had taught him to be punctual. Well, to try, anyway. Allie turned the page in her book, relishing the quiet of the chamber. Jack had returned a few minutes earlier, but staying quiet seemed to be a particular skill of hers. Neither she nor her wolf had made a sound since arriving, both sitting silently on the bench to Allie's left. Crexus had assumed the one across from her from the start, sticking to the book in his own hands, save for the one time Allie had broken the silence to ask what he was reading. General work concerning specters, extraplanar beings, he'd said, barely looking up from the page. I figure I should have a working knowledge of the topic, since that's what we appear to be dealing with. Nodding, Allie had returned to her own book, a similar overview of the topic, and they hadn't spoken a word to each other since, both occasionally nibbling on temple rations. Allie thought it might have been the best time she'd had in a while. Too soon, the heavy clunk, clunk, clunk of footsteps sounded on the stairs above, and Allie glanced up to see that Tanner had made his way back to the temple. So, she's not back yet? He said, looking around expectantly. His only answer was a shrug from Jack. All right, then, said Tanner, walking over to the last empty bench and taking a seat. Allie surprised herself with a smile as she imagined them all now as the 4 points of a compass, only to frown as she then began to consider who was made north in this scenario. Definitely not him, anyway, she thought, glancing at Tanner. Unlike the rest of the group, he seemed to take decidedly unwell to all the silence. Relief came for him perhaps 20 minutes later, when 2 sets of softer steps came down the stairwell to the chamber, Crexus looking up from his book expectantly this time, as though he recognized the sound of Antothica's footfalls, which, Allie decided as the high priestess came into view, he apparently did. Antothica stepped lightly into the room, her eyes going from Crexus to everyone else, then back to the temple guard at her side. A moment, Doran, she said, dismissing the man who was apparently Crexus's replacement. Bowing deeply, the guard, Doran, slipped back up the stairs, Antothica reaching out to the panel by the door that caused it to slide shut. I assume you all have something to report, said Antothica, planting her staff on the stony floor with a dull thunk. We do, my lady, said Crexus, taking his turn to bow, though not as deeply as Doran had. He motioned to Jack and Allie, the former glancing in Allie's direction before clearing her throat. "We were hoping that you might be able to give us some clarity on the whole thing," Jack began, relating their time spent following leads and discovering the invisible sigils. When she came to the part about stealing the map from the temple archives, Anthotheka's only response was to raise an eyebrow at Crexus. "It was necessary, my lady," the temple guard explained sheepishly. When it came to be Allie's turn, she stood, quickly covered everything Imodri had told her, and sat back down. The whole thing still hadn't been over soon enough for her liking. "So, you've involved another?" said Anthotheka, staring intently at Allie. "Point those eyes somewhere else, lady," Allie thought, stoically meeting the woman's gaze. "My suggestion, my lady," said Crexus, sounding oddly defensive. "I thought it would be best to seek the wisdom of someone more learned in such things, provided that Allie was able to keep her in the dark as far as our actual investigation." "Which I was," Allie said curtly. "I see," said Anthotheka. "Well, concerning the communications link you've discovered, I would guess that if they have some sort of magical alarms in place, interacting with the link at all would have triggered them. Sadly, I know of no way to tell if that's the case. I could research the matter more fully, but I believe I require a night's rest before delving for such things. It's been a very long day performing the old dance with Denaxus and Phylac." "Actually," said Crexus, motioning in Allie's direction, "I was thinking that you might grant Allie access to your personal collection, since you've entrusted the four of us with this investigation." "Indeed," said Anthotheka, nearly causing Allie to squirm as the High Priestess's gaze seemed to bore into hers. "That does seem reasonable." "Come, then." She moved back down the hall to the personal archive, motioning for Allie to follow. A key was in Anthotheka's hand before Allie could see where she'd kept it, and the large door that had barred her way to answers before was now swung open before her. Anthotheka entered first, looking morosely around the small chamber inside as wall sconces lit up with soft blue light. "I never have as much time as I'd like to pore over these," she said wistfully, picking up a small book by the padded reading nook that looked to have been set aside for continued reading. Well over a month earlier, judging by the dust Anthotheka blew off the top of it. Gingerly, she carried it over to one of the nearby shelves, flipping through a few pages longingly before depositing it back in its place. Allie, meanwhile, had moved to another shelf, quickly finding the appropriate section for what she sought. One of these first titles that leapt out to her was the rather handily labeled Extraplanar Beings and the Manifestations Thereof. Taking that, as well as a pair of other books with the more colloquial term spectre in the title, she veered course with her gaze, spotting a thin work that read, "Peculiar Bloodlines and How They May Be Identified." Just what the mystical mentor ordered, she thought, smirking as she reached for the book, Lethold's calm face passing through her thoughts. "Well, I think I'll turn in for the night," said Anthotheka, stifling a yawn as she appeared at the end of the bookshelf. Smiling, she added, "Good luck with your efforts, child. I will pray that you discover something worthy of note in your search," before striding from the room and calling out for Crexus to allow the other temple guard entry. Flustered by Anthotheka's silent approach, Allie managed a tight smile in return, retreating to the nook with her 4 books, beginning with the first, a larger volume that seemed to cover what was apparently a rather broad topic in some detail. She was deep into a chapter entitled The Variations Between Beings of Earth and of Air, when a loud bark echoed through the open archive door, jolting her from her studies. Looking up, she saw an apologetic Jack at the door, the recently outspoken Ember standing calmly at her side. "Sorry," said Jack, "but you didn't seem to hear me. The rest of us are going to see if we can find another lead back at the barracks. Tanner thinks he can get us into the guard captain's." A pattering of feet behind her cut her off, and she looked back down the hallway from Allie, appearing suddenly self-conscious. "I have allowed you all access to my private chambers," Anthotheka said coolly, just out of Allie's sight. "Kindly do not abuse that trust." "Sorry," Jack said with a lopsided smirk. We were just leaving." She threw a look back at Allie, exaggerating the look of someone being reprimanded for stealing a bite of cake before disappearing back down the hall with Ember. Allie gave a small smirk of her own, imagining the look that must have been on Anthotheka's face. The bark had served to remind her of her purpose here, however, and after a few more minutes of looking through her current book, she quietly reached for the smaller volume on Peculiar Bloodlines. The entry concerning scorpions had been a small one, anyway, largely covering what she'd already gleaned from imagery. But if she was lucky, the other book would hold her interest far better. Glancing between the door and the book more than a few times, she found that this one had a comprehensive table of contents, one that soon directed her to a chapter that promised to cover what she'd come to Dragon's Nest to learn so many months ago. Aberrant bloodlines and their volatile nature. Her heart fluttering and eyes wide with excitement, she began to examine the page at which she'd arrived. Those of an aberrant heritage, it began, are among the least common of peculiar bloodlines, with only a few documented cases surviving through the years. For perhaps the most reliable recounting, we must turn to a personal entry in the diary of Ralph Bixon the chronicler himself, whose studies far and wide brought him acclaim and respect from across the kingdoms of the last age. While one of his lesser-known exploits, his encounter with an awakened child, the offspring of a spectre who had crossed the veil in services of charade, is no less riveting than the tale of a sharp clunk sounded from behind the nearby wall, causing Allie to leap to her feet as a portion of the wall receded, revealing a broad, bulky suit of armor. And the armor was moving. It didn't attack, though. Instead, simply walking over to the door as Allie's adrenaline coursed through her veins, magic surging down to one hand, while the other reached beneath her cloak for a dagger. She'd probably let it make the first move, she decided, taking in its thick armor plating, an enormous double-bit axe. This was a fight Allie would prefer to avoid. Reaching the door, the armor stopped, turned back in to face the room, and simply froze in place. Allie watched it for a few long seconds, finally waving a hand in its direction to see if it would respond. It didn't. All right, she thought, hesitantly retrieving the book she'd been reading from where it had been knocked to the floor, sitting back down to continue reading. Some sort of defense for the archive during night hours? It was then that she heard the sound of bare feet on the hall outside the door once more, and she quickly slipped the book in her hands back into the pile on the small table beside her, retrieving the first book and turning back to where she'd left off. Almost as soon as she'd found her place, the armor creakily shifted again, stepping aside as Anthotheka re-entered the room. The high priestess's brow was furrowed as she walked slowly over to Allie, sitting calmly across from her in the reading nook. She was in a nightgown now, her feet bare on the stone floor before she curled them up beneath her, still staring intently at Allie. Pretending not to notice, Allie tried to be engrossed in the book at hand, only taking in the other woman peripherally. I think it's safe to say I am considered competent in the ways of magic, Anthotheka said after a long moment. Allie looked up, fighting to keep her face placid. I've heard. Anthotheka gave a tight smirk. For those who know the method, it is a simple matter to set certain alarms in place, in case someone is attempting to access one's property for their own ends. Allie's tongue began to bleed. She was biting it so hard. Sighing after a few moments of no response, Anthotheka stood, walked to the table beside Allie, and immediately retrieved the volume on Peculiar Bloodlines from the middle of the stack. Then she resumed her seat across from Allie, seeming to examine the book's cover for a heartbeat, then turned directly to the chapter Allie had been reading. Anthotheka read silently for perhaps a full minute, finally looking up to Allie, apparently ignoring the fact that the other woman was coiled, ready to spring at the first sign of trouble. Do you believe yourself to be a danger to the others? There was no accusation. If anything, she sounded intrigued. Frantically, Allie looked from Anthotheka to the suit of armor that had, once again, placed itself to block the door. She wasn't sure who she feared more at the moment. At Allie's continued silence, Anthotheka sighed again, leaning forward to stare deeply into Allie's eyes. Almost immediately, it felt like someone was tapping on the entry to Allie's mind, as though looking for a way inside. Allie vaulted to her feet, slipping into a defensive stance as she swept a dagger from beneath her cloak into her hand. Don't, she growled. I don't care who you are. No one gets to snoop around in my head. Anthotheka didn't flinch. It's my job to ensure the safety of Dragon's Nest, she said coolly, as well as that of your fellow investigators. If you will not tell me what I need to know, then I am forced to find it for myself." "Fine," Allie snarled, tensely resuming her seat. She took a moment, trying to decide where to begin. "A friend of mine, my best friend, she's dead. And you're responsible," Anthotheka said softly. Allie nodded, clearing the emotion in her throat with a sharp cough. "I didn't mean. It was an accident. It was the first time I'd used magic. I thought I was controlling it, but there was darkness, thunder. Shala, she—" Allie stopped, forcing herself to keep the tears at bay as Anthotheka looked on, silent. "I've spent the last few years with a mentor. He's taught me the basics of magic and aberrant bloodlines, but last year he sent me here to study it all for myself. I think he hopes finding the answers I need will give me some sense of direction." Anthotheka nodded slowly. "He sounds like a wise man." Then, after a sympathetic smile, "Good night, Allie. You are free to continue your research." She stood, seeming to glide for the door as Allie cleared her throat. Can I have the book back?" Glancing over her shoulder, Anthotheka looked from the book in her hands to Allie, then back again. "Not tonight," she said matter-of-factly. Without another word, she slipped past the suit of armor, touching it lightly on the forehead as she did so, and was gone. The armor walked clunkily back to the portion of her seated wall, stepped inside, and was closed off as the wall seemed to materialize back into place. Frustration and annoyance boiled up in Allie's gut, and, after fuming in the otherwise peaceful room for a moment, she stormed out of the archive back into the main chamber. As expected, Jack, Tanner, and Crexus were all gone, but she did spot a small note on the bench to the left of the door. "Allie," it read. "The three of us went off to check out a potential lead at the barracks." The penmanship faltered there, almost like the writer had been startled. "But I guess you've been told that a bit more loudly by now. Anyway, depending on how fast of a reader you are, you could probably find us there, or maybe at the Iron Ladle. Or we might head back here. For the record, I just wanted to leave a note." The louder option was somebody else's idea. "Tanner." Despite herself, Allie gave an amused snort, walking quickly out the door and up the steps to the main level. Might as well catch up, she thought, shuddering at the cool night air. She had a feeling sleep was a long way off for her, and she'd momentarily lost her passion for reading. Chapter 8. Betrayal and Swift Response. Jack sighed as she scanned the common area of the barracks. No sign of Tavik. Must still be out running patrols or errands for the sergeant. She was finding it much harder to question people when they refused to be around for the asking. "No one's seen him in a few hours," said Tanner, returning from his brief conversation with the guardsman at one of the common area tables. The look of the place reminded Jack very much of the Ladle, if the Ladle had more seats and fewer people in them. Probably a bit livelier in here when there's more than 3 hungry guardsmen stuffing their faces in the room. "Should make a stop upstairs before we go, though," Tanner said under his breath, huddled over the bar as Jack leaned with her back against it. "Didn't get a good look around Phylax's home office, but this one here might do the trick." Jack cocked an eyebrow, avoiding eye contact as she studied a snarling monster head mounted on the wall. It looked almost alive in the swimming lamplight from beneath. What exactly would we be hoping to find? "Something incriminating if we're lucky," Tanner growled, sounding vaguely animal-like in the process. "Sounds personal," said Jack, exchanging a look with Ember, who sat patiently at her side. "If we find something, does it matter?" said Tanner, slipping silently past her for the stairs. "Guess not," Jack muttered, trailing behind. Neither the tired, hungry guardsman nor the droopy-eyed man on mess duty seemed to notice or care. Probably good that Crexus decided to wait outside. As they reached the top of the stairs, Jack motioned for Ember to keep an eye on things in the main hallway, as she and Tanner made for the door at the end of the small upstairs area. It sounded like someone might have perked up in the office marked Sergeant Thane, but nobody actually emerged to investigate the oddly creaky floorboards in the hall. Gingerly, Tanner pushed their target door open before them, slinking into the room ahead of Jack. The room spoke of typical organization, only recently rained upon by chaos. Papers marked only as far back as the 11th of Darofet, 2 days before, were fanned out on top of the large oak desk, their contents largely consisting of altered duty rosters, added patrols, and denied requests for leave. Nothing much here, Jack thought, easing open the top drawer of the desk as Tanner took to poring over the wall shelves and storage trunk. Given his small huff, Jack took him to be having as much luck as she was, finding that the top drawer was packed nearly full of already sorted documents, more basic records. She found a few personal knickknacks in the next drawer, a fancily engraved dagger seeming to be of elvish design standing out, but nothing pertinent. She'd nearly lost interest as she came to the third drawer, only to find it filled with more documents, until she noticed that the papers were arranged in such a way as to leave space at the top when the drawer was closed. On a hunch, she reached under the lip of the second drawer, smirking as her hand brushed against a hidden compartment. Unlatching it at the back, she pulled another small drawer forward to be greeted with the sight of a dull metal key inside. It was at this point that she heard a single scrape of a claw on the floorboards outside the office. She'd spent enough time ingraining that symbol onto Ember's mind to recognize it immediately. Silently pocketing the key, she slipped over to the door, peeking outside and motioning Ember over to her as she heard heavy footfalls at the base of the stairs. She half expected Tanner to be oblivious to the new developments, but he was already making for the window as she turned back around, hopping nimbly over the sill to hang by his hands, then drop to the street below. Jack followed suit, experiencing a surge of elation as she felt the rush of air around her in the single-story drop. She'd been both hunter and hunted enough times to be familiar with this dance, and, absurdly, this small taste of home was just what she needed. Ember dropped down after her, sinking into a noiseless crouch as he impacted with the street. Jack could hear the sound of a deep, growling voice reprimanding Tanner's friend Bert about the lack of security and unlocked doors as all three of them hurried over to the back corner of the building nearest the city wall. Just as they did, a single guardsman rounded the structure next to them. The guardsman jumped in alarm, his grip shifting on his halberd as he spun to face the three thieves. "Jack?" he said, his head tilting in confusion. "Hello, Tavik," said Jack, quickly stepping forward, a warm smile already on her face. Don't ask, don't ask, don't ask. We were actually looking for you. Do you have a minute to talk?" Jack expected a knowing smile, or even a "finally ready to ask that favor you dodged before," but Tavik just looked from her to the barracks and back. "Could it wait? I've actually been summoned by the guard captain. Just meant to report in, though. Should only take a minute." "We'll be here," said Jack, leaning casually against the building in front of Tanner to emphasize the point. Tavik grinned. "Good. I'll make it quick. Promise." He continued to round to the front of the barracks, his footsteps sounding from the open window above only a few seconds later. "Yes?" Phylak's muffled voice came after a timid knock on his door. Normally, Jack supposed she might have had a problem with eavesdropping, but they'd already stolen the man's key after all. Besides, something felt strange. "It's Guardsman Tavik, sir," came the reply. "You sent for me." "Oh, yes. Come in, lad," said the guard captain, sounding suddenly exhausted. The door gave a faint creak as it opened, and Tavik entered the room. "Guardsman Tavik reporting in, sir. Were you wanting to hear my report on—" "No," said Phylak, audibly pushing back in his chair and walking around the desk. "Oh," said Tavik, his tone growing uneasy. "Sorry, sir. Have I done something wrong?" A dull thud sounded from the window, like the sound of metal striking flesh, and Jack heard a body crumple to the floor. Panic cinching around her heart, Jack vaulted up off the sill of the dark, first-story window, hauling herself up by the handholds between the stones and the wall to brace against the window she'd just leapt out of. The climb had only lasted seconds. Cautiously, her heart pounding in her ears, she peered inside. An enormous mountain of a man stood on the far side of the desk, dressed in full-plate armor and a cloak of forest green. His face was gnarled and rough, bearded to capacity, though the length was restricted enough to be concealed in the helmet currently set on the desk. His hair was short, ruffled, and dark, and his eyes looked like they were intimately familiar with scowling. At the moment, however, he seemed to look down at his feet with genuine regret. "You were always a good lad," he said, his gruff voice strained with sympathy as Jack attempted to crane her neck around. She could just barely make out Tavik's booted feet from around the desk. "Bert!" Phylak called out, moving to the door. "Get in here." "Oh, yes, sir," said the other man, genuflecting as he entered the room, Was there something... His voice trailed off as he saw Tavik's motionless form on the floor. He swallowed, looking up at the guard captain. Another one. Phylac merely nodded, leaving Bert to sigh and add, I'll go and fetch the cloak. He disappeared out the door, just as Jack finished a quick focusing ritual, urging tendrils of magic into the still, hidden form on the floor. Whatever his condition, he now at least wouldn't bleed out. Bert returned a few seconds later, throwing what looked like an old tattered cloak over Tavik, bending down and hauling up in his arms what looked to be nothing more than a stack of javelins. Jack gripped the edge of the windowsill as Bert exited the room again with the disguised, unconscious Tavik in his arms, her knuckles growing white as she looked down to see that Tanner had maneuvered to the other corner of the back wall, appearing to monitor another door into the structure. As Phylac turned back to the desk, Jack dropped silently to the street, fighting to keep her breathing steady as she ran to the opposite side. What is happening? Where are they taking him? She caught sight of Crexus, who stood off and away from the barracks by the nearby bookstore, and she managed to catch his eye with a curt wave. Scowling at her obvious distress, Crexus motioned that he would join her, only to be waved off. She needed him where he was, on the lookout for any other activity. Crexus nodded his understanding, glancing about at the handful of citizens who walked past on occasion, while Jack raced back to peer out a side door alongside Tanner. She'd only just arrived when the door swung open, a weighted-down Bert hobbling out and making his way down a side street, the stack of javelins still in his arms. Tanner let Bert's scent fill his nostrils while the man was only a few feet away, waiting until the other man was out of sight before walking briskly after, Jack and Ember keeping pace. What is going on here? He kept wondering, staying within smelling distance of Bert as the assistant maneuvered his way north along the city streets. Tanner kept wondering if old Loose Lips would start leading them in the direction of a scorpion mind-link point every step of the way, but Bert actually seemed to be heading somewhere entirely different. Not 10 minutes after they'd begun following Bert, Tanner and Jack were led down a tight alley. Bert was slowing down. Tanner could see it in his steps, could smell it in the man's breathing. Relief was seeping off Bert in waves. He was nearing his destination. And if it's just us against whatever we're about to find, Tanner thought, feeling himself surrender to the ever-present pull of his blood, there's no use holding anything back. Plus, it's probably better that Bert doesn't recognize me. He felt his arms shift and tingle as his fur began to sprout, ached at the pull of stretched bone in his nose and jaw as his snout elongated, his sensitive whiskers twitching as they emerged. His hands coiled inward, fingernails wrapping in on themselves at the cuticle to become claws. Yep, he thought, grimacing as the transformation completed, leaving him slightly hunched and with far more pronounced, pointed teeth. Always hate that part. Still, it helped to remind himself that at least his knees didn't snap backwards. Her ears almost twitching at the admittedly gross sounds of the change, Jack looked over to him, her eyes seeming to grow wide more out of confusion than fear. Hi, said Tanner, glancing from Jack down to the unfazed Ember. Jack opened her mouth as though to say something, then turned back after Bert, continuing down the alley. Yeah, that might come up later, Tanner thought, falling in behind her. Rounding the corner of the building, both Tanner and Jack looked around for any sign of Bert. The man was nowhere in sight. Ember, however, took a step forward, sniffed the air, and turned directly to a door in the building beside him. I could have done that too, Tanner thought, stepping up to the door beside Jack. The wolf was right. Bert's smell certainly led inside. We should get the others, Jack whispered. We don't know what we'll find inside. Oh, said Tanner. Yeah, absolutely. That definitely makes the most sense. As they retreated back down the alley, Jack glanced his way again. Are you going to change? No, Tanner said slowly. He wasn't about to say it, but Jack's nonchalant reaction had given him a bit of courage, and it felt good to be in his true form again. Allie walked briskly down the main street away from the city square. The cool of the night had helped her simmer down a bit, but she was still peeved at having the book she'd looked so hard for in the last year casually taken from her before she could learn anything useful. What isn't Hathaka going to do with it anyway? She thought with a growl, kicking at a stray stone as she veered onto the side road that led to the barracks. Not have time to read it? Her heart skipped a beat as she spotted Crexus, however. The wide-eyed temple guard quickly motioned her over when she came into view, whispering hoarsely as she came near. "I'm glad you're here. I haven't seen the other two in quite some time." "What?" said Allie, scanning the front of the barracks. "Where are they?" "I don't know," Crexus hissed. "Jack motioned for me to stay here and be on the lookout quite a few minutes ago. That was the last I saw of either of them." "All right," said Allie, oddly grateful for the mental distraction. "I'll head around the right side while you—" She stopped, catching sight of a shadowy movement around the edge of the barracks, peering closer just as Jack popped her head into view, motioning them both over. "Thank Nomencall," Allie heard Crexus mutter under his breath as they made their way to Jack. "I hate missing out on the action." When they neared her, Jack moved on to a nearby side street, waiting until Allie and Crexus arrived this time before heaving a heavy sigh and diving right in. "All right, here's the short of it. Guard Captain Phylac had called Tavik into his office while Tanner and I were listening by the window. Phylac dropped Tavik with a single hit and then ordered Bert to hide him somewhere, where there are apparently more." Allie did her best to focus as Jack recounted the admittedly jarring stream of events, but she quickly found herself staring at the foxman in Tanner's clothing behind the huntress. A quick look at Crexus showed that he was equally distracted. "And he went into what looks like a single-story building." "Oh," said Jack, registering the reason for losing her audience. "Yeah, it's Tanner." "A development we may have to discuss at some point," said Crexus, scanning the sheepish-looking Tanner up and down. "But for now, lead on." Minutes later, Allie was crouched by the door Tanner and Jack had brought them to, carefully trying to work her dagger in the lock. As the tip of one of her favorite daggers bent at the effort, however, she pulled back in frustration, slamming her shoulder into the door. It didn't budge. "Well, that's a knock," she heard Tanner mutter from behind her. "Then, if there's no point in being stealthy any longer," said Crexus, nudging Allie aside and throwing his own shoulder into the door. The wood shattered at the latch, the door swinging in to crash against the wall, screaming on its hinges. Allie rushed into the room, hearing the others follow suit, only to find an empty open area with a staircase leading down at the far end. A startled yelp from downstairs was all the encouragement Allie needed to bolt in that direction, slipping down into a dimly lit room with 3 cages at the corners, away from the stairwell. "What?" Allie thought, taking in the unarmored guardsmen in one, notable by their uniform shirts, the poorly dressed trio of humans in another, and a pair of more finely dressed, though still just as dirty, humans in the third. Standing before the guardsman cage, looking as though he had just deposited the unconscious Tavik inside, was a man Allie vaguely recognized as Bert, who was darting for a nearby rack of weapons and armor. "Stop!" Allie shouted, dropping down the unrailed stairs and readying a dagger. A heavy thud beside her indicated Crexus' site of impact, the 3 softer ones signifying Tanner, Jack, and Ember. But Bert didn't stop, ignoring Crexus' added threat of "hold," the temple guard waving his sword menacingly a foot from the other man. Bert's booted feet only skidded to a halt on the floor when Ember leapt between him and the weapon rack, though he still attempted to lunge past. He received an arrow in his shoulder for the effort, stumbling back against the far wall of the room, terror and embarrassment in his eyes. "No!" he shouted. "You're not meant to be here. This wasn't—" A blast of fiery energy seared across the room, lashing into the lock on the gate to the guardsman's cage. The conscious guards inside gave a startled yelp each, jumping back from the blast in the instant before it dissipated. "Talk, Bert," shouted Tanner, sounding as though he was trying to disguise his voice. "Why have you taken all these people?" Bert, however, didn't seem too interested in talking, currently reduced to a sobbing mess. Sighing, Allie marched over to him, channeling magic into her fingertips as she cuffed him on the head, easily rendering him unconscious. "So," she said, glancing about the room at the wide-eyed prisoners, "anyone know what we should do next?" Chapter 9. Rewards Unjust. "And your name was?" said Jack, arms folded as she took in the leering, blonde-haired man before her. Save the best for last, eh? Said the man, performing a quick pucker at the end. Name's Gil, and before you ask, no, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary before I was grabbed. I didn't see who did the grabbing, and I don't know why I'm here. Jack motioned with her chin to the last man in the cell, who was currently lying unconscious on the floor. Was that you? Him, said Gil, giving a disgusted snort. He pissed me off, so I knocked him out. You gonna let us go, love, or not? Sorry, Jack said with a tight smile. We need you all to come back with us to the temple. It's all right then, said Gil, a very blatant wink crossing his face. We'll work something out, love. The bearded man behind Gil, who was apparently his brother, promptly slugged Gil in the arm. Sorry about him, lass. He can be impossible to talk to. I'm getting that, said Jack, walking over to the others in time to catch the last bit of Tanner's conversation with the woman in the blue dress, from what they'd come to identify as Old Nestor Cage. My estate will be in shambles without me, the woman was shouting, and I won't be going anywhere with the likes of you, half-breed. Jack winced. Tanner had resumed his human form, but everyone present had seen his fox side. It didn't seem to be helping their already strained relations. Enough, Crexus shouted, taking in everyone in a sweeping look. We're all returning to the temple, and we're all going to tell the High Priestess everything we know. Understood? There were still murmurs of discontent, but everyone fell in behind as Jack and her team led the way up the stairs and out into the night, the two conscious guards carrying Tavok's still, but breathing form between them. What a mess, Jack thought as she and Tanner guided the others down side streets toward the temple by the light of the moons. The guard captain a traitor? She looked back to the sack of grain slung over Crexus's shoulder, the form they had thrown over the unconscious Bert with the recovered illusion cloak. Among others, what is happening in this town? She was distracted from her thoughts when she saw Tavok stirring, his eyes fluttering open to look at the sky. What? Where? He muttered as the other guardsmen helped him to his feet. Wait, I know you, he said, turning to one of them. You were lost on a patrol. It's complicated, said Jack, stepping up beside him. Do you remember going to see Phylac? Jack, said Tavok, scowling as he reached up to clutch the base of his skull. Phylac? Yeah, he knocked me out. Look, we're not sure what happened yet, said Jack, drawing the short sword from her boot sheath and offering him the handle. The other guardsmen had recovered their weapons, but they'd been on the move in a hurry. No one had brought Tavok's things. We're hoping to figure it out when we get back to the temple, all right? Said Tavok, self-consciously feeling his scalp and the absence of a helmet. Hey, said Jack, moving the sword closer. Trust me, all right? We'll figure this out. Yeah, all right, said Tavok, taking in the sword and falling in their bizarre procession. On with you, Jack. She smiled. Thanks. Now we just need... Ho there! Came a voice from ahead of the group, causing Jack to spin and see the pair of guardsmen that had spotted them. Tavok, she hissed, motioning him and the other guards forward. Take care of this. Right, said Tavok, nodding to the other two guards and walking to the front of the group. It's all right, he called out. We're just, escorting a few civilians to the temple. They, appear to be in shock. The two arriving guards looked at each other, one of them stepping to the side of the group as the other one walked up to meet Tavok and Tanner at the front. Jack glanced back at the worried-looking prisoners, catching both Crexus and Allie's gazes. The temple guard was staying back from the conversation, likely thinking better of getting involved with the symbol of the temple plastered on his chest. But Allie was looking to the man who'd moved to flank the group, her fingers tracing tight circles in the air. And where did you find all these people exactly? Said the guard in Tavok's face. They're refugees of sorts, Tanner piped up. We were just being good. We'll have to report this. The guard cut him off, glancing to his partner. The other guard nodded, starting to move away as Allie unleashed a small burst of light from her fingertips. But the guard didn't drop. Instead, halting in his tracks, shaking his head as he looked over to Allie, his eyes going wide as he muttered a curse. Flustered, he dropped his axe into a ready position. Ember, hold, Jack blurted, pointing to the guard at the front of the group as both members of the patrol began to shout. Instantly, the street devolved into chaos, interested onlookers bolting off into the night, as well as most of the prisoners. Crexus managed to grab hold of one as Allie attempted another sleeping spell, this one landing on the guard to the side. Ember, meanwhile, chased down the guard in front of them, who turned to run, pinning him to the ground within a few steps. "What are you doing?" Tavik yelled, stepping back from both of the patrolling guards. The other two had turned back to Jack, Allie, and Crexus, looking frantically at each other, and then darting off down the nearest alleyway. "We're not going to hurt them," said Jack, rushing to Tavik's side and turning him to face her. "All right, but we need to get back to the temple. Lives could depend on it." Tavik didn't pull away, but his face was creased in confusion as he looked from Jack to the yelping guard Ember had pinned. "Look, just let him go, all right? You can't—" "What we can't do is stay here," Crexus snapped, throwing the old Nestor he'd grabbed into Tanner's grasp before stepping up to throw a punch into the prone, yelling guard's face. The guard immediately fell still, allowing a seemingly contented Ember to return to Jack's side. Even as Crexus did this, the man squirming in Tanner's grip managed to wrench free, whimpering as he joined his fellow prisoners in flight, and leaving an apologetic Tanner to turn back to Crexus empty-handed. "No time to chase any of them down," Crexus growled. "Fall back to the temple." Allie and Tanner nodded, both looking too shocked for words, while Jack gave Tavik's arm a final squeeze. "Come with us. We'll figure this out." Tavik opened up his mouth to speak, but no words came. He looked as though his whole world had just collapsed, and somebody was telling him to fix it with especially sticky tree sap. Seeing that the others were already moving, Jack jogged after to catch up, hearing only a handful of footsteps behind her before Tavik allowed himself to lose pace. Jack didn't dare look back and see the brokenness in his eyes again, as, in the distance, a loud clang echoed through the streets. She was barely keeping herself intact. She had no words to piece Tavik back together. Tanner looked down at his hands. They were human again. And yet, I get the distinct feeling I'm about to be screamed at louder than I ever was as a foxkin. They were back at the temple, down under the main level in their war room. Each of them had assumed one of the benches, seeming to find some sort of comfort in being equidistant from each other. Tanner could tell that each of them had taken the whole sordid event hard, especially after returning to the temple and catching Antothika's look of abject anger and disappointment as she sat atop her dais. Still, that hadn't been the worst of it for Tanner. For the 15th time in the past hour, he buried his face in his hands. "Curtis is going to kill me." The room had been quiet since their arrival, save for the moaning and whining that had struck up when the sack of grain tossed to the floor had begun to thrash, shrugging off the illusion cloak to reveal a teary-eyed Bert. He tried to plead with Tanner for a moment upon spotting the younger man, but had returned to his pathetic chorus after Tanner had refused to respond. "Yeah, what an inspiring team of heroes we are." Unbidden by any of them, the door to the chamber slid open, revealing Antothika back in her temple robes. "Await me at the top of the stairs, Doran," she said, striding into the room and closing the door behind her. She turned in a slow circle when the door was shut, staring down each of them for a full 5 seconds. Crexus's shame at this was easily the most depressing. "I have spent the past hour deflecting impossible questions," Antothika began, her voice the strained kind of calm that unsettled Tanner the most. It wasn't exactly Curtis's way of handling things. "I'm tired," Antothika went on. "I'm confused, and I am not happy." She closed her eyes, tilting her head down. "What happened?" "It was my fault, my lady," said Crexus, sounding like he was admitting to murder. He stood, bowing deeply before her as she lifted her gaze to regard him with eyes of stone. "We discovered a group of prisoners secreted away by Guard Captain Phylac, and I thought it best to return them to the temple for questioning." Looking more like a scared child than the machine of death he was, he looked down to his feet. "We were, unfortunately, accosted by a guard patrol, and our recovered prisoners were frightened away." "But if we'd done nothing," said Jack, stepping up beside the temple guard. Phylac and this monster, she gestured to the whimpering Bert, would have killed them all. No, said Bert, scrambling to sit up. It's not what you think. We were never going to hurt them. Really? Tanner snapped, shooting to his feet and moving to stand over the captive. Then what exactly were you going to do with them, Bert? Throw a secret birthday party? Bert stammered, shrinking back to the floor. I can't tell you. Oh, well, glad we kept you then, Allie said with a groan, still playing with the bent knife that held her focus for the past hour. I'll find out what he knows, Anthotheka said coldly, stooping before the sobbing Bert. You must all continue with the investigation. If you don't move quickly, we may lose everything. Her voice lowered. If Phylac has already set things in motion. Right, said Tanner, grabbing the illusion cloak off the floor. Good thought, but, there's a few people out there who know to be on the lookout for our faces right now, including some of your own pals. If you have any back doors, now might be a good time to say so. Crexus nodded, looking pointedly at Tanner. The foxkin has a point. It may be time, my lady. Bert looked up, squinting at Tanner, who managed an awkward shrug. Foxkin? Yes, Anthotheka said, sighing. He hides it well, don't you think? Then to Crexus, go. And Crexus? My lady. She looked up to meet his gaze as the others moved to his side. You were impersonated tonight. Do you understand? Yes, my lady, said Crexus, turning back down the hall. Well, said Tanner, hating himself even as he spoke up a few seconds later. I think she was rather understanding about the whole thing, overall. He could hear Crexus's fist flexing in the uneasy silence. Allie pushed out into the open air, taking in the vast expanse of the Mabeos Ocean all the way to the moonlit horizon. It was beautiful, and Allie found this fact to be annoying. She looked down past her feet, making out the sliver of shoreline far below, at the bottom of the bluff. Long way to fall. Ahem. Crexus cleared his throat behind her, motioning when she turned back his way for her to continue along the ledge that ran from the small door at the back of the temple around to its side. They were beneath the top level of the temple, probably just above the elevation of the town square, Allie guessed. Above them, she could see the temple's circular walls curve back out to extend the surface area of the top floor. Sure, I'm glad I didn't have to build this thing. Pretending she hadn't heard Crexus, Allie began easing along the ledge. She did spare another glance back as she began to round the contour of the temple. Jack and Ember seemed as indifferent as she was to be walking along such a steep drop-off, but Tanner was visibly swaying as he looked down. He likely would have toppled off into the distant waves if Crexus hadn't reached back to slam him against the wall. Eyes forward, not down, Fox, said the temple guard, pressing on before Tanner could respond. But Allie could see the gratitude in his eyes. Minutes later, they all arrived safely at the ledge's end, even Allie experiencing a moment of relief as the ground widened at her feet again. Her relief faded, however, when she looked up at the side of the temple to see the city wall meet flush with the building, extending off down south. We're outside, she said flatly, turning back to Crexus. 1 minute, the man growled, moving the wooden barrier and tapping lightly at about his thigh level. Is this what you're looking for? Said Jack, walking up near him and motioning to a subtle shift in the wood grain that Allie wouldn't have even guessed to check. Yes, said Crexus, sidling up to Jack and dropping to his knees. Planting one foot in the ground, he heaved against the portion of wall, and Allie watched as a doorway about the right size for a gnome opened up in response. Grumbling something indiscernible, Crexus crawled inside, his bulky, armored frame barely fitting through the opening. He draped a dark cloak over himself, obscuring the flaming emblem of the temple on his breastplate, but Allie still found the image of someone so ostensibly superior crawling in the dirt more than a little comical. Ember, meanwhile, was disguised as a mangy street dog, thanks to the cloak they'd recovered from Bert, and, before Allie's very eyes, Tanner had draped a shimmering magical facade over himself. Jack and Allie had attempted to alter their appearance with makeup, but hopefully they wouldn't need to explain themselves at all. "We've had more than enough things go wrong already." Patting at her hair to ensure that the boyish manner in which she tied it back had stayed, Allie slipped through the opening after Crexus, taking in the silent city streets as the others followed. She could hear far-off shouting, though the bell had stopped, and down multiple streets she could make out obscured torchlight. They'd have a much smaller avenue of travel than before. "What next?" said Jack, as Crexus began to heft the small door back into place. "Down along the wall? We can make for the point we found farther south, since it was the most promising." Crexus grunted as he finished closing the door. "Riskier than attempting to reach a closer one, but I suppose not as risky as hitting them one by one, should the closer ones offer up nothing of use." He motioned off down the wall to the south. "Better to make for the sure thing. Lead on." Jack nodded, taking point with Ember, while the disguised Tanner stayed a step behind, keeping his nose to the air in much the same way the wolf did. It wasn't that Allie found it unsettling. It was just weird. Only a few minutes passed before torches and muttered conversation approached from the left, forcing the group to dive behind a nearby house. It sounded to Allie like a pair of guardsmen had made their way on patrol, and, from the way they stopped to continue their conversation, they didn't appear to be in any rush to move on. "But no one's coming to relieve us?" said one, sounding like he might have lied about his age to get the job. "That's what I'm telling you, lad," said the other. "There's no one to relieve us. Everyone's been sent out on patrol, even the old reserve boys. For some reason, Filax got the itch to catch these fugitives before the night's out. Bit of an overreaction if you ask me. As I heard it, no one even died. Just a few harmless spells and a punch or two, and most of the rioters just ran off scared. You ask me, Filax getting pressure from the mayor for some reason. I bet one of the guards what's got a shiny bruise was some rich bloke's sweet little baby boy, who needs daddy to protect him. Anyway, we stand around for a bit, report back in, no one's the wiser. Say, you play Craig bit, lad? Got my own set right here." Peeking around the corner of their hiding place the whole time, Jack visibly deflated, turning back to the others and motioning for them to cut back toward the center of town. "Terrific," thought Allie, silently falling in line. Even from here, she could make out the rising sounds of a gathered mob in that direction. 2 more dodged patrols later, Jack was finding them far too close to the center of town for her liking, especially with the muffled sounds of perhaps a few hundred people clustered together in the main square. She'd just led the others past an open street that led back to the square when a figure appeared down the side street they'd just entered. The figure was slight and fairly short, and, unfortunately for the heavy-stepping Crexus, apparently gifted with very sensitive ears. Immediately, the figure looked over to them, revealing in the faint glow that filtered from the town square down the street behind her a sharp, feminine face that took in, first Crexus, then the rest of the group. Jack held up an arm, motioning for the others to freeze. It was too late to evade the woman's gaze, but, if they were lucky, she might not manage to place them. So, no luck then, Jack thought, as the woman's expression shifted to one of recognition. Still, she didn't immediately run away or call for the guards. Instead, she simply turned her head slightly back down the street behind her, then over to Jack and the others, giving a minute shake of her head. Peering back over her shoulder, Jack looked hesitantly from one member of her team to the next, finally setting on Tanner's disguised features as they gave a small nod of confirmation. He knew this woman, and apparently trusted her. Not the best endorsement ever, Jack thought, keeping an eye on the woman, who was still looking down the street back to the town square. Not that they had much choice but to trust her. Making a run for it would only alert anyone nearby to their presence anyway. "People of Dragon's Nest," a loud, low voice sounded over all others in the square. "If I could have your silence for a moment." Jack frowned as the bustle of the square seemed to quiet to a low murmur. That voice sounded familiar. "It's the mayor," Tanner hissed, sounding as though he was meeting a king face to face. Strange, thought Jack. She didn't recall having heard the man speak before. Once the square had stilled as much as could be expected, Mayor Denaxis audibly cleared his throat. "Thank you. As many of you know, there is a band of assailants walking among us. They have already attacked one of our guard patrols and have since disappeared." A loud wave of muttering swept over the square, which Denaxis waited out. Among their number was a small group of apparently traitorous city guardsmen, as well as a few yet largely unidentified townsfolk. Jack turned again to Tanner at the mayor's pause for effect. Among their number was our very own blacksmith's son. The square went still for a moment as Tanner's disguised form gave a full-body wince. Then the night erupted in startled curses and shouts of, "Tanner? Never!" and, "But he's such a good lad." "So, this is what it's like to be sentenced to death," Tanner mumbled. From what Jack had seen, however, she suspected that he was less worried about the prospect of being carted off to a hanging than the possibility of facing a certain bearkin. Seconds later, another voice rang out from within the square, this one causing Allie to mimic Tanner's wince. "I feel I must add," said the voice, "that I was present at the temple shortly after the warning bell sounded, and I saw the boy and his confederates enter the temple grounds and slink back to your very own private chambers, my lady. One of their number was even one of your personal guard." Now it was Crexus's turn to shrink back from the words. "Is that so?" came Denaxis's voice, as though he were looking to someone beside him. "I thank you for your vigilance, Eliard." And Hothaka's voice rose over the murmur of the crowd. "But I assure you that my own private guards have looked over every inch of the temple. If the fugitives were there, they would have certainly been foolish to remain. As for your accusation of my bodyguard, I have sensed foul magic at play that would indicate that he was impersonated in order to gain access to the temple grounds. I assure you, we, the followers of Nomenkal, are just as committed to apprehending these miscreants as the mayor." "Indeed," Denaxis said slowly, then, sounding as though he turned back to the crowd, "I urge you all to be vigilant. Likenesses of the fugitives are being drawn up as we speak to aid you all in your efforts." The crowd's droning murmur rose up again, drowning out the rest of the mayor's words, and even Guard Captain Phylak's short speech afterward only filtered to Jack's ears in fragments. "Rest assured, we will find these troublemakers. Justice will. Safety of our people." Jack ground her teeth. Even broken up, the message had been clear. Phylak had enough goodwill with the people, at least through Denaxis, that anyone who spotted them was likely to turn them in. Well, thought Jack, turning back to the mystery woman down the street just as she animatedly motioned them all forward. Maybe not just anyone. Hurrying forward with the others, Jack still hesitated when they reached the street where the woman stood, peering down to see a guard patrol just disappearing from sight. Could be worse, Jack thought, as they made their way after the woman's thin, scurrying form. We don't seem to be out of friends yet. It was a few streets later when the woman stopped, peering down another street before bracing herself back up against the building there and shaking her head as the group finally caught up with her. "Another patrol," she whispered, looking directly at Tanner. "Ah, right. Thank you, ma'am," said Tanner, affecting a deeper voice than normal. The woman rolled her dark eyes, the pale skin beneath her hood glowing harsh against Jack's eyes in the moonlight. "Give it up, Tanner. You've used this look on me before. Remember when you thought I was overcharging you for the gold leaf?" "Oh, yeah," Tanner said sheepishly. "For the record, I still think your profit margin there was a bit steep." "Then you travel to Falcon Crest and grab some," the woman snapped. "It was a reasonable charge, given the dangers I go through to supply this town." Jack cleared her throat softly. "Oh, right, introductions," said Tanner, looking from the woman back to the rest of the group. "And if you could keep your voices down while you're at it," said Jack. Tanner dipped his head self-consciously. "Right. Everyone, this is Merima, the only constant trader we've got in this place. If you like working odd jobs making shiny, useless weapons for old nesters, and you know I do, she's who you talk to for supplies." Merima gave a slight bow to the others. "Charmed. Now, if you mind telling me something, what the hell happened, Tanner?" Sighing, Tanner quickly began to fill her in, both of them keeping watch around the corner on what Jack hoped was a very distant patrol. "Damn," Merima said, her brow furrowed as Tanner finished. "Phylak? A traitor? I knew I should have cut this place out of my route this time." With a final look back around the corner, she groaned. Well, maybe I can hide you all in my cart. Lorson's beautiful this time of year. You'll just love it. We can't leave, Allie said, speaking up for the first time in minutes as she stepped forward. We made a mess of things, and now we've got to fix it. Marima looked to each of them in turn, shoulders sagging as she saw the matching resolve there. Fine, she said, but do you at least have some sort of safe house you can go to? Nope, said Jack. We're hitting back. Tonight. Huh, said Marima, glancing over at Tanner. You might need to find yourself some smarter friends, kid. Marima, please, said Tanner. We need to head south. That's where we found an entrance to their base. We hope. With a heavy sigh and shake of her head, Marima shrugged. Fine. I guess I'll just keep you out of trouble until you manage to hunt it down. With a look both ways down the long street before them, she added, Let's get moving. Chapter 10. To Ground and Below. Tanner was nearly winded by the time he and the others had followed Marima back to the point where Jack had detected an entry into the Scorpion base. They'd been able to sprint the last few blocks, and he wasn't exactly used to running everywhere. Marima threw a frustrated look back at him as he came to a stop, bracing himself on his knees, but she seemed to realize that he wasn't stopping to rest when everyone else had halted in the middle of the street as well. Is this the place, then? She asked. Yes, said Jack, nodding. She hardly seemed out of breath at all, much to Tanner's disappointment. Thank you, sincerely, for bringing us this far, Marima, but I think it would be best if we went on without you. You'll get no argument from me, Marima said with a curt laugh. I should probably go make sure no one's decided to add to the chaos by looting my goods. She turned back to Tanner, a tight smile on her face. I hope you're able to clear all this up, kid. I'd hate to lose one of my best customers. Right, Tanner gasped, trying to smile back. You, be safe, too. Smirking, Marima darted off into the night, her feet making hardly a sound on the stone street. Probably comes in handy being so quiet going through scaly territory, Tanner thought. Hope I never have to see if I'm that good. Jack, meanwhile, had moved to the stone in the nearby wall she'd touched earlier that day, causing Tanner to grimace in sympathy as the voices she'd mentioned began to swim through her mind again. She must have been able to maintain her focus, though, because it was only a few seconds before a portion of the street gave a faint clunk and dropped an inch into the ground. Neat, Tanner muttered, stepping over and carefully easing the trapdoor downward. It swung in without resistance, allowing Tanner a view to the utter blackness beneath. I've got something for that, said Jack, stepping up beside him. Concentrating for a moment as she touched her bow, Jack seemed to send faint tendrils of magic into its length, causing it to give off a faint glow. Then, after peering quickly down the trapdoor, she stepped into empty air and dropped lightly inside. Shrugging when nothing immediately sprang up to eat her in the small tunnel a few feet below, Tanner looked up to see that Allie had moved forward, dropping in after Jack. He glanced over to see the respect on his own face reflected in Crexus, smirking as he slipped down as well. Once inside, he brushed off the magical shroud that gave him his false appearance, returning to his true form. Well, his human one, anyway. Maybe Curtis is right. This does get complicated. Ember's toenails clacked lightly behind Tanner against the stone floor, followed by a heavy clatter and thud. Sorry, Crexus whispered when everyone looked back at him. It's a bit hard to be quiet in full armor. They probably know we're here anyway, Allie muttered, moving after Jack as the small passage opened up into a larger room. Jack, meanwhile, had placed her hand on a small marking of a scorpion seemingly painted on the wall, and, after a few seconds of focused scowling on her part, the trapdoor Crexus had been trying to shove back into place clicked shut. And now we might be stuck down here, thought Tanner, taking in the room. The walls and ceiling were rounded, like the confines of a normal cavern, but the floor was smooth and tiled. Stooping to examine the tile, Tanner saw that the workmanship was quite good, complete with grout and a thorough cleanup. If not for the outcroppings of stone that jutted out of the floor every few dozen yards, Tanner thought the entrance to what should have been a creepy lair actually resembled the interior of a well-built home, which, in itself, is a bit creepy. To make matters worse, etched into the tile, their giant swirling forms wrapped around the stony outcroppings, were the shadowy images of scorpions, almost seeming to shift and come alive as Jack explored the room with her illuminated bow. Lovely home, Tanner heard her murmur as she swept the shroud cloak off of Ember and tucked it away in her pack. Content that everyone looked as unsettled as he did, Tanner maneuvered with the group as silently as possible to the large hall to the left. No one seemed to question pursuing the one to the right. They had no heading to go on thus far. We're blind and underground. Thrilling. No sooner had they gone a few paces, however, than a frantic clacking of legs began to sound on the tile, heralding the approach of 3 large scorpions from around the corner. Wordlessly, the 5 of them leapt into combat, Crexus carving gashes in the things with his sword, while Ember tore into them with his teeth, and the others rained arrows, daggers, and deadly plumes of flame from afar. In seconds, the scorpions were a charred, bleeding mess on the floor, the only blight on the otherwise pristine tiling. Well, Crexus growled, no longer bothering to whisper as he cleaned his sword of scorpion gore, it seems we've found the right place. You think? Said Tanner, watching the fire in his hands fizzle away to nothing. I was figuring we'd have to keep looking. Best guess is we've stumbled into a bakery. Without response, Crexus quietly sheathed his blade and walked directly over to Tanner. Before Tanner could react, the stone-faced man's arm lashed out, grabbing him by the shirt front and pulling him in close. People are dying, boy, and the fate of our home sits precariously in our grasp. Do you really feel like this is a time for jokes? Tanner gulped, feeling the very tips of his toes brush the floor as Crexus held him aloft. The other man's nostrils flared a lot bigger up close. No? Good, said Crexus, releasing his hold and stepping over to Jack. If you'll lead on, miss. Oh, right, said Jack, looking down to her bow and moving down the hall again. She seemed to be regretting her decision in making herself the group's beacon, in more ways than one. Well, too bad, Tanner thought, keeping close behind her. I'm staying close to you, your deadly light bow, and that scorpion-snacking beast of yours, lady. Cautiously, neither her feet nor Ember's making a sound against the tile, Jack led the group onward, peering closely around for any more signs of danger. The one place she wasn't looking, however, was at her feet. Just as her boot touched down on one of the tiles that made up a giant scorpion stinger, there was a rumbling shudder beneath them, the floor giving way under her step with a sharp crack. Jack! Tanner blurted, reaching out to stop her fall, and catching only air. A pace forward, Ember gave a startled yelp, attempting to bite down on Jack's sleeve. But he, too, wasn't fast enough to stop Jack's momentum. The edge of her sleeve tearing off in Ember's teeth, Jack twisted around as she fell, trying to grab the sudden chasm's ledge. Jack felt cool tile on her fingertips, and she felt it slip from her grasp, as, arms flailing, she fell into the darkness. Her still glowing bow had slipped down over her arm in the confusion, currently sitting against her chest as she fell backward. Walls shot up around her, bask in an eerie greenish glow that reflected off whatever awaited her below. She felt viscous liquid slam into her back, heard a pair of startled cries from above as the pain of her fall mingled with the searing touch of liquid flame. Magma. No, there was no actual heat behind the burn, and yet the pool seemed to tear her apart like a seething bed of teeth. Her skin began to blister and melt at the touch, and whatever ridiculous modesty she felt in this moment seemed to shout that her robe was being eaten away as well. Despite the light around her, darkness began to creep over her vision, its tiny black fingers reminding her of a scorpion's legs. But, through the agony, she reached up toward the distant opening of the chasm, now dim at the distance from her bow. Desperation began to claw at her gut as she heard Ember's frantic whines from above, crying out for her to return to his side. She wanted to. With every scrap of her being, she wanted to. And so, knowing even as she did so that it was futile, she sent any remaining light inside of her up into the palm of her outstretched hand, making a fist as her last conscious act, and feeling the light course back into her own, disintegrating form. It wouldn't save her, but she would never have it said that she didn't fight for every last second. "Help her!" Allie shouted, rushing to the edge of the pit and peering down into the glowing green pool a dozen yards below. Her heart was pounding in her chest. She'd seen death before. She'd dealt it out even, but this was senseless, a stupid mistake and a cruel twist of fate. There was no reason for it, no dark awakening of power, or even a vengeful stab of a knife. Just some cowardly trick from an unseen enemy. Feeling the fury of helplessness rise up in her, Allie focused her efforts on the still, sinking form of Jack below, willing herself to be strong enough to grasp the dying woman with her mind. Nothing. Allie yelled out a curse, surprised at the volatility of her response. She barely knew the woman. What reason was there for her to wish danger upon herself to save a stranger? Deep down, however, she knew the answer. Not even someone as detached as she was could escape the allure of redemption, the chance to right a past wrong, to maybe save a life, for once. Just one. Snarling in frustration, she began rifling through the pack slung over Ember, hope igniting in her chest when she wrenched out a bundle of tent and twine. "It'll do," said Crexus, yanking on the twine as Allie unfurled the tent. Then, turning to Tanner, the temple guard handed him the end of the rope. "Jump! I'll catch you." Much to Allie's shock, Tanner didn't even hesitate, wrapping the end of the rope around his wrist and leaping headlong into the pit. Maybe not the best idea ever, Tanner thought as he plunged down toward the unconscious Jack, terror swelling in his gut. But hey, too late to think it over now. The instant before his feet would have slipped below the surface of the pool, the rope went taut, feeling as though it nearly ripped his arm out of place. "Arr!" he yelped, pouring all of his focus into keeping his grip on the rope. The pain was almost blinding as he leaned back from the wall, reaching the front of Jack's cloak as she began to fully submerge. "Gotcha!" he hissed as his fingers closed around fabric, and he hauled her back toward the rope. "I've got her!" he shouted up into the blackness. "Pull us out!" Crexus's response was immediate in the form of elevation, Jack's form growing heavier as it was lifted out of the pool. In seconds, both Tanner and Jack were a few feet back up the pit, Tanner gritting his teeth as he fought to hold on to the rope with one hand, and Jack's cloak with the other. He could hear the sounds of straining, wet fabric, and, a few seconds later, he felt the give of Jack's weight as her cloak began to tear. "Stop it," he thought stupidly, closing his eyes as he struggled to hang on. There was no time to maneuver for a better grip, and he could feel the rope begin to burn as it ran through his fingers, slowly slipping out of his grasp. "Hold on," he screamed in his mind. "Just hold." The moment Jack was out of the pool, Allie began channeling her hidden abilities into one of the most basic spells she knew, magically cleansing Jack's body of the vile liquid, as Crexus heaved both her and Tanner out of the pit. Allie could hear the desperation in Crexus's grunts, knowing that, even as strong as he was, it was taking everything he had to pull that rope every inch of the way. He'd fallen into a groaning rhythm of pulling the rope up one more length, wrapping it around his hand as the other hand took over, until he was now completely bound up in the rope. If he were to slip, all three of them would fall. "Leaving me alone," Allie thought, willing the greenish liquid off Jack's still form. Alone, again, forever. Was that what the world was trying to tell her? That the moment she let anyone grow close, she'd be left to hold their mangled corpse soon enough? She wanted to scream, wanted everyone to know the pain she faced every day, knowing what she'd done. Everyone deserved to know that she, Edith Joan McAllister, was a harbinger of death. Tanner had reduced himself to a single thought. It was more difficult than everyone had led him to believe. Hold on, hold on, hold. A large hand was suddenly grasping him by the collar, heaving him up over the edge of some weird-looking pit. Then his arms were hurting less, left almost numb as weight was lifted from them both. "No!" he thought, glancing frantically about for Jack? Was that who he'd been trying to save? Need to hold on, need to... He spotted her. Her limp form sprawled across the floor at his feet as a young wolf eagerly lapped at her face. "The wand!" he tried to blurt, finding out that it came out more as a jumble of vowels than actual words. Shakily, he crawled over to her, digging through the tattered pack at her side. "Please be here! Please be here! There!" He grasped the healing wand they'd acquired from Zeja, thinking that it looked a bit like a large toothpick as he fell into a new focus, willing the thing to make Jack better. "Don't be gone," he whispered, resting his free hand on her arm when he felt the power surge up along his fingers. "We need to stay together, damn it! We need to save!" Light pulsed out of his hand, swimming along the length of Jack's burned flesh, invisibly stitching her back together. She didn't move. "Come on," Tanner grunted, hitting her with another pulse. Crouched across from him, Allie closed her eyes, touching Jack's other arm as a faint glow began to shine from her grasp. "Live, damn it!" Tanner groaned, sending another charge of healing energy through Jack's frame. "I can't be this much of a screw-up! Not now! Not with this!" Jack continued to lie still, staring vacantly up at the chamber ceiling. Her skin was growing cold to the touch. Allie felt her own essence extend through her fingertips, searching the length of Jack's body for any spark of life. There was nothing. Silence. And then, there, latching on what remained of Jack's life force, Allie felt as though she was physically dragging it back to wakefulness, bolstered by the energies of the wand. Almost there. Almost. Light, blinding and harsh, swept over Jack's vision, and she felt cold, stale air rush into her lungs as she gave a frenzied gasp, the sound deafening in her own ears. For a moment, her senses were flooded, unable to process her surroundings. Cold, stone under me. Light, shouting. Can't hear what. Ember. Her vision cleared as she felt a wet nose burrow into her neck and a warm, furry presence press against her. She clung to it, wrapping her arms around her closest friend as she felt him smother her with slobbery affection. "It's okay," she soothed after a moment, pulling back to look him in his dark, fathomless eyes. "I'm here." She continued to stroke his neck as he whimpered into her shoulder. "I'm here," she repeated, taking in the looks of relief on the faces of those around her. "And I won't leave you again." Chapter 11. A Cause Unearthed. "So," Crexus said heavily, glancing about at the others, "what's our next move?" They were the first words any of them had spoken since Jack's harrowing recovery from the pit. In the hours since, the four of them had tried to achieve some form of rest, tucked back against the wall of the dead-end chamber, away from the awful pit at the center. The trap, as it turned out, had been guarding nothing more than a chest full of documents behind a hidden panel, most of the papers scrawled in languages none of them could understand, and the ones that they could, spouting only the gibberish rhetoric one might expect from a cult intent on the worship of scorpions. Completely understandable, though, Allie thought dryly, huddled beneath her cloak around Jack's reignited bow. Can't have people learning about your devotion to the one true Lord of life, whatever the blazes that means. Hands deep in her pockets, Allie avoided Crexus's gaze, absent-mindedly turning the key Jack and Tanner had reportedly swiped from Phylak's office over and over with cold, numb fingers. The key had clattered to the floor from a frayed pocket following Jack's attempt to stand after her acid bath, with everyone silently consenting to Allie's response of pocketing it. "Glad to know I'm good for something." Surprisingly, it was Tanner who cleared his throat in response to Crexus's question. "We keep moving," he said softly. "No one attacked us while we slept, which means these caverns might be big enough for them to not know we're here. Or maybe we just weren't worth their time. Either way, we're still alive, and we've got a job to do." Allie studied the boy for a moment, surprised at his shift in attitude, almost as though he'd matured years overnight. Or maybe his lightheartedness was always just a way to defend himself. Regardless, Allie found herself weighing his words with greater respect, especially after the courage he displayed in the near loss of Jack. From the other side of the glowing bow that they'd huddled around like a campfire, Crexus gave a firm nod in Tanner's direction. "Agreed. I apologize for allowing my emotions to get the best of me. I merely feel lost at not being able to stand by Antothika's side. That has been my mission since I first entered her service many years ago. To be separated from her when she needs me the most is maddening." His eyes met each of the others in turn, and Allie found herself a bit unsettled to find genuine respect and camaraderie in them, even for Tanner. It could just have been that they'd all been thrown together, even driven underground, in such high-tension events, but Allie decided it was more likely that the night before, even with all its blunders and nearly fatal mistakes, had forced them all to reveal their true selves to each other. Despite the apparent randomness that had brought them together, Allie found herself looking at each of her comrades with kinship. It was ridiculous, of course. She knew almost nothing about Jack's past in the wild, Tanner's life under the town blacksmith's tutelage, or Crexus's training and service at the temple. Her own past was vastly different from theirs, her one of pain and dark mystery. And yet, she couldn't help feeling an odd connection with the three humans around her, bask in the soft glow of Jack's magic. Well, 2 humans and a foxkin, she reminded herself, trying not to stare at Tanner. That side of her that was always seeking answers yelled at her to pepper the boy with questions about how he was able to subdue the animal side of his blood. None of the half-breeds she'd known growing up in Lorson had been able to do anything like that. At least, she didn't think so. Then again, Tanner obviously had some natural affinity for magic, as evidenced by his brutal flame attacks. Allie doubted he had learned such things from his bearkin father, who seemed to wish nothing more than to have his boy stay out of anything interesting. Leathold would be giddy with excitement if he ever met you, thought Allie, marking Tanner in her peripheral vision. The magical experiments he'd run. And you, Jack, said Crexus, turning to Allie's left. Are you able to keep going? Allie followed the temple guard's gaze, taking in the stone-faced woman who sat there cross-legged, staring intently at the tile floor beneath them as she stroked the prone wolf's neck at her side. Offering a short sigh, Jack looked up, meeting Crexus's dark eyes. Able, ready, and more than a little annoyed, she said heavily, glancing at Tanner and Allie as well. Thanks to the 3 of you. Tanner gave a visible shudder, flexing the hand that had wielded the healing wand. Allie watched his face tighten to a faint grimace, knowing the source of his discomfort. Growing up as he had, it was clear that his life hadn't been nearly as touched by magic as the other 3, despite his natural talents. In her time living in Lorson, Allie had encountered numerous people who had treated items imbued with the magic of Memory Stone with skepticism, even fear. For the particularly ignorant, that fear could even extend to anyone who held magical talents within them, too. While Tanner didn't seem quite that quick to judge, it was clear that being surrounded by such things for the first time was setting off paranoia inside of him, a paranoia shared by many who'd only heard of Memory Stone's more volatile outbursts in history. Don't mention it, the boy growled, shrugging uneasily within his magical cloak. Anytime. Just maybe don't start making a habit of it, said Allie, offering a tight smile at Jack. A promise I'd happily make if I could, said Jack, giving a bitter laugh as she stood, dusting off trail ration crumbs. She'd changed into a spare shirt and breeches, but she'd apparently had no cloak to replace the acid-eaten one. If Allie had to guess, the only reason the other woman wasn't shuddering after a night on the cold stone floor was the warmth of the furry beast beside her, who now stood, his rest disturbed by Jack's movement. The wolf looked up at her expectantly, glancing about into the darkness as though his mistress may have picked up on a nearby danger that had evaded his notice. Jack gave him a soothing pat on the head, retrieving her bow from the ground as the others stood. Well, she said, attempting a smile at Crexus, Tanner, and Allie. Even if it's not suave to keep saying it, thank you. All of you. And I hope I never have to return the favor. That's sweet, said Tanner, laughing uneasily as they began to move back to the cavern entrance. But I'll just call us even if I never have to get that intimate with Memory Stone ever again. Damn it! Tanner yelped, leaping back from the large formation of stone that jutted out from the floor, his hand wrenching back from its cold touch. Damn it to the nether plane and back! But into a desert, or something! I guess you don't need to be told what that is, then, thought Jack, unable to suppress a chuckle at Tanner's outburst as she marked the veins of bluish-gray along the rock face. They'd gone less than a minute down the dark passageway before encountering the formation, slowing to circle about it in the dim light from Jack's bow. Each of them had wordlessly sensed the primal energy infused within. Predictably, the inquisitive Tanner had been the first to investigate more thoroughly. Bypassing the muttering foxkin, Jack stepped forward, reaching out to feel a muted branch of the Memory Stone. As she did so, a single flash from the stone's past swept over her mind. Instantly, Jack felt at once ancient and new, eternal and fleeting. Her consciousness extended all around her in a time far away. It didn't matter what was behind or ahead. Surrounding her was the cavern, as she sensed, rather than saw, a group of individuals, perhaps they were short, approach her, one with a long, slender shape in its hand, extending the softly glowing top of it to touch Jack's face. There was no animosity or attack, just a single command. Jack plunged back into herself in the present, pulling away from the memory and emerging into her true surroundings once more. Tanner was still cursing, clutching his hand as though it had been burnt in a fire. Every single hell! Why is this stuff suddenly everywhere in my life? Calm down, said Allie with a sigh, seeming to frown more at the sensation she felt from the memory stone rather than Tanner's outburst. It's asleep, Jack volunteered when Allie trailed off, seeming unable to find the right word. Someone ordered it to sleep many years ago. Tanner's face contorted in confusion. The blazes is that supposed to mean? Not only is this stuff empathic, it's able to take naps now? Not with any technique I've ever heard of, said Crexus, rounding the other side of the outcropping as he looked it up and down. Such magic would seem to have been lost for many centuries. About 5, I'd guess, said Allie, looking slowly around at the others. Those were dwarves. What, in the memory? Jack said in disbelief. Are you sure? Not beyond doubt, no, Allie admitted. But I feel like, between the 4 of us, I'm probably the one who's read the most about them, and most things. Fair point, said Crexus, nodding slowly, and it would seem to make sense. I doubt whoever these cultists are would have been able to master the ancient dwarven art of stone shaping, given the penalty for such teachings on the surface nowadays. It would have taken them a few years to excavate beneath the city to this extent, during which time we surely would have noticed something. A more believable explanation would be that they simply stumbled upon a series of magically crafted dwarven tunnels from which the underfolk delved toward the surface at the end of the last age. Well, at least they took the time to decorate. Tanner mumbled, glaring at the swirling scorpion designs that sprawled along the tiled floor. A far easier feat, Crexus said with a grunt, and an admittedly elegant way to indicate to your devoted a safe passage through the tunnels. It was only a guess at this point. None of them had actually tried to set off another trap by disturbing the tile that bore scorpion stingers since Jack's fall. But Crexus seemed confident what would happen if they did. It would certainly fit their kind's need for poetic justice. He'd warned the others before they'd set off through the tunnels in earnest. Jack, for one, had no intention of arguing the point. So, said Allie, shaking her head, we've got dwarven tunnels filled with sleeping memory stone and paranoid cultists down here, and a city full of high alert guards and townspeople up there. She gave a bitter snort, turning to continue down the tunnel. Nice to have some options, at least. We're moving on? Well, I've got to say one thing for these guys, Tanner muttered as he studied the large, leather-bound book in his hands. They sure are educated. Shortly after the group's encounter with the memory stone vein, Tanner gave another shudder at the thought. They had tentatively entered a large chamber, slinking quietly through the darkness by Jack's magical light as they'd come upon what was apparently a whole underground community. There were tables about a main dining area, surrounded by well-crafted chairs, a makeshift kitchen and more quiet dining area in a side chamber where, amid all the strange smells, Tanner had caught a whiff of old loose lips Bert, as well as a fully outfitted barracks of sorts. Everything was clean and organized, with beds made and dishes washed, and there was not a single scorpion man in sight. Tanner had already been wary of their good luck before Crexus had whispered, "So, where have they all gone?" With no one seeming to have an answer, the group had pressed on in silence, passing through the high-ceilinged main cavern into another broad hallway that had led them to a pristine bedchamber and study. Unlike the barracks, where the cots had been lined closely together along the walls, there was only one bed in this chamber, set up on a small stone platform away from a set of shelves and a writing desk, with another rocky outcropping jutting out of the floor in between. Perusing the shelves, Tanner had found a pair of books among the usual, pretentious tomes of self-proclaimed scholars that had caught his eye. He'd only had occasion to read Dwarven a handful of times, usually in the form of curse words the youths of Dragon's Nest would scrawl into tables, or the secret notes that they would write each other. Tanner wasn't sure who had started it, but ever since he was a child, his new nest of friends would employ such means as a way of keeping prying eyes out of their incredibly important business. Business that usually involved mild hooliganery. Looking back, he supposed that it was probably the local children's way of co-opting the town's dark past for their own means. Regardless, for Tanner to have any hope of understanding the other kids' jokes and references, he had, by necessity and peer pressure, picked up some rudimentary skill in reading Dwarven. Now, as he scanned the old, yet surprisingly clean, book he'd set down on the desk, he couldn't help a little twinge of pride. And people say you don't learn any useful skills on the streets. The book was completely in Dwarven, though it was, as Tanner suspected, not of Dwarven make. He'd seen a few of the old volumes that had made their way up from the Underkingdom of Tilrig held before the Dragon War, change hands a few times in the town square, and the binding had been far more peculiar. Whereas the book before him used the traditional surface methods of adhesive binding, the true Dwarven books had been sewn into place with something between metal and thread, holding together pages made of stronger stuff than parchment. Tanner studied the title page, his brow creasing in a frown as his tired brain fought to dredge up the words. A History of Dwarven Interactions with the Skylands, it read. The Dwarven glyphs reluctantly squeezed of their meaning. The space on the page usually reserved for an author name was conspicuously blank. Well, whoever they are, Tanner thought, turning the page to skim the first chapter, they don't seem that good at holding a grudge. Anyone Tanner had met in his short life tended to speak of dwarves and their sordid past with the surface world with bitterness and hatred, as though the underfolk were to blame for all the misfortune that hung over Dragon's Nest, Kovorum, and the world beyond. Here, though, the author seemed almost impressed with the dwarves' raw abilities, relating the events that had brought about the end of the Age of Birth with a detached, unbiased narrative. As tensions rose, Tanner read quietly, the words coming more quickly as his mind fell into long, dormant patterns. Leaders on both sides sought to preserve the peace, with Seirmiat and the Council of Diarnas speaking out against the raids on dwarven surface settlements. King Erangel, meanwhile, urging his people not to retaliate and to defend themselves only if necessary. But then came the Infinity Grove massacre, led by the elven warrior Lamothel, and all hope for peace was lost amid the wails of murdered dwarves. His hope for his people dashed, Erangel withdrew his surviving people, threatening no revenge as he and all other dwarves sealed themselves back beneath the Skygate tunnels they had burrowed to the surface. For many years, there was an uneasy quiet beneath the surface and the deep, as though both sides were holding their breath for the inevitable break. It came, ferociously and violently, in the form of the Dragon War. The new king, Gamindel, leading his armies back to the surface, each one now astride a great winged beast. For 12 years, the war was waged across the surface lands, countless souls on both sides falling in the conflict. The war ended following a final bloody battle in the Binnick Valley of Aceralin, the powerful elven mage Kirikath leading the meager remnants of her people in a right to shred the dragons and their riders to ash in the sky, costing the lives of her comrades in the effort. And so, what few dwarves remained were left to retreat underground, while the humans, gnomes, giants, and decimated elves were granted a moment to attend their wounds. This is the history many know, the book continued, its shift in tone jarring Tanner from the past that had opened up in his mind with the detailed sketches that filled the book. A history that is sadly incomplete and without empathy. In the following chapters, I will explore the full sequence of events that led to the major moments of these conflicts, breaking down the intrigue at play between powerful figures on both sides, as well as the motivations and reasoning that ensured ahem. Crexus coughed at Tanner's side, causing Tanner to jump and spin away from the desk. Crexus's dour face was well illuminated before him in the light of the desk lamp. "If you don't mind, lad," said the temple guard, sounding less antagonistic than he would have a day earlier. "None of the rest of us can actually read the stuff. Is there anything useful in those pages?" "Right, not that I can tell," said Tanner, turning back to flip quickly through the pages. "Best guess, though, is that the full breakdown of the Dragon War in here is what gave these guys the tip-off they needed to find these tunnels. And, if their choice of author is any indication, they've got a fair amount of sympathy for the old stout folk." Crexus audibly spat. "Never met one myself, but if they start heading back up here, they'd better come armed with apologies and empty sheaths." "I knew a few back in Lorson," said Allie, returning from the other side of the room. "They seemed nice enough, but liked to keep to themselves." "Course they do," Crexus snorted. They've been marooned in the Skylands by their own people. They know better than to act like they belong. Good to see some of Namenkal's teachings of forgiveness are alive and well, Tanner mumbled, glancing back at Crexus. I believe in forgiveness, lad, said Crexus, sounding less annoyed than Tanner had expected. But Nomenkal also teaches that there must be payment for wrongs committed, and the devastation their kind brought to the surface counts for many wrongs. Yes, we surface dwellers were completely guiltless in the whole thing, Jack said dryly, still across the room and rifling through the footlocker Allie had managed to pick open. Ember still clung closely to her side, as he had in their entire search. Crexus sighed. Point made, but enough of this. Was there nothing else of interest in the desk? Not if we can't get that bottom drawer open, said Tanner, looking down and kicking its strange, circular lock with his toe. And I didn't find anything else on the shelf that would... He froze, his eyes halting in his scan of the shelf beside him as they met a large black tomb near the bottom. A strange, creeping sensation began to crawl up Tanner's spine, to tickle in the depths of his brain. Okay, he thought, but why? Nothing seemed to stand out to his conscious mind about the book, other than its largeness and its blackness. He couldn't even understand the odd, whirling script of the title along its spine. What is it? Said Allie, her tone guarded as she reached for her knife. Good question, Tanner muttered, stooping to retrieve the book and haul it up to the desk. It slammed down with a heavy thud, revealing more nonsensical swirling script on its cover. Do you understand it? Said Crexus, peering over his shoulder. No, said Tanner, feeling like he was telling a lie while doing so. I mean, maybe? It was like the faintest of smells was plucking at his thoughts, trying to remind him of the sweet taste of a pastry or the warm tanginess of raspberry pie. Without thinking, Tanner opened his mouth, as though to experience the flavor, finding that he spoke words instead. They spilled across his tongue like the soft caress of fresh bread, or the sensory flood of perfectly seasoned meat. He spoke words he didn't know, and yet, as he heard them, he understood. The lyrical, yet eerie sound of his own voice seemed to swirl around the room, Tanner's ears eagerly perking up to gorge themselves on the sound. It was beautiful, perhaps the most beautiful thing Tanner had ever heard, and yet it frightened him, made him feel as though he was speaking to the very foundation of the world, and that it might just listen. And there, almost inconsequential in the face of all he was feeling, was the actual meaning of the words. A Chronicle of Therkur, Champions of the Netherplane. Coming back to himself, Tanner shifted his feet as he glanced around at the others. All right, he said slowly. That was weird. Crexus's eyes were wide as he took in both the book and Tanner. You speak the language of the Therkur. I mean, if that's what this is, then yeah, I guess so, said Tanner, turning back to the book and tentatively lifting the cover. Where would a blacksmith's son learn such a thing? He heard Crexus mumble. I'll be sure to let you know as soon as I figure that out, said Tanner, sinking into the swirling song of the script once more. Soon, he wasn't even sure if he spoke out loud, letting the purest essence of the words wash over him as he drank them in. The author, this time a name Tanner couldn't even begin to confine to the common tongue, spoke of treachery and war between the Therkur, their dance through millennium, each of the 8 trying to assert dominance over their brothers and sisters. Tanner flipped easily through the pages, almost able to see for himself, so vivid was the picture of the war-torn nether plane described, the unbridled power of the Therkur unleashed on each other, and the countless hordes of specters they had at their command. Next came the alliances, agreements forged between 2 groups of Therkur, one against the other, many eons ago, as the war continued to rage on, the beings of order and good aligning themselves against those of destruction and evil. Only recently, by their standards, had these beings made their presence known to those on this side of the veil. Hey, Tanner remembered to think, that's me. Each of them garnering disciples by their own methods and promoting their teachings in this reality. Then, almost as a footnote at the bottom of a page, a small, swirling scribble caused Tanner's thoughts to skid to a halt. There are, of course, blasphemers who believe that, where 8 now ruled the nether plane, once there were 9. Tanner scowled, reading the line over and over again, both quietly and aloud. "Yes, that's very pretty," said Crexus, still at his side. "But what does it mean?" Remembering that the others couldn't understand his words, Tanner replied, "I'm not sure." Almost unbidden, it was there for him, as though sitting in a beam of sunlight. He leaned forward over the desk, poring back through the preceding pages as the hidden message began to materialize in his thoughts. It was wordplay, the kind only a true master of language would catch. And, even as lost as he was in the whole experience, Tanner somehow knew that the message could easily have passed him by entirely. He's real. Tanner read silently, piecing together fragments from pages both past and forward, as he was subtly referenced there by each consecutive passage. The 9th Thercour, thrown down from his rightful place above all by his brothers and sisters, is the true lord of existence, and we are his devoted. Purest power is his, neither driven by evil nor by good. His unbridled might will restore us all and bring unity to his world and ours. Our Lord, Kravog, Tanner whispered out loud, feeling as though his voice could barely contain the name. It was raw on his tongue, an ancient, unmatched strength full of bitterness and patience. And, in the same instant, Tanner found himself spinning around, his eyes locking on an object in Jack's hand a few feet away. A small, black orb half unwrapped from its silken confines. "Tanner," said Jack, following his gaze to the orb, then looking back up at him. "Are you—" "Jack!" Tanner cut her off, holding out one hand as he tucked the book into his small pack with the other. "Can I see that for a minute?" Glancing quickly between Allie and Crexus, Jack hesitantly offered the orb. "All right." Gingerly, Tanner plucked it from her hand, feeling a strange pulse of energy course up his arm as he did so, and, without thinking, he turned and stooped before the desk, reaching out to touch the orb to the odd, circular lock of the bottom drawer. "In the service of Kravog," he thought, the now palpable magic around the drawer seeming to relax at the word before he added, "Open." It felt as though the drawer wanted to obey, but then, before it could, a great looming presence seemed to step between Tanner's consciousness and the lock. Terror gripped Tanner's heart, his eyes wide as he stared into the recesses of his mind that seemed to open up before him. Suspended all around him was the presence, sifting through his thoughts, as though they were the beans the townsfolk picked through for rocks as they sat and chatted on their porches. Tanner was sure he wasn't breathing, lost in the darkness all around and the impossible power he felt on all sides. Then, mercifully, there was a response. "Who are you?" The words rattled in Tanner's skull, threatening to shatter it from within with their thunderous whisper. Tanner gulped, hearing the sound in his ears on some faraway planet. I am a loyal servant," he gasped, barely able to articulate thought. There was a pause as the presence weighed his reply, poking deep within his mind, only to seem surprised when Tanner gave an involuntary pup-like whimper at the intrusion. Then the presence receded, withdrawing from Tanner's mind as though someone had flung a tablecloth from its surface. Inhaling sharply, Tanner returned to himself, stumbling back from the drawer as the lock gave a faint click. "Easy, lad," said Crexus, catching him before his head connected with the floor. "Oh, you all right?" Jack blurted, crouching over him just as Allie chimed, "What happened?" "Oh, nothing much," said Tanner, attempting a smile as Crexus hauled him to his feet. "I think I may have just mildly annoyed an all-powerful deity is all. Someone else might want to investigate what's in the drawer. I think I am done with magic for today." Chapter 12. The Faces of the Enemy. Allie studied the misshapen lump of blue, luminous rock in the bottom drawer. It was memory stone, clearly, but far more refined than any she'd seen outside of crafted items. But beyond that, it seemed purer, like the stone itself had been magically manipulated and shaped, and was most certainly not asleep. If Allie was right, well, she thought with a sigh, thrusting her hand forward to palm the stone, what's the point in having a theory if you're not going to test it? Immediately, her mind was plunged into the stream of contained memory. The images were shockingly crisp as the scene materialized, bringing her upon a small plain of tall grass that stretched off to a swampy shoreline and a vast sea beyond. For a moment, she existed in both past and present before the memory took focus, a small band of figures seeming to manifest before her. To one side were a man and a woman, both dressed in the garb of Dragon Nest city guards. And between and a step ahead of them was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a clean-shaven face and well-coiffed hair. His clothing was that of a nobleman, and Allie realized that she recognized the man. The feeling solidified when he began to speak. "Thank you for coming, Baskig," said the man, bowing slightly at the waist. "I know I don't have to tell you how volatile this situation has become." "Save the pleasantries for your own kind, human," came the harsh, gravelly response, and Allie turned her focus to the other side of the conversation to find a wiry crockblood dressed in brass armor and a deep red cloak. Atop his scaly head was a brass crown-fashioned helmet that extended well down the length of his snout that seemed to signify him as the leader of the 5 rag-and-scrap armored crockbloods behind him. The leader, Baskig, gave a curt snarl. "You've come to talk, Denaxis. Talk." "Then I'll get right to the point," replied the mayor of Dragon's Nest, easing down to sit cross-legged in the grass. "I wish to know what it will take to end these attacks against our merchants and scholars." "The simple courtesy of not trespassing on our land," Baskig said with a toothy sneer, dropping down to sit a few feet from Denaxis. "Nothing less." "Your proclaimed land," Denaxis said calmly, "extends from the shore to the brink of the Infinity Grove. How would you have our visiting scholars reach us without diverting to the other end of the Kavorum?" "It is not my concern," said Baskig, folding his arms. "If we do not show your kind strength, we are slaughtered, as our females and eggs were last month. Tell me, Denaxis, are your people even aware that they struck the first blow?" "The parties responsible for that attack were dealt with," said the mayor. "Sent away, you mean," growled Baskig, "to keep them safe." "Banished," Denaxis said firmly. "A trial would only have caused more unrest among the people, and many would not have stood for judgment against what they would have seen as a noble deed." Baskig snarled again. "Not enough. Justice has not been met." "Agreed," said Denaxis, raising a hand in placation. "But I believe that you were a wise leader, Baskig. There is no reason we cannot both achieve our goals in this." A deep frown curled Baskig's green brow. "How?" Regret mingled with resolve on Denaxis's face at his next words. "My city has grown far too divided in recent years, I fear. The antiquated charter we've clung to since before the Dragon War has not allowed us to change with the times, or to have a single strong voice for the people to heed. There is conflict in our leadership, the powerless council keeping nothing in check as Antothica seeks to guide the people with a soft hand, unwittingly fomenting unrest and hatred between Old Nest and New. She does not understand that at times people must be made to do things, simply because it is what is best for the community. I've tried to make her see reason through the years, ever since my election as a much younger man, but it has become clear to me that the time for words is past. The citizens of Dragon's Nest are in need of strong leadership, and it will be denied them so long as Antothica and her temple remain." Denaxis locked his dark eyes on Baskig. "The time has come for them to both be removed, so that the city may grow past the petty squabbles that divide it." "And why is this matter of interest to me?" Baskig said slowly. Denaxis sighed, his features creased in pained resignation. "There will come a day," he said slowly, "when the gate to the city will be left undefended, and you will be free to enter through it." Baskig stroked his chin. "We would be free to extract our revenge?" "On the temple only," Denaxis said, his tone sharp. "All else is to remain untouched, save for whoever might force your hand in self-defense. You would, however, be free to ransack the temple, cleansing it of its residents, and Antothica. Whatever spoils inside are yours to keep, provided you do not begin attacking the innocent and force me to retaliate. The Crockblood studied Denaxus for a long moment. And what assurances will we have that we would not be ambushed within the city? None but my promise, said Denaxus, bowing his head as the guards behind him seemed to slump at the same realization Allie had reached. The deal was already made. No! The foremost Crockblood behind Baskig shouted, snarling beneath the iron plate that lined his jaw. You cannot agree to this, father! The human will betray! Silence, Ironjaw! Baskig snapped, shoving the younger Crockblood aside. Do not force me to remove your tongue! The son, Ironjaw, stiffly genuflected, retreating a pace behind his father as he sneered at Denaxus. And when this day comes, said Baskig, turning back to the mayor, where will you be? Where I must, Denaxus said gravely, standing with my people, ready to lead them into a new day. So, I guess all the stories about Crockblood greed ring true, thought Allie, her mind receding from the memory stone and back into her own body. What is it? Said Crexus, his eyes wary as she turned back to the others. What did you see? It's the mayor, Allie said with a scowling sigh. Denaxus has been wrapped up in this from the start, manipulating the Crockbloods into attacking the city. Shock and confusion flashed across Crexus's face. The Crockbloods? But how is that? His words were cut short as a sharp clacking began to sound from down the hall, growing louder and heavier with each second. Get behind me, shouted Crexus, drawing his weapon and stepping forward as the tile beneath Allie's feet began to shudder with the clacking. Just as Allie, Tanner, and Jack followed suit, with Ember beginning to snarl at the opening, the most horrific sight of Allie's life surged into view, its form flickering in the lamplight. An enormous, armor-plated scorpion swept into the room, its horse-sized frame thrashing about to block the opening entirely as it danced its broad, gleaming carapace this way and that with shocking agility. Allie heard herself mutter a curse as the thing's monstrous tail struck forward. Well, at least I won't die bored. My life has really taken a turn for the bizarre, Jack thought, diving behind the large, dark stalagmite that served as a divider between the bedchamber and the desk area. She peered out from the other side, bringing her bow up at the grotesque monstrosity that had just barged into the chamber, in time to see Crexus step in front of Allie to catch the thing's tail on his broad shield. Ember! Jack yelled, loosing an arrow at the thing, but the wolf was already charging forward, his jaws snapping at the thing's flank. The first pangs of panic began to sink in as Jack saw her first arrow glance harmlessly off the thing's carapace, and Ember's teeth failed to find purchase against the natural and plated armor. All right, that's a problem. Still, she continued to fire, waiting for openings created from Tanner's fire blasts to score small hits against the creature with her bow. No good, she thought angrily, watching as the thing battered mercilessly against Crexus's defense. We need to make them count. Hope it's cooking on the inside at least, Tanner thought, his frustration mounting as the last gout of fire from his hand splashed against the scorpion, leaving only faint scorch marks along its armored side. Keep fighting! Crexus was shouting as he took blow after blow from the thing's pincers and tail on his shield, barely able to retaliate with his sword. Bring it down! Tanner was about to respond with a snappy retort when the scorpion swept Crexus's legs from under him, throwing him to the floor and battering at him with everything it had. Gah! Kill it! Crexus shouted, frantically swinging up with his sword as he was battered into submission. Horror rising in his chest, Tanner actually let himself wonder if they could. Allie's eyes went wide as she watched the scorpion tear into Crexus, slashing along his breastplate and slamming down for his head. Her dagger flew from her grasp, sinking into one of the thing's tender eyes before magically reappearing in her hand at a mere thought. Harder to lose, she thought, recalling Crexus's words when he had gifted the blade to her. It had served her well thus far in the fight, allowing her to continue flinging it against their attacker, but, much like Jack, she'd only been able to score minor hits. Now, however, with an odd sort of rage burning inside, Allie found herself sprinting forward, not for a better angle through her companions at the beast, or even for a better vantage point. She charged at the scorpion head-on, lips curling in a snarl as she watched Crexus go still at a final, heavy strike against his face. A loud, roaring yell suddenly echoed off the small cavern's walls, and it took Allie a moment to realize that the sound originated from her own raw throat. Ducking under a wild swing of the scorpion's pincers, Allie came up with her gleaming dagger point first, raking it along the scorpion's unprotected mouth as it lunged for the still form of Crexus. Then, as it reeled before her, Allie slammed the dagger into the monster's eyes, stabbing downward again and again until the scorpion, every one of its eyes mangled and bloody, dropped, blinded to the stony floor. With a final, full-body twitch, it fell still. Allie came back to herself, breathing heavily as she glared down at the thing, teeth bared in a dark grin. "All right," she heard a voice say behind her, turning to look through her own tangled hair at a thoroughly impressed Tanner. "That's one way to kill it, I guess." Jack, meanwhile, was already rushing to Crexus's side, the wand of healing in her hand as she motioned for Allie to assist. "Lift his head. We don't want him choking on his own spit." Nodding numbly, Allie did so, hoisting the man's head into her lap as Jack set about using the wand's magic to mend Crexus back together. Cradling his head in one hand, she began to wipe the smeared blood from his cheek away from the other. "Come on," thought Allie, urging the temple guard's still face to flicker with life. "Please, don't do this. Don't make me write about myself." After a sharp cough, Crexus slowly opened his eyes, looking from Allie to Jack, then over to the enormous fallen scorpion. Did we kill it?" "With style," Tanner said with a smirk, standing over the other three with folded arms. "Allie here made it wish it'd never laid eyes on us, then took its eyes for good measure." Heaving to his feet with Jack and Allie's help, Crexus turned to the two women, nodding his gratitude to each. "It seems we're all to need each other, if we plan to survive this ordeal," he said heavily, his gaze lingering on Allie as she offered him his fallen sword. "Don't say it," Allie wanted to growl, meeting the man's stare. She wasn't exactly feeling worthy of accolades at the moment. She'd been stupid and rash, charging in like that with only her dagger. Truth be told, she wasn't even sure what had driven her to do it. Desperation? Fear? Then, as her heart gave a small flutter in response to Crexus's warm, impressed smile, her stomach began to twist with an awful third possibility, one she'd never allow herself to say, even in her own mind. If fate was intent on tearing anyone important to her from her life, how relentless would it be if they were to become essential? A dull, echoing clatter from down the hall wrenched her from her thoughts, snapping everyone's gazes to the chamber opening as the sound began to rise down the hall. "More of them," Crexus snarled, bringing his guard back up toward the opening. "Have we found another way out?" Tanner felt as though someone had just shoved him and had not had the decency to be present while doing so. At the push, he felt his eyes drawn to the outcropping at the center of the room. The odd formation seemed to tug at something in his pocket with an invisible thread. Brow furrowed, Tanner fished the thing out, dread gripping him as he recalled the black orb in his hand. He held it before his eyes for a moment, still feeling the faint tug toward the outcropping, and he stepped forward, barely registering the muffled clatter of approaching scorpions and Crexus's shouts for them to find another exit. The magic tug seemed to call Tanner with a casual ease, playing in his thoughts as though it had found a comfortable place to roost. Tanner gulped, his unease building as he reached out to touch the stone to the outcropping. Can that be right? He wondered, his chest tightening as the magic from the stone began to pulse through his hand. For years, he'd believed his distrust of magic and magical items to be sincere. Such things were foreign to him, and not without a negative reputation. If Memory Stone's mere presence was maddening, what did it say about people born with an innate gift for the same magical energies? All his life, Tanner had just assumed that his affinity for fire was some kind of mental ability all members of his species possessed. Why not? There wasn't another foxkin around to correct the theory, at least not that Tanner had ever heard of. So he'd been able to convince himself that, despite his deft control of Curtis's old furnace, he'd managed to keep magic out of his life. But things were starting to click into place in Tanner's mind, truths he could no longer ignore, despite his best efforts. His robe? Magic. The wand he'd used to stitch Jack back together? Magic. This stone? Magic. And it all responded to him as though at the touch of an old friend. Tanner gulped as he pressed the black stone to the outcropping, his instincts once again telling him to call on that ancient, powerful word. In the service of Kravog, he thought, giving a small pitiful bleat as, in response to the phrase, the very stone gave way under his touch, allowing the black orb and his hand to pass through as though slipping down into a muddy bog. Yep, Tanner thought with a thorough shudder. That's not normal. Allie's eyes widened as she watched the stone in Tanner's hand pass into the outcropping, then Tanner's hand itself. Guess we have our back door, she thought, stepping up to Tanner's side. She'd only ever read about such devices, often used by powerful practitioners of magic to quickly travel from place to place. At least, she hoped that's what they'd just discovered. Don't just stand there, she snapped to the unmoving Tanner, glancing over her shoulder to the giant scorpions that were just now becoming visible in the chamber doorway. Their bulky frames were scrambling over themselves to charge forward and tear them all apart. Move! At Tanner's vacant stare of response, she gave a low growl, trying to shove him into the darkened rock face. Tanner resisted, bracing against her efforts as his eyes slid back over his shoulder. Are you crazy? We don't know what's on the other side. Or if there is another side, this is magic we're talking about. You can't trust. Crexus, Allie called back, continuing to shove at Tanner's back. A second later, the temple guard was at her side, still keeping his sword up to ward off the approaching scorpions. Jack, meanwhile, had begun to pepper the scorpions' thrashing forms with arrows, capitalizing on the seconds bought them by the monsters' massive forms squeezing against each other in the confined space, preventing a full-on charge. What is... said Crexus, glancing between Allie and Tanner before being quickly cut off. He's blocking our exit, Allie growled, still unable to budge the unmoving Tanner toward the magical opening. I could use some backup. Glancing quickly from Allie to Tanner, Crexus gave the other man an apologetic shrug before bringing his shield around as though to ward off a charge. Crexus? Tanner said slowly. Sorry, said the temple guard, bracing himself to lunge forward as the clatter of scorpions drew nearer. We're out of options. Crexus, wait! Tanner blurted, cut short as the larger man slammed into both him and Allie. The foxkin's form seemed to ripple as his human side gave way to the animal within, leaving him to stare with the wide eyes of a fox as he was hurled back. All three of them tumbled forward, Tanner slipping into the rock's dark surface first, with Allie close behind. It felt to Allie like she was passing through a thick, black custard that clung to her skin only for an instant on the surface of the rock. Then, she was spilling into darkness, tripping over something fleshy at her feet to tumble on a hard stone floor. Oof! She heard Tanner grunt as she slammed down in his now softer form, then rolled back to her feet. Certainly darker, wherever we are, she heard Crexus mutter in the blackness. Her panic returning, Allie closed her eyes, willing the seed of darkness inside her not to respond to her fear. Without thinking, she began a calming mental exercise she'd learned in her time with Lethold, counting down the seconds. Of course, the task would have been easier if time hadn't seemed to stretch into eternity as she waited for the sounds of Jack and Ember safely passing through the doorway behind her. 5, 4, 3. Glancing to the snarling wolf beside her, whose eyes were still fixed on the approaching swarm of scorpions only a few dozen feet away, Jack loosed a final arrow at their attackers as she backed toward the outcropping. Ember, time to leave. Ember instantly complied, darting alongside Jack into the seemingly impenetrable rock face. To Jack, it felt as though she'd stepped through a fragile black veil to emerge into a world of darkness. Quickly sending bright magic coursing into her bow, Jack let the weapon light up the dark room in a soft glow, catching sight of Crexus, who was helping a furry, frazzled Tanner to his feet, and a relieved Allie. If you wouldn't mind closing the door behind us, Jack said crisply, catching Tanner's eye before leaping away from the opening as a large pincered arm emerged from the dark, crystalline patch of wall behind her to slam into the stony floor. Gah! Tanner yelped, seeming only to realize now that he still held the black orb in his hand. Shrinking away from the frenetic scorpion limb all the while, he sidled up to the magical doorway, touching the orb to its dark surface. With a faint shimmer, the portal closed, bisecting the arachnoid arm that thrashed about for them, and leaving half on their side to clatter to the floor, unmoving. "Thank you," Jack said with a sincere smile. Then, looking to the others, "Is everyone all right?" At the chorus of affirmative grunts, she moved to the wooden door at the far side of the otherwise bland, empty room, easing it open to reveal a narrow, curving hallway. Her heartbeat quickened as light and faint voices spilled down to her from an attached chamber. Motioning for the others to be silent, Jack extinguished her bow, slinking along the curved hallway with Ember at her side. As the adjoining room came into view, she spotted two figures standing level with her at the top of a stony staircase. It was a large chamber, at least 12 feet in height and about 30 across to a small door at the far side, and the figures' voices bounced off the stone chamber's walls with an eerie, reverberating echo. "Won't be long now," the first was saying, a stout man in a well-kept guardsman armor and abbreviated blue cape. Though Jack was unable to place the man, her heightened senses picked up Tanner's sharp inhale a few paces behind her. "Phylac?" Jack thought briefly, then shook her head. This man sounded nothing like the loud, booming voice she'd heard back at the town square. "Quite so, Sergeant," said the other figure, a blonde-haired man with well-groomed facial hair and sharp features. He stood with hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into whatever lay at the base of the stairs, his attention seemingly split between his companion and whatever the two oversaw below. "It would seem," the man continued, "that your master has thought of everything." "All right," Jack thought as she stifled a sigh. "Who are we talking about here? Denaxis? Phylac?" "Always does," said Sergeant. "Thane," Jack remembered, and proudly. "Always knows just what to do." "Yes," the other man said, giving a slow nod. "He is incredibly clever. But, you see, here's what I could never stand about clever people." As he spoke, he stepped back from the ledge, pacing slowly around the stairwell to stand beside the sergeant, the intricate staff in his hand clacking against the floor with every other step. "They're always so caught up in their schemes that they fail to consider that someone else might also be clever." He stood shoulder to shoulder with the sergeant now, avoiding Thane's uneasy gaze and continuing to stare down into the pit. "That I might be clever." I assure you," Thane stammered, "the mayor would never have intentionally insulted your The other man raised his free hand, causing his black, floor-length cape to billow and provide the illusion in the flickering light that he had grown in size. "So, let's not have you do it either, my good man. I've learned of your master's previous deal with the swamp folk, the crockbloods, as I've heard them called. In his eagerness to be clever, it seems that Denaxis has seen fit to clean up one mess with another. Us with these creatures, with himself ready to swoop in and deal with whatever survivors there may be, I assume." The man shook his head, seemingly genuinely disappointed at his own words. "I appreciate the initiative, I assure you. However, I'll admit to hoping that your master actually believed in our cause. But it would seem, like so many others, that he merely perceives us as a nuisance, though, unlike the others, he had the foresight to attempt to use us for his own ends. Tell me, Sergeant, what were your master's plans for the temple once he had it rid of his enemies? Did he, in his short-sightedness, truly believe that the city would be so quick to recover?" Thane had begun to shift uncomfortably on his feet, glancing about the room for any sign of danger. "But please, my lord, there's no need to—" A blinding flash of energy seared through the sergeant's back from the dull blue crest of the other man's staff, the talons of lightning surging through Thane's body and out his chest to leave a charred, smoldering gap where his heart had once been. "I suppose I can admire the loyalty," Jack heard the blond man mutter as the sergeant's body tumbled to the pit below, crashing noisily to the floor. If only it hadn't been so misplaced. Gulping at the display of power, Jack eased back down the hallway, turning to look into the others' faces. Tanner appeared the most shocked of all, doubtless having picked up on everything Jack had seen with his fox-kin senses. Damn, he breathed once Jack had hurriedly filled them all in. Didn't know the Sarge had it in him. Well, he obviously did, Crexus hissed. Now the question is, how do we apprehend his killer? Tanner grimaced. With about 20 more guards? If he just killed a guy with as much effort as it takes to snap your fingers, maybe we're not the team to take him head on. That's going to be a problem then, Allie said with a low grunt. She gestured down the curved hallway to the room beyond with an annoyed sneer. The acoustics in here are fantastic. He already knows we're here. Jack stiffened, slinking noiselessly back to her previous spot and peeking around the corner. Thane's murderer stared right back from across the room. He didn't attack, or even order a horde of his minions into the hallway to finish the intruders off. Instead, he merely glanced off to the side with a faint smirk, looking back to Jack as he reached out for the door handle beside him. "Have fun," he said dryly. Then he casually slipped from the room. Jack winced as she coiled to spring into action. Well, that's decidedly not golden. Chapter 13. Before the fraying veil. Right behind you, Tanner whispered as he saw Jack tense to dive into the room. Apparently, that was all the encouragement she needed as she rolled forward, Ember leaping lightly over to charge the first foe to show its face. It wasn't a long wait. No sooner had Jack entered the room than a scorpion man appeared from down the stairwell, training his bow on the woman before she could regain her feet. Tanner yelped, charging into the room to burn the man where he stood, only to realize as the chamber opened up around him that he'd just been a particular kind of stupid. Even as he drew the fiery energies from the air itself, feeling the pulse of magic all around him like a suffocating blanket, he smelled the sweat of another man behind him and to his left, heard the faint clatter of scorpion feet across the floor as another of those awful things raced toward him. His surroundings crystallized in his mind instantly, and he felt more than saw the scorpion man loose his arrow at Jack, only to have the woman deftly slip under the arc and bring up her own bow. The responding arrow was in the man's shoulder a heartbeat later as, before Ember was able to charge in and tear the man apart, Tanner realized something else. In his frantic state, he'd opened himself fully to the magic's unsettling touch. The fire wasn't just pulsing in his grasp. It was all around him, swirling in a cyclone of pure, flaming energy that seemed to bleed from his very flesh and dance in the strands of his fur. "Get it off!" Tanner thought hysterically. "Have to get it!" As if in response to his command, fire surged away from him at all sides, like the ripples from a boulder dropped in a pond. It swept over the scorpion that raced up to stab its venom into his leg, incinerating the creature instantly. It slammed into the cultist at the stairwell, who still reeled from Jack's arrow, and washed over the unseen man behind. Then, in the time it took Tanner to blink, the flames were gone, leaving only faint scorch marks on the floor, and a gnawing pit of dread in Tanner's stomach. So, he thought with a gulp, I guess that's something I can do now. "Maybe a little warning next time," said Allie, sprinting past Tanner to the edge of the carved stone pit and hurling her new knife into the chest of a startled-looking scorpion man. Right," said Tanner, seeming to recover from his own surprise as he flung a plume of fire to finish the man Crexus had engaged. "Good," thought Allie, summoning the knife back to her hand, only to shoot it for their final enemy's neck as Ember drove him back down the stairwell. "We don't have time to hold anyone's hand." That, and she'd rather ignore Tanner's outburst if at all possible. She had only flashes of those awful new minutes she'd lost control back in Lorson, but the way the magic had surged out of Tanner had seemed far too familiar for Allie's liking. Seconds later, satisfied that the small band of scorpion men left to guard the room were no longer a threat, Allie slipped her blade back beneath her cloak, glancing around at the others. Ember alone had taken a few glancing blows, and his mistress was already mending them with magic. Too easy, Allie thought. "Whoever that was," Crexus said darkly, stepping up beside Allie. "He certainly didn't leave this room well guarded." From his obvious reluctance to sheathe his blade, Allie gathered he shared her feelings on their quick battle. "It's still worth a look around," said Jack, standing from tending to Ember's wounds and returning the healing wand to her pack. "Even if this chamber was made by dwarves, it's been modified since." Minutes later, they'd scanned the large chamber thoroughly, from its narrow walkways that ran the length of the rectangular pit, save for a glossy black portion of wall across from the stairs, to the odd-looking sconces at the pit's four corners that sported what looked like strange, empty metal cones. The sconces were near the top of the pit, just within reach of the bottom if Allie stood on her toes, and she'd spent at least a minute doing so, attempting to pry the things loose with an old dagger. They looked far too ritualistic for her liking. The whole setup did. It was during one of her attempts to dislodge a sconce, Crexus helping with his sword from above, that she heard Tanner give a sharp gasp. Allie spun on her heel, ready for any sign of danger, but she saw instead that Tanner had approached the small pedestal that stood beneath the glossy black portion of the wall that ran from floor to ceiling in the tall chamber. In Tanner's hand was the black orb. It fits," Tanner mumbled, his whiskers twitching as he held the orb out to the concave rod that rose up a few inches from the main bowl of the pedestal. Allie gripped her knife beneath her cloak as she stepped forward. "Tanner, it's all right," Tanner replied without looking her way, a deep frown on his face. It just wants to talk?" A heavy thud of Crexus dropping into the pit sounded behind Allie as she exchanged an uneasy look with Jack from Tanner's other side. "Who does?" Jack said softly, reaching up for her quiver, seemingly on instinct. Before Tanner could reply, the orb slipped from his hand above the pedestal, landing with a dull thud atop the raised tube. Allie gulped. Perfect fit. Instantly, the base of the pedestal swelled with blue-white energy, the magic bleeding from the slowly rotating orb and spilling down and up along the side of the raised center like water in a fountain. Behind it, the magic seemed to wash up along the length of the glossy portion of wall, causing Allie to think of water poured over glass. As the surface of the wall began to ripple and swim, it was like a starry night sky was pulled into focus, then swept aside as though it was an unwanted distraction. No, Allie realized as she watched, awestruck at what she was seeing. Not swept aside, folded, shaped. Reality itself was being peeled back to show another layer of existence. Allie's heart pounded in her chest as a colorless void opened up before them. Could they be peering into the nether plane? A wholly different realm of reality? A land of specters, Thakur, and beings of pure thought in their natural state? Then it was as though the window into the universe snapped into focus, and a stab of terror pierced Allie's chest. A great, mandibled horror swelled up before their eyes, its presence filling the large magical window as its many eyes seemed to absorb Allie's very essence beneath its gaze. "Kravog!" Tanner gasped from beside her, the word almost lost in a tremble of wonder and fear. "There now." A great, terrible voice seemed to echo through Allie's mind. "At last, we can have a proper conversation." Allie felt her knees struggle not to give way. "Yeah, we're gonna need more men." Throughout her formative years in the northern forests of Kavorum, Jack had felt the slow, creeping prickle of danger along her spine many times. This was the nature of living as one with the wild. There was ever the ebb and flow of peace and violence, the perpetual relationship between predator and prey. In the years since she had trained to use her bow with deadly accuracy, Jack had fallen into a sort of comforting habit whenever the trees around silently seemed to threaten her life. Nowadays, it was almost without thinking that Jack slipped an arrow from her quiver at such times, soundlessly notching it as she began to gauge whatever might be eyeing her with hungry thoughts from within a nearby grove of trees or the tall grass of a riverbank. The small act of preparation had always helped her feel ready for whatever might charge in, snarling for her blood. Whatever unknown danger that might present itself had never felt so unkillable or dominant once the notched base of her arrow had slipped into place over her bowstring. Now, however, as Jack let herself take in not only the physical immensity of the entity that seemed to tread water in the shimmering black on the wall before her, but its cold, raw presence. She felt no control over the situation, no sense that she could overcome this nameless threat. She felt only fear and insignificance. "Well," The deep, coarse voice came again, reverberating within Jack's skull as she felt the enormous black scorpion creature scrutinize each of its visitors in turn. Before we begin, I imagine that you all have questions. It paused, as though waiting for any of Jack's quaking teammates to respond. Then, seeming to grow impatient, you are free to ask them. Tanner loudly cleared his throat, the sound echoing eerily off the stone walls of the chamber. So, you're Kravog? The creature's body seemed to ripple at the prosima in its equivalent of a nod. Yes. Once I ruled over the expanse of the nether plane, along with my kind, the lords of that world. Its tail and pincers drooped slightly, causing Jack to think of a lonely pup that's been commanded to stay put. As though on cue, Ember's low, uneasy growl from her side absurdly lifted her spirits. Thanks, Em. Probably best not to drop my guard with this thing. My brothers and sisters, the entity, Kravog, continued, its tone almost wistful. The very ones who cast me out, who sought to wrest my place as a keeper of our reality. Spare us your lies, Crexus spat, stepping up beside the wide-eyed alley to glare up at Kravog's floating form. His shield was up and at the ready, his other hand gripping the hilt of his sheathed sword in preparation for a fight. I don't claim to know what you are, monster, but I won't believe that you are one of the Thakur. Do you think you're the first being to prey upon the weak-willed of this world? Countless others have cropped up through the millennia, claiming to share counsel with the mightiest of the nether plane, and each of their deceptions has been disproven in the end. Kravik allowed the man to finish speaking, though its stance hardly shifted. Believe what you will, servant of Intothica, but I offer only the truth. I once ruled a realm of energy and thought, and it was I who ensured that the petty squabbles of my kin did not rend the very fabric of existence. Jack frowned. Petty squabbles. She felt the entity shift its focus onto her, bristled beneath its inky black gaze, but pressed on. That's an awfully flippant way to talk about the struggle between light and darkness, good and evil, chaos and order. Tanner nodded. Drum and fiddle. Do not mistake me, said Kravog, seemingly ignoring Tanner's input. The inherent conflict between such things is essential, necessary for the very foundation of existence. My kin, however, failed to see things this way, always seeking to snuff out those among us who stood for that which opposed them. They fought for domination, not balance. And that's a bad thing? Said Tanner, his voice only quivering slightly, despite the terror in his eyes. Instantly, Kravog's gleaming gaze was back on the foxkin. Yes, it is why I've gathered my followers together, so that I may find a way to restore myself to the nether plane and prevent my kind from eradicating all of existence. They are close to it now, far closer than they realize, blinded as they are by their ambitions against each other. If they are not brought to heel, their warfare will irrevocably shift reality from the balance it needs to one extreme or another. The entity paused, seeming to gauge the confusion in its audience before adding, If you can comprehend nothing else, at least comprehend your own demise, the demise of all things. Jack gulped down her fear, fighting to maintain eye contact with the thing. And where do we fit into all of this? You're obviously confident in your people's ability to carry out your plans. Why bother talking to us at all? And showing us an escape route, Tanner added, cocking a furry eyebrow. Why not just let your pet scorpions finish us off back there? More importantly, Allie cut in, fixing the entity with a glower, what is it that you want from us? The image of Kravog seemed to weigh all three questions for a moment. Then, its echoing voice returned to Jack's skull. When one has lived as long as I have, it is a rare thing to encounter anomalies such as you three. Allie visibly stiffened in Jack's peripheral vision, crossing her arms now as she stared down the entity. Anomalies? What in the 12 blazes are you talking about? Kravog's gaze returned to Allie, studying her for a few seconds. "You know," it said at last, turning to Tanner next. Then, "You, I think, are beginning to understand." Far before she could brace herself, it was Jack's turn to fall under the thing's multifaceted scrutiny, feeling as though it was reaching out to comb through her consciousness. Its pause was longer this time, as though it was genuinely confused as to what it found in Jack's mind. "You have no idea." The thing's form seemed to ripple in and out of reality for a moment, its tail swaying back and forth as it did so. Though it was a gesture Jack had never seen, its meaning was as clear as if Kravog had been able to cock its head in bemusement. "Curious." Even as Jack began sifting through her own thoughts for any trace of what the entity might mean, Allie snarled up at the glossy image. The other woman didn't move her lips, but Jack could still hear Allie's response through the same mental gateway Kravog had opened. You know what I am, then?" Allie thought, sounding oddly frail at the question. Kravog gave an odd sort of bow, turning back to her. "Yes. Your kind are in this plane as they were in mine, destroyers of all things." Allie's breath audibly caught in her throat, her expression turning from dismay to horror as she realized that everyone else had heard the exchange. Her wide eyes scanned the group, seeming to dare any of them to challenge her exposed heritage, yet revealing that she may physically shatter if they did so. Tanner looked down at his booted paws, unwilling to meet Allie's gaze, or simply turning over Kravog's words to him. Jack, meanwhile, found herself unable to look away, studying Allie for any concealed darkness, as well as all possible commiseration. There was far too much terror in her own heart to repeat Allie's question. Whatever the answer might be, it might break her resolve completely. Jack's own bloodline was drenched enough in magic and its lore for her to have learned much about specters and the other extraplanar beings as a child. Rarely did such things herald good fortune. Not even in her darkest nightmares had she imagined being a vessel for such things herself. And if she's one of them, what am I? To Allie's other side, Crexus stepped forward, reaching out to rest a gauntleted hand on the woman's shoulder, and not shrinking away at her flinch. Allie's frail look turning his way, she seemed to steady herself, taking some form of solace from Crexus's quiet strength. "So, what?" Tanner said after a few moments, breaking the heavy silence as his eyes lifted to the entity once more. "You want us to work for you now?" "It is the only logical course before you," Kravog rumbled, its carapace rippling in what Jack took to be a nod. "No one else is suited to guide you three through the treacherous paths ahead, and my return cannot be denied if reality is to remain intact. Instead of troubling yourselves with the petty squabbles of the factions around you, I would have you use your talents for the sake of all existence. Your survival and the survival of all life depends on your ability to see past temporary wrongs. I sought to regain my place in the nether plane peacefully, but I have been opposed at every turn by the very people whom I would save by my actions. Violence has proven necessary, though still distasteful, as our latest apparent ally sought to turn on us before the temple could be seized and the ritual to synchronize the nexus beneath the city could begin." Jack glanced around the chamber, her eyes falling to the prone form of Sergeant Thane. "That's what this is? Some kind of altar?" She could swear that Kravog gave a grating sigh. "You misunderstand. There is no death required for the ritual, merely that the temple and this place be brought into alignment, weakening the barrier that—" Its gaze suddenly shifted to Allie as the woman surged forward. "Child, do not!" Too late. Allie snatched up the black orb from atop the pedestal, her eyes rolling back in her head as a piercing scream spilled from her mouth. Tanner's mind was an absolute mess. Anomalies? Kravik's just another plain custodian? Can we really just give in? What if we have to? The image of Kravog wavered and rippled back to nothingness as Allie fell to her knees, clutching the black orb. She was still screaming, the high-pitched cry of agony echoing off the stone walls around them. And, for the first time since their conversation with Kravog began, Tanner's fear dissolved into anger. Whatever Kravog's intentions, it was responsible for murder, chaos, and terror in Tanner's home. What's more, it was probably turning Allie's brain into soup at the moment. Tanner found that bit annoying. They could figure out righting the balance of the universe later, Tanner decided as he raced to Allie's side. Right now, they had a city to save. "Allie!" Crexus was shouting as Tanner reached the woman's side. The temple guard simultaneously grabbed Allie's wrist, flinging it to the side to toss the orb to the floor. It landed with a dull thud, unmoving. Snarling, Tanner let flame surge down into his furry hands, stooping to snatch up the orb and burn it to a crisp. Oh, Tanner thought distantly, as white, furious pain exploded in his mind, tendrils of power surging out of the orb to tear his brain apart. I guess Curtis was right. I can be an idiot sometimes. There was another scream now, which Tanner was barely able to recognize as his own, beneath the scorching waves of pain that seemed to rip apart his mind. Whatever damage he might be doing to the orb became inconsequential. The only thing that mattered was getting it as far away as possible. With all his strength, he hurled the thing across the room, watching through eyes brimmed with tears of agony as it flew over the steps into the pit and slammed against the wall opposite from the portal to Kravog. Again, the orb offered only a dull thud, once when it connected with the wall, and again when it dropped unbouncing to the floor. Clutching his head, Tanner turned back to the others, feeling the throbbing behind his eyes subside. Both Jack and Ember stood at the ready, seeming at a loss for what to do, while Allie had gone limp in Crexus's arms. Is she?" said Tanner. "Alive," Crexus growled, glaring hatred up at the wall that had held Kravog's image. "We must leave this place. Kravog's minions will be in the city now." Hoisting the still, muttering Allie upward, he made for the door opposite the one through which they'd entered. "Our work has only just begun." "Your kind are in this plane as they were in mine, destroyers of all things." The words continued to echo in Allie's skull as she felt herself ascend a dark stairwell. Around her, the air grew colder, framed by the scent of fallen rain. "We're almost out." She thought she heard Crexus whisper into her ear. "Hold on, Allie." There was no fear in his voice, no trepidation for his own safety, despite what they'd all just learned. There was only trust. "Get away!" Allie wanted to scream. "Do you want to be another one of my victims?" The urge to shove him away and bolt for the furthest horizon was only tempered by her exhaustion and battered mind. Her worst fears were realized. Her blood wasn't even of this world, a world she was destined to destroy. "No," she thought, resolve tightening in her chest as a night sky seemed to open up before her, and a light patter of rain caressed her face. "Fate is for those too cowardly to decide their own path." The cool touch of the raindrops soothed her battered mind, bringing her back to consciousness as she felt herself be hauled out of the darkness and onto the rain-slick streets of Dragon's Nest. As the world began to resolve before her eyes, Allie heaved herself back to her feet, finding that they'd emerged onto a vacant intersection, with only still, silent houses in sight down each branch. "Great, now where's the fighting?" she thought, drawing Biriak, Crexus's gifted dagger. "I was promised a good distraction." Even as she thought this, a sharp clang of metal against metal reached her ears above the steady sound of rainfall. "The battle's already started," Crexus snapped, climbing up out of the tunnel's entrance, even as his face flickered in relief at seeing Allie back on her feet. From Jack's side, Ember gave a low growl, glancing from his mistress to the sounds of fighting. "Then we have work to do," Jack said with a crisp nod. "But what about the temple?" said Tanner, visibly gaining his bearings and raising a hand to point the opposite direction. "It's—" Crexus's face split in a conflicted grimace as he drew his sword. "Yes, but we can't ignore the more immediate danger." "You'll do what you must," he said, glancing around at the others, then back to the distant sound of battle. "And so will I." None of them hesitated. falling into step behind Crexus, feet splashing in the puddles that dotted the stone streets as they sprinted toward danger. Hey, Allie thought, shrugging aside the last tendrils of Kravog's touch. At least I'll be pointed in the right direction for bringing all that death. Chapter 14. A Nest Infested. Jack fell into a steady run, the pace well practiced from her time exploring her forest home. The wet slapping of her boots against the rain-slick street was a merciful reprieve, keeping her from being able to focus on the swirl of thoughts in her mind. They had an immediate goal again. Somewhere close by, someone was under attack, and she would protect the people of this town as fiercely as if they had been her own clan. The fact that she stood to gain nothing by this was moot. If she was only in this for herself, she would have left Dragon's Nest when Tavik advised her to, never would have gotten involved at all. But wasn't that what these ventures into the outside world were for? Learning that one's duty to the land and its people extended beyond family and loved ones? Jack had been given the ability to protect the defenseless and, therefore, the obligation to implement it. We are, all of us, connected, her mother was fond of saying, often as she served up the evening meal, when her children had gathered to partake. You all share this world with the peoples of Aserlin on Muntunkom, as much as you do your father and me. So never forget that a stranger is owed your care and kindness as though they were a brother or sister. This was usually followed by a puckered smirk as the younger children began to squirm in the seated circle, impatient for their mother's customary evening words of clan wisdom to conclude, so they might tear into the food she'd so meticulously prepared. The day's work concluded, may you all be at peace, Jack's mother would finally say, signaling the end of family meditations, and the children would be free to feast. A sense of calm came over Jack as she recalled those words, one of the many proverbs her mother would recite at the evening meal. Whatever Kravog might have meant in his words to her no longer mattered. Victory or defeat in this fight were inconsequential. All that drove Jack was staying true to herself, her family, and her beliefs. She would strive to protect whoever was in need at the far end of the nearing cries of battle, even if it claimed her life. Ember's deep eyes shot up to her as he kept pace by her side, seeming hesitant at the small sigh she'd just given. Don't worry, Em, she whispered, smiling down into his lupine face. Just ready, that's all. She began to question the claim a second later as, emerging into the town square from between the Iron Ladle and Tanner's home, she was abruptly faced with a scene of darkest carnage. Around the central fountain, near a dais reduced to smoldering ash, numerous carts were damaged and overturned, one of them still glowing with the flame that had been thrown inside. The fountain itself, its water dancing in response to the morning rain, bore splashes of red on its stonework. And, scattered about the clearing, were dozens of bodies. Crockbloods, scorpion men, and townsfolk from human to dogkin littered the stone streets, clothing and armor bloodied as they lay still, face down in the muck, or vacant eyes upturned to the tearful sky. Jack had no time to let fear and sadness overcome her, however, as the sounds of battle they'd been hunting intensified from her left, drawing her gaze past the blacksmith setup before Tanner's house, and down the large, sloping steps that led south of the square to the city gates. Even as she watched, the fight began to dwindle as a wide-eyed guardsman fell to join his many comrades already lying dead in the streets of the city they'd sworn to protect. The crockblood who'd landed the blow let out a brief roar to the sky, spinning on one of the last two defenders his kin had begun to surround. But, even in the instant Jack had to gather her thoughts, it was clear that the crockblood's next target would not fall so easily. A great, hulking form in burnished red armor rose up well over a head taller than the crockbloods that encircled it, the broad shield in its grasp tossing aside blow after blow from its attacker, and the great, oblong warhammer in its other hand reducing a poor crockblood's head to a scaly pulp before he could duck beneath the blow. Even as Jack began to venture a guess as to who she might find beneath the warrior's red, snouted helmet, she caught sight of the only guardsman still standing, encircled by his own band of crockbloods. At this distance, and in the dim light, Jack couldn't make out his face, but, as he raised his weapon to parry a strike that would have slashed open his belly, Jack recognized the flash of a familiar short sword. Hers. Ember, she said coldly, leveling her bow at a mumbling crockblood behind Tavik, who clutched a staff in his taloned fingers. Sensing the wolf at her side tense as he gave a low growl of anticipation, she breathed, "Hunt." She loosed her arrow, distantly wondering if protecting the world was meant to feel so personal. Is that? Tanner thought, shaken into inaction for a moment as he watched the beast in red armor a few yards away bring his hammer down on a nearby crockblood with familiar precision. Then Jack was sending a steady stream of arrows into the fight, and Ember was tearing off too. Well, tear off some chunks of crockblood, and Tanner was back in the moment, refocused on his drive to defend his home as he began to summon a cyclone of fiery energy into his grasp with uncanny ease. Wonder if that's part of the whole anomaly thing. Tanner growled, lashing out with the tongue of purest fire that sizzled and spat in the rain as it lunged for the nearest crockblood, one that was soon engulfed in flame. Go figure, Tanner thought, baring his foxkin teeth in a snarl. Even when Kravog's not in my head, he still kind of is. Allie and Crexus, meanwhile, leapt into the fight as well, Allie hanging back to fling her dagger again and again into an unsuspecting crockblood's neck or back, while Crexus charged headlong into the fray, his heavy footfall sending up splashes of rainwater as he unleashed a guttural battle cry. Even as Tanner watched his team wordlessly sprint toward danger, he caught sight of Ember reaching the last surviving guardsman's side and tackle a crockblood to the ground before it could move in behind the guardsman for the kill. Oh, Tanner realized a heartbeat later as the guardsman jumped in surprise at the wolf's sudden appearance, spinning around to take in the new combatants. Glad to see you made it, Tavik. Sorry about that whole fiasco last night. It also wasn't lost on Tanner that the guardsman's look of relief was fixed solely on Jack. Then they were all back in the heat of it, Tanner, Jack, and Allie, providing support from a few paces back as Crexus, Tavik, Ember, and the red-armored figure tore into the remaining crockbloods. In seconds, the force that would have inevitably overwhelmed the last two defenders from a minute earlier were reduced to charred, bloodied, arrow-filled corpses by the surprise reinforcement of Tanner and his companions. Unfortunately, thought Tanner, sheepishly stepping forward as he let the flames dancing around his hands subside, I'm pretty sure that was the easy part. Not one to disappoint, the red-armored figure turned in Tanner's direction after sweeping its gaze over the battle to ensure no crockblood still breathed. Silently, it approached, its hulking frame somehow even more imposing, doused with shadow and rainwater. Its heavy feet came to a stop a few feet away, leaving them both to stand, facing each other, at the steps of the house they both called home, free of lies and facades. Fitting, I guess. At last, the figure rested its hammer on the ground, reaching up to lift its visor and reveal a dark, furry face matted with rain and frothy spittle. And Tanner found himself wondering if his father had struck this much fear in the hearts of the crockbloods he'd just slaughtered. Slowly, Curtis took in Tanner's furry frame, while Tanner studied Curtis's decidedly not normal armor. No point in asking, though. No way I'm getting an explanation today. It's good to see you alive, Curtis said at last. Tanner nodded. Yeah, you too. He's not yelling. Why isn't he yelling? With a deep grunt, Curtis stooped to retrieve his hammer, slinging it up over his shoulder. Well, come on then. Grab what you need. We're leaving. Tanner's stomach twisted, and he felt himself give a toothy grimace. Dad, we can't. The look of pain and fear in Curtis's eyes nearly caused Tanner to give an involuntary whimper. Cub, the bearkin whispered, stepping forward to keep the moment between the two of them as everyone else gathered nearby, probably to discuss their next move. This doesn't have to be our fight. His eyes darting to his new friends, then to the dozens of bodies littering the street, some of whom Tanner recognized with a stab of pain he couldn't express. Tanner swallowed. She waved at me just 2 days ago, he thought, taking in one of the bodies. An old nester he'd shared a nice evening or two with the month before. Meant to catch up. Never will now. I think it does, he said softly, looking up into Curtis's pleading face. This is our home, Dad. The only home I've ever known. "We'll make a new one, cub," said Curtis, looking as though he wanted to wrap Tanner up in a hug and slap him across the face simultaneously. "Whether or not we stay to protect it, Dragon's Nest will fall by midday. There simply aren't enough guardsmen left to stand against the two armies of invaders." Tanner gulped, Kravik seeming to loom in the back of his mind. "But, Dad, the temple, if we don't defend—" "Tanner," Curtis snapped, his face immediately softening as Tanner flinched away. "Cub, I cannot silently support you throwing your life away for this." At his side, Tanner's furry hands tightened into fists. "That's not what I'm doing, Dad." He fought to meet Curtis's heavy gaze, squaring his long foxkin jaw. "And I wasn't asking your permission." The flash of anger in Curtis's eyes nearly caused Tanner's knees to buckle on the spot, but the wave of pain defeat that followed was somehow even worse. "Oh, you're sure then?" Tavik was saying, hesitantly grasping the sword handle that was being offered to him. "Looks like he got run over by a wagon," Allie thought, taking in the guardsman's disheveled clothes, hair, and armor, and the handful of cuts along his limbs and face. More than that, his armor was charred in sections where it had saved him from a magical fire blast, and dinged in others where what looked like icy missiles had scored off the plating. It was the mingled horror and threadbare courage in his drawn, dark-rimmed eyes, though, that made her add, "Then climbed in and rode the wagon off a cliff." "I am sure," Jack replied, giving him a tight smile as she deposited the short sword he'd tried to return back into his hand. "You'll need a weapon, and we have to get moving." The guardsman sobered, any tension on his part of the encounter seemingly forgotten with a crisp nod. "Right." He looked slowly around the body-strewn central square, panic starting to well up in his face as he ran his free hand through a wild mop of hair. "So many of us. Can't be many left." "Tavik," Allie cut in as gracefully as she could manage, snapping his gaze over to her. And, hopefully, his thoughts out of all the insanity around us. "Focus. We've been out of touch. What happened in the city last night?" Tavik glanced quizzically from her to Jack, then back again with another nod. "Right, well, after the town meeting a few hours back, you were all declared fugitives by Maiden Axis and Guard Captain Phylac. But I knew better, 'cause, course, and I wasn't too keen on going back to the Guard Captain after what he did to me, so I started looking for friends I could trust. Found a few." At this, Tavik looked around again, his gaze settling on a still guardsman form a few yards away. "Cat," Jack breathed. Nodding again, Tavik swallowed. "Fought bravely, they did. Every last one of 'em. I barely had us round to the gates in time to catch the Crockblood rear guard. I'd have dropped with the rest of 'em for sure, if not for Curtis stepping in to help." He smiled weakly past Allie to where she could hear Tanner slowly approaching the group. "That's some father you got there, friend." "Yeah, I know," Tanner said heavily, coming up alongside Allie. Part of Allie wished she didn't know the reason Tavik's comment had struck a nerve, but she supposed she'd honed her senses in the crowded streets of Lorson too much not to eavesdrop on something that close. "Not that that's the biggest of my problems." "What about the temple?" Crexus interjected, turning away from the seemingly serene dome atop the nearby stairway with trepidation in his eyes. "Has it fallen under attack?" Allie glanced over to study him. He'd been every bit the good soldier after the fight, pacing from Crockblood to Crockblood to ensure each of them was dead, and now he was able to pursue more information on what might await them before recklessly sprinting into the unknown. Admirable restraint, Allie thought, considering how deeply his devotion to the temple and Antarctica seemed to define him. Said Tavik, seemingly caught off guard as he took in Crexus's frantic gaze. "Is it fallen already? How many assailants?" Crexus blurted, his tone rising to a near shout. "Of course, no one's patience is endless." I don't know," Tavik stammered. "I haven't been able to show my face in the open for fear Phylac scooped me up again. Seen a few men in that scorpion armor, though not all of 'em dead. Me and the lads dropped a couple on the way to the gate. They didn't seem to come in that way." "They didn't." Crexus growled, his eyes lifting once more to scan the cliff-top temple through the rain. Following his gaze, Allie scrutinized the raised main floor for any flashes of movement or magic. The temple's massive frame reduced to the size of a large coin at this distance. Kit did say he saw more of 'em added that way, though," Tavik added, "while we were making for the gate. far off. They weren't priority." "Then they might have gone straight to the temple," said Crexus, a faint quiver in his words as he glanced back to take in the deceptively peaceful dome. "We should approach with caution. If the main level's already fallen, it may be best to circle around to the back entrance. Any remaining defenders would have retreated there." The rest of his call to action was drowned out by a sudden, piercing shriek from the far side of the square, snapping Allie's gaze to a pair of figures rushing across the base of the temple steps from the west, one hobbling, the other practically dragging the first along. Even as Tanner gave a sharp inhale, surging forward for the pair, Allie recognized them both through the heightening rain. "Serving girl from the ladle, Atrazar. Looks like something jammed through her skirt into her leg. Won't be on her feet much longer. The other, Marima, must have been in the thick of it since she helped us through the city last night. Blood on her face. Ooh, not hers." What really drew Allie's eye, however, was the sheer panic on Atrazar's face, the wet, tangled hair, and the contorted grimace as she and Marima both looked back the way they'd come. A pair of great crockbloods, both decked out in full, thick armor, churned up the fallen rainwater behind the two women, weapons drawn and crooked mouths at full snarl as they closed in for the kill. Marima's small knife she kept up to guard behind her, and the other woman wouldn't even buy them a second more for the crockbloods to laugh. "Well, destroyer of all things, am I?" thought Allie, her lip curling up in anger and resolve. Taking careful aim through the toppled horse carts in the square, she thrust out her hand, hurling her dagger forward to slice apart raindrops on its path to her target. But it wasn't alone. Fanning out on all sides of the dagger, shimmering to life in the air like a dazzling mirage, were daggers born of pure magic, each of them screaming for the crockbloods on the far side of the square. Allie felt the magic well up inside her, stronger than it had ever felt since the dark day on the streets of Lorson. This time, though, she was in control, channeling the energy up her arm and willing it into the bladed forms that shot away from her outstretched palm. It was thrilling. Her heart pounded fiercely inside her chest as she watched each missile find its mark, unerringly slashing across a crockblood's snout or slamming into a seam between armor plates. Not as deadly as true steel, Allie knew, but even so, her marks were soon covered in lacerations, their eyes going wild as they sought the source of their trouble. One soon did, abandoning its companion to the onslaught of Curtis, Tavik, and Crexus to break off and sprint around a fallen cart for Allie. "Fine by me," Allie thought, feeling her snarl morph into a feral smile. She couldn't keep the torrent of daggers up much longer, she knew. The magic was already beginning to tax her, leaving a familiar, hollow sensation deep inside her gut. Still, she could make the scaly pay for every step, and, in its haste to charge Allie, the crockblood had made a rather crucial error. In the chaos, Jack had slinked over to the door of the shining chalice, calmly tracking the crockblood's approach with her taut bow. "Atrazar! Marima!" Tanner shouted, wildly motioning for the two women to veer toward him in their retreat. Even as he did so, he unleashed another gout of flame at the towering crockblood who fought a retreating battle with Crexus, Tavik, and Dad. Really hope we live long enough for me to get an explanation on all of that. Turning back to Atrazar and Marima, he saw them quickly comply, Marima offering him a relieved smile, while the pain on Atrazar's face flashed with confusion. "Guess it has been a while since I was wearing the old fox face," Tanner thought. "But we've kind of got more important things to be." His nostrils flared, drinking in the strange scent almost before he realized it was there, his pointed ears twitching as the faintest scrape of hardened flesh against stone filtered to him through the raindrops. Tanner spun to witness something straight out of his nightmares, and probably more recently than he would have cared to admit. A great armored snake blood, its large eyes flashing with battle frenzy and dagger-like fangs bared, surged right for him around the corner of the iron ladle, its long, scaly body writhing horrifically as it slithered closer. Interesting, Tanner mused absurdly, even as, wide-eyed and stumbling back, he fumbled at his belt for his morning star. "Pretty sure I'm trying to scream right now." The only sound that escaped his throat, however, was a choked gasp as the snake blood swelled up before him, its brawny, purple-scaled arm slashing downward with a jagged, curved blade. On instinct, Tanner reacted, lashing out with another blast of flame that caught the snake blood at center mass, eliciting a raspy shriek. But the blade still fell. Try as he might, Tanner couldn't identify where it had connected with his flesh, only that his entire chest erupted with pain. He staggered a pace back, nearly crumpling to his knees as he tried to call the fire to him once again. "Just burn, would you?" he thought, watching as the snake blood shook off the first blast, the flames quickly doused by the pouring rain. Swirling light began to engulf his palm, and he allowed himself a sneer up into the snake blood's face. "Still taking you with me, you scaly bastard." Then, abruptly, he felt a small blade sink into his side, and the light forming around his hand flickered and dissipated in the morning air. Now Tanner did give a scream, crying out with a high-pitched yelp that somehow made him sad. Feeling darkness starting to creep over his sight, he staggered back against the wall of the inn, glancing up into the face of the woman who'd just sunk a dagger between his ribs. Breathing was harder now as his eyes met Marima's, creasing into a confused frown at the look of pure hatred on her face, a face that was starting to change. Green scales began to overtake skin, seeming to ripple to the surface as her features morphed into a long, reptilian snout. "Did you think you were the only one, mutt?" Marima snarled down at him, drawing a blade to match the other snake blood as she moved in for the kill. Tanner supposed he should have felt some modicum of pride that, in his last second of consciousness, he turned away from his soon-to-be killer, glancing toward the open door of the iron ladle. "Atresar, where's—" The last thing he saw was the serving girl's horror-stricken face as she watched Marima step forward, blade raised to end someone. Jack gave a small grunt of satisfaction as she and Ember executed yet another clean maneuver, the wolf lunging in for the crockblood he'd intercepted on his way to Allie, and Jack sending an arrow through its skull as it leapt precariously onto its back foot. She had no time to give the wolf his usual congratulatory scratch behind the ears, however, before the ground itself seemed to shudder with a booming shout. "Tanner!" Quickly Jack took in the scene, whipping around to see Allie already lining up another throw of her dagger at a pair of snake bloods that had appeared before the iron ladle, over the fallen form of Tanner. And Curtis, the one who had shouted, had already abandoned his own fight, charging straight for the green snake blood, this one sporting feet rather than the large slithering tail of its comrade, and forcing its attention away from Tanner. "Damn it," Jack hissed, sprinting forward and lining up a shot of her own as Ember fell in beside her. At this distance, and at a full run, she didn't have time to set up anything lethal, but what she could do was buy Tanner a few precious seconds. Halfway across the square, she loosed her arrow, sending it for the broad portion of wall above the prone Tanner, as the purple snake blood raised its blade for the killing blow. The arrow passed in front of the snake blood, causing it to jump back in alarm, turn, and snarl, just in time for the much closer Allie to strike it in the side with a dagger. Jack allowed herself a smile. The other woman's magic was seemingly spent, but she was just as deadly with steel as spectral weapons, Jack knew, the point driven home as Allie charged forward, her dagger already summoned back to her grasp. Ember's target now clear for him, Jack drew another arrow, sending up a spray of rainwater as she skidded to a stop, planted her feet, and fired. Jack watched the next half-second unfold with mechanical patience. The crock blood leapt away from Ember's lunge, deflecting the wolf's powerful jaws with the flat of its blade, instinctively ducked as it registered the incoming arrow, and found itself impaled through the neck on Allie's dagger. Satisfied that the target was down, Jack readied another arrow at the green snake blood, only to witness the end of its brief scuffle with Curtis that ended with a warhammer to the gut. Shrieking in pain, the snake blood darted around the corner. It was then that Jack registered the snake blood's well-tailored merchant robes, the robes Marima had been wearing a minute earlier. The truth falling into place in her mind, Jack shook off the thought, sprinting the last few steps to Tanner to find that his father had scooped him up in his arms, leaving Crexus as Marima's lone pursuer. "If you can help him," Curtis growled as he raised Tanner's limp body from the ground, "do it." The bearkin's visor had been raised to reveal his haggard, furry face, and eyes filled with fear. Jack stepped forward, the healing wand already in her hand, as Atrazar hobbled out of the inn door, hands to her mouth as her eyes filled with tears. "He'll be all right," Jack soothed, channeling the energy stored in the wand down its length and striking the tip against Tanner's forehead. She spared a quick glance over at Allie, grateful that the concerned-looking woman had remained to stand guard for any more surprises. Jack was finding that she didn't exactly like dropping her guard in the middle of a battle with hordes of scalies around. It was nice to have someone helping Ember out with his job, for a change, someone she felt she could trust. "Learning all sorts of things about myself on this trip." Despite her apparent calm, she felt the moment required for the magic to work stretch on painfully into what felt like a full minute before, "Ha!" Tanner blurted, bolting as upright as he could while in Curtis's arms, quickly glancing around at Jack, Allie, and Atrazar before looking up into Curtis's face, seeming to register his rather undignified appearance. Could you put me down, Dad?" The bearkin complied with a soft grunt, depositing the boy in his own feet, only for Tanner to be swept up in a tight hug. "I'm sorry," Atrazar cried onto his shoulder. She told me you were in danger. I didn't know she was—" "Yeah, it was news to me, too," Tanner groaned, gently pushing away from Atrazar to touch the torn, bloody fabric across his belly. Where is she, anyway?" "Gone," Crexus sighed, his heavy steps clunking back toward the group. "Lost her a couple alleys down." Looking over to Jack, he added, "Tavok took a bad hit, too. He's all right, but—" Jack was already gone. Chapter 15. In Defense of Friend and Stranger. Seconds later, Jack was helping Tavok back to his feet, another pulse of the wand's magic spent to set a broken rib in his side. "This thing had better not die on me," she thought, tucking it away. "So?" Tavok grimaced, looking down at the croc-blood Crexus had killed. "We're not done, then. I was hoping I might shut my eyes for a moment." "No rest yet, I'm afraid," Jack said with a smile. "We still have a town to save." Tavok nodded, giving the short sword in his hand a testing swing as he glanced past Jack at the others. "Suppose we do. Everyone else make it." Before Jack could answer, a flash of movement behind one of the shops to her right caught her eye, and she glanced over just in time to hear Ember give a low growl and catch the barest flicker of scales from around the far wall of the shop. Worse, she caught a glimpse of frightened eyes and tattered civilian clothing as she raised her bow, maneuvering sideways for a better shot. Yeah, Jack thought dryly, nowhere close to done. "Hostages!" Jack was shouting, her bow already leveled past a magic shop at the far side of the square. Allie groaned, flipping a final drop of blood from her knife as she braced for action once more. Of course there would be hostages. A quick look at the tired faces of Tanner and Crexus told her that she wasn't alone in the sentiment. "That's what I was trying to tell you," Atrazar blurted, glancing frantically from Jack back to the others around her. "The Scalies had rounded up a bunch of us by Siren's store when Marima sneaked in and got me. She said—" Allie supposed it might have been rude of her to take off in the middle of Atrazar's sentence, but they didn't exactly have time for proper etiquette at the moment. Jack had yet to open fire, which could mean only one thing, a standoff. "Let them go," Allie heard Jack shout toward the corner of the magic shop as a mid-sized croc-blood in patchwork armor stepped into view, snout at full snarl as it growled an obvious curse. "We will not release these of yours, human. They are our insurance to leave this city alive." Allie could hear Tanner's soft steps and the heavy footfalls of his bearkin father break off to follow Crexus left around the other side of the shop, even as she herself made straight for the cracked open door. Tavok, meanwhile, had stopped a few steps in front of Jack, seeming to assess that he should hold his ground as he glanced warily back at Jack. If she could just stall the croc-bloods a moment longer. "Too bad," Jack yelled back at her scaly counterpart in the makeshift negotiation, her jaw audibly squared as she twitched the point of her drawn arrow toward a secondary target. "Let them go." Capitalizing on the distraction, Allie dived through the shop door, coming up in a crouch in a sea of scattered vials, bottles, and parchment, lit only in the dim glow that filtered through the far open window. Dagger at the ready, Allie crept toward the window, easing up to peek over the rain-drenched sill. Perfect, she thought, taking in the dismal scene before her. Dozens of townspeople were gathered behind the shop, encircled by a small band of crockbloods. A few faces she recognized: Sally, Tanner's half-orc friend from the ladle, the eccentric phoenix blood, Zasia, and every one of them a heartbeat from having their throats slit or being blasted into ash if we make a wrong move. No pressure. Tanner stopped short as he rounded the far side of the shop beside Crexus, bringing his hands up in a placating stance. The crockblood before him that held his staff at the ready to incinerate a wide-eyed Dalen, Sally, or Drogal at a moment's notice didn't seem that placated. "Whoa, hold on," Tanner blurted, his mind racing for options. Never met Baskig in person, so impersonating their leader isn't really an option. My illusion skills are flimsy enough as it is. No way can I charge in and burn them all before they start dropping civilians. Even as his mind raced, he held the crockblood's gaze, partly to keep the thing distracted, but mostly because he couldn't bring himself to look into the frightened faces of his friends and neighbors. They must be so terrified. And why should I be holding on? The crockblood snarled back at him, twitching its staff even closer to the cluster of kneeling townsfolk as Curtis stepped to Tanner's other side, hammer at the ready. "Because," Tanner said slowly, hoping that more words would find their way out of his mouth, "what use do you have for hostages at all? All right, where am I going with this? I've heard about the skills of the great crockblood warriors all my life. Are you telling me that you really need to rely on petty tricks instead of your own strength?" "Ah," thought Tanner as the crockblood puffed up its chest, growling something indistinguishable at him. "Maybe it's best not to insult the fanatic warrior with your friends at his mercy." "Vile dog!" the crockblood spat. "You will come no closer." To either side of Tanner, Crexus and Curtis were already shifting a step away, obviously bracing themselves to charge in. "Please, don't," Tanner thought, his chest tightening as he readied himself to summon the flame to his grasp. Still locking eyes with the crockblood, he dipped his head. "Fox, actually," he said, trying to convey more confidence than he felt. "But I'll let that one slide if you agree to talk this out." He hoped the crockblood couldn't see the helplessness in his eyes. Could today slow down for just one moment? The foremost crockblood stood its ground, shoving aside the one that was obviously rattled by Jack's readied arrow and bringing its blade up to the small birdkin's throat. "You're not listening, human. We know well the weaknesses of your kind. The foolish sentiment of you soft city dwellers will ensure our safe passage out of this place. One more step and you're—" Jack drowned out the rest, a flash of something green around the corner of the home behind the crockblood catching her gaze. Not the green of scales, though. This was something else. "We have movement behind them," she called out, cutting short the crockblood's ultimatum. "Be on guard." From where he'd frozen in place a few steps ahead, Tavik glanced back to her, following her gaze back to the corner. Her eyes twitching back to the crockbloods, Jack's brow furrowed at their quick glances about, and at each other. "They're confused?" "You will not distract us!" the crockblood leader shouted back. "You think we are fools, but we will not—" Again, a flash of movement caught Jack's eye behind the hostages. This time the form emerging into view enough to reveal a cloak of deepest green and a large visored helmet. Not a crockblood. Then who? Before she could question the form's presence further, it raised a gauntleted hand, 3 fingers protruding, then 2. Jack inhaled to call out another warning. She'd just recognized the armor. But as Guard Captain Phylak's countdown reached 1, a quick glance from Tavik held her tongue. There was confusion in his eyes, but also trust. "For the man who knocked you unconscious and had you thrown in a secret prison just a few hours ago?" Jack thought, cocking a brow at him. Then, Steeling herself as Phylak's hand became a fist, she gave an involuntary smirk at the day's insanity. Why not? She just hoped Tavik's trust wasn't sorely misplaced. Allie peeked back out the window just in time to see a large, armored figure in a green cloak charge up behind the Crockbloods, a pair of city guards keeping pace behind him. Guess we're moving now, then, thought Allie, readying herself to join the fight as she saw Tavik burst into view, charging for a Crockblood by Allie's window before it could execute any civilians. All right, I'm flexible, thought Allie, turning her attention to the snarling Crockblood that awaited Tavik, and sending a small burst of magic into its surface thoughts. Her skills weren't strong enough to tear its mind apart or anything, but it'd be distracted long enough for... Even as she thought this, Tavik's sword plunged into the shocked Crockblood's gut. One down, Allie thought with a grunt, vaulting nimbly over the windowsill and taking in the rest of the fight, or the aftermath of it. The handful of other Crockbloods were already dead at the feet of Curtis, Ember, Crexus, the newly arrived guardsman, or their armored leader, who'd lifted his visor to scan the bodies. Allie's grip on her knife tightened instinctively, and she glanced quickly between her comrades when they came into view. So, we're not planning to ask any questions about Phylak being on our side now, then? Good work, said the guard captain, kicking at a bloodied, fallen Crockblood that sported one of Jack's arrows in its shoulder. I'll take that as sufficient evidence you weren't working with them, at least until the day is won, and then there is time for a formal investigation. He lifted the thumb of his gauntlet to wipe a spray of Crockblood gore from the corner of his mouth as he scanned Allie, Jack, and the others as they approached, his eyes flashing with indistinguishable emotion when he spotted the timid Atrazar emerge around the corner. My apologies for the assumption, but your suspicious behavior, combined with a few recent breaches of my security, led me to believe that your band was the most logical culprit. It took considerable willpower on Allie's part not to glance at Tanner and Jack, knowing as she did that at least one of those breaches really had been their doing. You're not going to accuse us of being Scorpion cultists, then? Said Tanner, smiling sheepishly at a few people in the crowd he seemed to know. Not without very good reason, said Phylak, his gaze lingering on the well-armored Curtis for a moment. I'm informed enough to know that you were working with Entothica, and given what the cultist agenda turned out to be, I doubt she would have had a hand in that. They've assaulted the temple in earnest, then, said Crexus, his voice sounding strained as he stepped up, glancing past the others up the temple steps to the dome. Phylak nodded. So my scouts tell me. I doubt Entothica's defenses will hold much longer against the force that was described. Then we have no time to waste, said Crexus, striding back toward the square and the temple steps. The temple is not my objective, said Phylak, his jaw setting as he hoisted his halberd. I was on my way to rendezvous with the last of my men at the mayor's estate. Crexus visibly flinched, though not out of anger or impatience. Allie could see in his eyes. Is he also under attack? The temple guard said hesitantly. Phylak nodded. While the cultists have been content to assault merely the temple, the Crockbloods, it seems, have clustered around Anaxis's home. It seems as though that has been deemed their primary mission. Allie frowned, finding her confusion mirrored in the face of Tanner and Jack. But that wasn't the deal. They were told to make for the temple as well. Did they somehow anticipate Anaxis's double-cross too? You're all free to do as you wish, of course, Phylak was saying, but my guards and I have a duty to protect the mayor of this town. Crexus dipped his head. And I to safeguard the temple. As you say, said Phylak, though I doubt that any of us will last until nightfall. Enough Crockbloods have swarmed the city as to outnumber its citizens 2-1, and all but a handful of my men have fallen. Then this is our last stand, said Tavik, speaking up for the first time since Phylak had arrived. Phylak grunted in reply, not seeming to notice or care that Tavik's brow was creased in wariness. Understandable, Allie thought, considering how your last meeting with him went. And how about us? Said a new voice. What are we supposed to do? Allie turned to see Tanner's half-orc friend standing at the front of the recovered civilians, none of whom had, it seemed, been too keen on bolting once their captors were killed. Tanner glanced heavily back at the others, then took a step toward his friend. You find as many as you can, and get them out of here, Drogal. Try to get them on the east road through the forest. Maybe you can all get to Varbius, or even Kefalthir, if the roads have dried up. Drogal gave a slow nod, then spat sharply at his feet to match the rain. With all due respect, your foxkin leadership, but piss on that. This is our own too, and a few of us even know a thing or two about fighting. Behind the half-orc, Allie could see many others, old and new nesters alike, nodding in agreement, faces heavy with resolve. From the smallest birdkin to the most jewel-laden human, Allie could see in their eyes that they were each willing to stay and fight for what they had, be it a family name, loved ones, or just a claim on a patch of dirt in the slums. Almost makes me feel guilty for sticking around just for the coin, a few books, and a chance to see old Kravog brought down a peg. Sally stepped forward, wiping wet, tangled hair from her face. I've had to ward off more than a few ruffians in my time at the ladle. You'd be surprised what an iron spoon can do to a face when pushed to it. Nearby, a man Allie recognized as Dalen Fennel, owner of the Shining Chalice, offered up a derisive guffaw. Yes, the battle's practically won already, my dear. Who could stand against you and your deadly flatware? Bite your tongue in half, Dalen. Sally shot back, already tying up the skirt of her dress in preparation for the fight. I happen to know you've only thrown one punch in your life, and you did more damage to yourself than the door, I promise you. Even as this continued, Allie saw Tanner look back towards his bearkin father, and she didn't have to share a mental link to know what the fox boy was thinking. These people's hearts were in the right place, but they stood little chance of matching their invaders, armed only with the scraps of weaponry and armor they were already beginning to claim from the fallen bodies. Curtis gave a heavy sigh, his defeated expression somehow looking almost pitiful in the now pouring rain. We're really staying then, Cub. Tanner gave an apologetic nod. Yeah. With another sigh, Curtis reached into a pouch at his side. Drogal. The half-orc looked his way in time to catch the keys the bearkin had tossed, looking down at the prize quizzically. It seems, Curtis said, sounding as though someone were raking a pair of knives across his back, that my shop is having an unexpected sale. Then his more commanding tone recovered. Arm as many as you can. Drogal gave a smirking nod, though Curtis was already turning away, and Allie saw Tanner catch the half-orc's arm and whisper, Leave a bit of coin, though, would ya? Course, said Drogal, offering a dark smile. The blazes am I supposed to do with money if I'm dead, anyway? Allie gave a curt laugh. Been wondering the same thing myself. At this point, she supposed she had to admit to herself that she wasn't sticking around for the coin, or even Antothika's secret knowledge. Her eyes fell to a nearby fallen crocblood, who stirred in half-consciousness as its clawed hand grasped a wound in its side. Brow creasing darkly, Allie stepped forward, kicked the thing's arm aside, and thrust her dagger into its throat. Yeah, at this point, I'm just here to hit things. She looked up to find herself meeting Tanner's gaze, the fox boy's canine eyes gone wide with shock as he took in what she'd just done. Can't have them coming after us, Allie said with a grunt, cleaning her blade on the crocblood's tunic before sheathing it beneath her cloak. No, I guess not, said Tanner, seeming ready to pursue the matter before his eyes found a similar birdkin. Zeja! Oh! The red-feathered woman exclaimed with a start, spinning from where she'd just retrieved a stray dagger from the ground. Yes? Were you needing something? Yes, said Tanner, failing a warm smile as he stepped toward her. That wand you just gave us, it's turned out to be quite useful, and I was just wondering if... Wait, said Zeja, scowling as she looked up into Tanner's face. She raised a single slender finger, studying the fox boy for a full 5 seconds before exclaiming, Tanner! Her finger now pointing at the dumbfounded foxkin. Yes? Tanner said slowly. But Zeja, please try to focus. We have more fighting ahead of us, and we could really use some more of those healing wands. Well, yes, said Zeja, nodding vigorously. You certainly could. Tanner met her stare for a moment. Zeja? Yes. Could we have some? Oh! The birdkin exclaimed again, seemingly genuinely caught off guard by the request. Oh, I've no more healing magics in my shop, dear boy. Not since I sold my last one yesterday to a band of adventurers. Tanner blinked. You mean us? Zheja blinked back, cocking her avian head. Us what, my boy? We bought your last healing wand? Oh, I did give it to you, didn't I? Yes, but oh, good. I don't always, can be a bit forgetful. I'll admit. Tanner visibly inhaled a few times to respond before finally managing, No, Zheja, you gave us the wand. I was just wondering. Allie turned away from the conversation, rolling her eyes as she looked over to where Crexus and Phylax spoke animatedly and in hushed voices. Hope everybody's brought up to speed soon, she thought, her eyes lifting past them to the temple on a nearby bluff. Jack watched as the former captives, humans, gnomes, and half-breeds alike, all began to arm themselves, slowly making their way back to the south side of the square and Curtis's shop. The sight made her think of the handful of times in her life when the wandering clans of her own people had been forced to band together to face the rising threat of overflowing vermin warrens or a powerful flock of griffins. You will often find, her mother's voice rang in her ears, that the innate stubbornness of all sentient life is thriving wherever your path may lead. Even among all the chaos and death, Jack allowed herself a smile. Right as always, Mother. A sound of a throat being cleared from beside her brought her back to the present, and she turned to regard a frowning Tavik. So, I guess I've got my orders then, he muttered, once again offering her the handle of her short sword. Glancing around, Jack took in the fact that Phylax and the other two guards were already striding across the square for the northeast corner, where Mayor Denaxis's estate was reportedly under siege. One of the guards was looking back over her shoulder, seeming expectant for Tavik to follow, while Phylax and the other guards simply stared straight ahead as they departed. Jack turned back to Tavik, eyebrow raised. After everything, he just orders you back in line? Tavik nodded blankly. Seems that way, doesn't it? And you're just going to obey. Look, Tavik said with a gulp, shifting awkwardly at Jack's continued refusal to take the sword. Whatever the blazes all happened before, we're all trying to protect the city. In my place. He glanced after the others in time to catch the guardswoman's eye, his face creasing with resolve. My place is with my comrades, at least until the city is safe again. Jack looked from the sword to Tavik, giving a small smile. Then you can return what you've borrowed afterward. Tavik sighed amid a grateful smirk. Suppose I can. Then glancing after the others once more, well, one last order to follow. With that, he hurried off after Phylax and the other guards, disappearing down the street that led to the mayor's estate, Amber offering up a small whimper from Jack's side when Tavik disappeared from sight. Before Jack could offer the wolf a reassuring pat, another flash of magic appeared in the corner of her eye, and she turned to see the last tendrils of a flame spell dissipate beyond the pillars of the temple, and hear a piercing scream. No time to circle around, Crexus shouted, already darting for the temple steps. And Tothika's made her stand on the main level. We move now. Jack followed, the sound of three others hot on her trail, and she found herself oddly grateful for the distraction. This, she understood. This was the hunt. Chapter 16. The Price of Courage. Tanner fought to time his breathing as he sprinted up the broad, flat steps to the temple. In jump, out stride, in jump, out stride, all the way to the nearing crest. Easier to focus on that than less pleasant things. He'd lost track of Atrazar after Phylax's timely arrival, and there hadn't been time to ask about her afterward. Be safe, he thought eagerly, continuing to pound up the steps to the temple. All he could do now was hope she'd found a good place to hide. As the temple's grand entryway drew nearer, so did the sounds of battle. The grunts of exertion as someone's defenses were battered, the flash of light and the dull, magical note that accompanied a shockwave spell. Even with the scene of carnage already formed in his mind, however, Tanner still gave a small gasp as the main floor came into view. Bodies littered the top steps, both scorpion men and temple guards alike, and Tanner found the last few strides to the top slick with rain-diluted blood. Beyond, sheltered from the downpour beneath the temple's great dome, were more bodies, strewn about on the charred, cracked stone of the battlefield, and unceremoniously jostled whenever a nearby spell caught them up in its wake. Half a dozen temple guards stood still, some holding back from the melee to shoot arrows at the attackers, while others met their steel with rune-carved ceremonial blades. Despite the defenders' best efforts, however, it was obvious the Scorpion men had gained the upper hand. Not only did they have more blades left in the fight, another of the great, looming scorpions like the one Tanner and the others had fought in the tunnels stood over a recently fallen guard, tearing into his flesh with mandible and claw. For a moment, Tanner was frozen in horror. How many times had he visited the temple over the years? A few dozen? 100? And when he hadn't needed a stoic, quiet place for retreat, it had always sat here, high above the bustle and intrigue of Dragon's Nest, the city square, and beyond. It had always felt so out of reach of such darkness, like it was warded against the corrupting touch of the world by its stone, wonder, and sheer tranquility. To see it all brought down, squirming, into the muck with everything else, it brought a sick sort of sadness to Tanner's gut, making him feel as though nothing could be clean and good ever again. Not when the temple of Nomenkal, purest of the Thakur, was painted with the blood of his servants. "Antodhika!" Crexus yelled from beside Tanner, slamming him back into the moment, as though on cue. Tanner's gaze was drawn beyond the thick of the fighting to two figures that stood, flanking the great dais at the far end of the temple floor. Tanner recognized the one on the left as the blonde, armored human who'd blasted a hole in Sergeant Thane's chest down in the tunnels, though he looked far more haggard now, hair wild and lip torn and bleeding over a constant, mocking smirk. The other figure was what held Tanner's attention, however. If the temple itself had always seemed an invincible fortress, its high priestess had been a constant voice of calm and reason in the town, always carrying herself with an air of cool patience and eyes that spoke of reserved meditation. Now, however, Antoftaga looked as though a great weight rested on her shoulders, a grimace of fear and anger splitting her blood-streaked face as she braced against her staff, visibly struggling to maintain a shimmering energy barrier around herself. Even as Tanner watched, the snarling scorpion man unleashed a gout of roaring flame from his own staff, the swirling torrent of magical fire seeming to wrap around Antofaga's barrier like ravenous tendrils, encasing her in a hellish tornado. Tanner's stomach twisted inside of him, and, for a moment, he missed Crexus's departure, not registering the temple guard's plan until the man had nearly skirted the battle at the temple's heart, sprinting directly toward the scorpion general. His own resolve returning, Tanner let out a low growl, charging forward a step behind his bellowing father for the massive scorpion. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that renewed his spirits. The flame swirling around Antoftaga seemed abruptly to fold inward, funneling down to a single point revealed as the woman's staff. Antofaga's face was split in apparent agony, the effort of rechanneling the spell obviously taxing her to her limit, as the last wisps of it singed her hair, clothing, and flesh. But then, with a furious scream, she thrust her staff forward to spill a torrent of fiery vengeance back at her opponent. Despite everything, Tanner felt himself smile as he willed his own, admittedly more meager, magic to well up in his grasp, the flames harmlessly tickling his fur. Guess it's true. It's the strong, silent ones you really don't want to piss off. Allie ducked under the scorpion man's axe, spinning away to keep herself a pace distant as she brought her dagger back up to guard. And of course I'd find myself in close quarters combat, she thought with a groan. Growing up on the streets of Lorson, she had, of course, learned how to handle herself in a brawl, but she'd always preferred to hang back from the thick of it, letting her accuracy with her thrown blades win the day for her whenever things took a dark turn. Unfortunately, she had little experience with being on the side of the fight that wasn't free to slip into a tactical deadly retreat. So, I'm left to this old dance, Allie thought with a sigh, slipping just beyond her attacker's next swing, but still failing to find an opening in his defense. A few steps away, Jack was firing into the rest of the fight where she could, finding weaknesses in the great scorpion's armor and dropping a cultist when he moved in for a killing blow on a temple guard. Guess I should take it as a compliment, Allie mused darkly, throwing the scorpion man's neck swing wide with a thrust of her dagger. Apparently, I don't look like I need any. Panic seized Allie's chest as the scorpion man's follow-up strike closed in. Not because she wouldn't be fast enough to dodge it, she just felt the sole of her boot slip on the slick stone floor. It was over almost before she realized what had happened, the gleaming axe head tearing into the flesh at her side and ripping away to fling droplets of her blood across the stonework. Allie staggered back, watching with grim fascination as the scorpion man visibly grinned beneath his helmet's shadow, bringing his axe high over his head to cleave Allie down the middle. Huh, she thought, throwing up the blade of her dagger to block on instinct. Guess it makes sense. My life's always been more of a tragedy anyway. And hey, I'm pretty sure I'll have a hard time destroying all things if I'm dead. Her mouth puckered in a pained smile as the axe screamed eagerly down for her forehead. She was more than happy to let her last few seconds be filled with a few choice words for Kravog. Before she could finish her second curse, however, something strange caught her eye. She glanced over to it, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as a dark, feathered speck sped toward her, its wings flashing out to either side as it closed in to brush her arm with feathers of the purest black. For a heartbeat, Allie took the omen of death to be more than a bit redundant. Then, she felt a potent surge of magic course through her at the touch of the wing, and she watched as a faint, shimmering disk of light manifested before her face. That was when her smile shifted to one of relief. She recognized that spell. Turning back to look straight into her attacker's face, Allie let her dagger drop to her side as the axe closed in, smashing against the magical barrier she'd just been gifted, and glancing down to the side. There it is, Allie thought with a smirk, catching the scorpion man's expression as his eyes went wide with shock. The barrier wouldn't last long, or be able to block every attack, Allie knew, but it gave her more than an edge in this fight. She wasn't just a pesky girl with a knife anymore. Now she was the stuff of soldiers' nightmares, the unkillable foe. A second later, Allie gave a sadistic laugh as the raven alighted briefly on her shoulder, and she felt a pulse of healing magic shoot through her body, mending the tear at her side. Well, she said aloud, keeping her eyes on her opponents. That's just not fair, is it? The man responded with a frantic swing of his axe, one Allie deftly ducked beneath, grabbing the axe handle as she spun forward and coming up to slip the blade of her dagger under his chin. She maintained eye contact as the man fell, weakly clutching the wound in his neck, and she finally allowed herself to turn toward the pillar to her right, where an older woman in temple clothing sat, slumped against the pillar, waving a hand about like a drunken conductor. Imagery. The raven, Spearbeak's new master. Briefly catching the other woman's gaze, Allie gave a grateful nod, then turned back to the thick of the fighting. Anyone else? I've got a magic returning dagger and a ward of protection, so keep 'em coming. Her eyes found the great scorpion that was still managing to keep a trio of Curtis, Tanner, and an armored, gnome-sized temple guard at bay with its thrashing mandibles. Then, as she was drawing back her dagger, her gaze shifted to where Crexus was closing the last few feet between him and the scorpion general. In her peripheral vision, she could see that Antothica was, again, braced against her staff, a look of concentration on her face as she held the general's gaze. No, Allie realized, not just held it, clutched it, magically forcing him to keep his eyes on her. Even as Allie allowed herself a dark smile, however, the man seemed to shake loose of the trance, catching sight of Crexus just as the temple guard swung his blade for the kill. So eager to die for you, Antothica, the general snarled, leaping back from the blow with uncanny reflexes. All of them! What wonders what hollow promises you've made over the years! Crexus was quick to follow up, lunging forward for another strike, only to be caught up in a blast of dark energy. Allie's throat tightened, and she found herself unable to move for a moment as Crexus gave a startled cry and dropped to his knees. Crexus! She might have shouted, or maybe it was Antothica as the other woman rushed forward, rounding the dais and manifesting a barrage of ice spikes that shot for the scorpion general. The general, however, swept most of them aside like bothersome gnats, wincing only slightly as a few of them scored hits along his side. His smile widening, the general stepped coolly toward Antothica, batting away Crexus's desperate swing with his own blade. So eager to die for you, he said again, his taunt somehow reaching Allie's ears through the chaos. Allie was already moving, dagger flying from her hand at the last two scorpion men who stepped between her and the awful scene. She barely noticed them, her eyes fixed on the general as he began to twirl his staff, adding, "It would be a shame to disappoint them." As clear, concussive magic began to swirl at the head of the man's staff, loss, dark and familiar, swept over Allie's heart, and she found herself looking past the general to the kneeling Crexus. He was looking back at her, obviously fighting for each breath, as the dark magic he'd just encountered ravenously drained the life from his body. Even so, Allie thought she saw him give a sad smile across the bloody awful scene. Then, as the scorpion general's staff struck him in the chest, Crexus was caught up in a shockwave of magic, and, his eyes drifting shut in serenity, he was hurled out into the wind and rain that swept the bluff beyond, falling limply out of sight. Jack watched with reluctant peace as she saw Crexus fall away into the rain beyond the temple. There was nothing I could have done, she knew, even as she continued to fire at the last remaining cultists. She knew her own abilities well enough to grasp that she couldn't have shot through all the chaos to the general at the far side with any sort of confidence. She'd have been just as likely to hit Antothica or the headstrong Allie as the other woman charged for the man who'd just slain Crexus. And one life is not worth gambling another, she thought with a heavy sigh. Beside her, Ember looked up, finished ripping into the throat of a fallen enemy and seeming to grasp the situation. Licking his bloodied muzzle, he turned his golden-orange eyes to Jack with a faint whimper. Jack simply bowed her head for a moment, letting her bow droop toward the floor as the battle came to a close. May you find peace in the embrace of earth and sea. Instinctively, Tanner flinched away, following the blast of fire from his hands, not at the light or flame, but at the gore that splashed across him as Curtis brought his warhammer down atop the reeling scorpion's head. Tanner hardly noticed it. He'd watched Crexus's final moments out of the corner of his eye, teeth gritted in frustration and horror all the while, as he'd fought to clear the more pressing danger and move in to help. He'd been too slow. Fire trailing from his eyes, Tanner snapped his gaze around to the general, not caring that Antothica was gathering her strength for a final assault. Not caring that Allie was closing in, making short work of the last scorpion man that stood in her way. All that filled Tanner's mind at that moment was justice. Releasing a feral snarl, he drew the fire into himself, striding slowly for the smirking general. Then, just when he felt he might burst with all the flame that pulsed in his blood, he flung it outward, yelling something he barely recognized as words. The blast caught the other man in the shoulder, sending him back a step and peeling away armor, clothing, and flesh. But Tanner wasn't done. Again, he unleashed a blast of fiery magic, this time catching the man in the stomach, then the leg, the side, the face. And, even as his mouth, ears, and hair were melted away, the general held Tanner's gaze, smile curling back grotesquely as he succumbed to the onslaught. With a final snarl, Tanner threw both his arms forward, slamming the general with a blast that caught him up off his feet and hurled him into the downpour that awaited beyond the temple dome. The man's charred, smoking body followed Crexus into the waves below. Good, Tanner thought as the flames around him began to subside. Justice is served. Allie spun away from the scorpion man she'd just killed, letting his body slump to the stone floor as she sprinted the last few steps. She rushed past the winded Antothica, coming to stop only at the very edge of the temple floor, to peer down at the distant shoreline. The bluff shot down below her, as it had when she and the others had used the secret back door of the temple to skirt the small ledge beneath back into the city. And, barely visible behind the sheets of rain in the dim, morning light, was the small beach that had lined the base of the bluff, only interrupted by a small splash of red cloth. Crexus's robe. The unfairness of it all seemed to crush in on her mind, and, with a scream of frustration and rage, she braced to hurl herself down the bluff after. Better for me to disappear before I can corrupt or destroy anything else, she thought coldly. Before she could leap to her death, however, a hand clamped onto her arm, yanking her back from the edge and twisting her around to look in Jack's drawn but stern face. "Allie," the huntress shouted, her voice spitefully calm. "Stop this. Would you really dishonor him by throwing your own life away?" Allie wrenched free, swinging wildly for the other woman, who nimbly sidestepped the blow. "You can't understand," Allie wanted to yell. "Kravog was right about me. You don't know what it's like to live knowing that I'll just bring pain and death to everyone I meet." She leapt away from Jack's next attempt to grapple her, slipping down over the edge of the main floor and dropping down to the hidden ledge beneath. But, though she'd dropped from greater heights before, the single-story fall ended with her foot slipping on the wet grass, twisting her ankle as she crumpled to a heap. Then, clutching her robe around her more tightly, Allie began to cry. It was a soft cry, simply letting the tears fall as she embraced her sudden solitude. The others wouldn't follow. She could feel them looking down on her from above, but they'd have to be stupid to drop down after her when they could easily slip and join Crexus far below. So, for the first time since that awful day on the streets of Lorson, Allie let herself truly feel every painful second. "You can't," she whispered aloud, "you can't understand what it's like to know that you're the nightmare." She was fully aware of how stupid she was being. She'd barely known Crexus, beyond a few kindred moments they'd shared in the past few days, and there was no tangible way of tying his death to her actions. It didn't matter. For the first time in years, someone had known her, had truly seen her for what she was, and he hadn't pulled away. Even after Kravog's revelation, Crexus had looked at her only with trust, as though he simply couldn't have fathomed any internal darkness overcoming her. A fool, then, Allie thought, slowly standing to peer out over the deep, endless waves. But one I might have cared for, if given the chance. Tears still slowly spilling from her eyes, Allie hobbled back along the ledge, a sharp, gleaming dagger in her grasp. Chapter 17. Those Who Remain. But there must be a way, Tanner was saying, seeming to be back to his normal, non-inferno self for the moment. And Tothica, her eyes dark with exhaustion, shook her head from where she leaned against her staff to stay upright. "I am afraid the powers of our kind have been exaggerated among the people." She gestured to the scattered weapons and bodies behind her, and Jack turned to see a young, well-armored gnome kneeling over one of his fallen comrades, eyes closed as he willed the light of Nomencall into the still woman. A second later, the woman gave a cough, eyes fluttering as she gave a weak smile of gratitude to the gnome above her. Smiling back, the gnome boy darted to another fallen soldier, this time rising to his feet a few seconds later, head drooped to his chest. "Some injuries," Antothica said, giving a shaky sigh, "are simply too severe, and, unless there is still warmth in the blood, life in the brain, and light in the soul, not even the strongest magics can prevent a being's eternal rest." Jack bowed her head, already gauging the next scholar as lost before the gnome reached him, and realized the truth moments after. And Tothica was right, Jack knew. She'd been around death and loss enough to know who might have been brought before the clan healers with even the faintest hope, and who would have been returned in simple wrappings, prepared for a final farewell. Tanner, however, spun to face Curtis, who had stood in silent meditation since Crexus's fall. "Well, you know things, right?" said the foxkin. "What if we magically slow our fall, drop down, and grab the body?" "Son," said Curtis, his stern gaze halting Tanner mid-sentence. "This is war. If death were not always the end result, there'd be little reason not to pursue it." Obviously wary after Tanner's recent fiery outburst, Curtis reached out to rest a hand on his son's shoulder. "Sometimes, the fear of death is what saves lives, cub. It's what gives us a chance at peace." "But he was just doing what he thought was right," Tanner said softly. Curtis looked away to scan the bloody mess of bodies that littered the temple floor. "They all were, son. It's often the reason we fight at all." "I've lost many friends today," said Antothica, her voice drawn with sorrow as she glanced to a still, bloodied Doran before the dais, then out over the ocean. Crexus was not the first, and if we don't secure the city, he won't be the last. Point taken, said Jack, exhaling deeply as she placed a protective hand on Ember's wet, furry head. When we spoke with Phylac, he told us that Mayor Denaxis's house was under attack. Not that he doesn't deserve it, Tanner growled, and Tothaka looked quickly between them. The guard captain is not our enemy, then? No, said Jack. At least, not today. We've learned that Denaxis was behind everything. He drew in the Crockbloods with the promise of temple plunder, and he agreed to let the cultists claim the temple in hopes that the two forces would slaughter each other and, ideally, raise the temple itself. To her credit, Tothaka merely gave a slow nod of reaction. I wish I could say I am surprised. It sounds like the sort of convoluted plan he'd try, given his political maneuvering in the past. Still, that it has come to this. She closed her eyes for a moment, visibly channeling some form of restoring magic, as the oblong stone atop her staff flared briefly. Then, turning back to Jack, so, why have the Crockbloods attacked him instead? They may have learned of the double cross, said Curtis, folding his arms. The merchant, Marima, revealed herself to be an agent of Baskug's in the city square. And Tothaka's eyes widened. But she entered the city many times over the years. How could she maintain an illusion so strong? It's not an illusion, Tanner said sheepishly. She's like me, able to hide her half-breed form when she wants to. I see, said Tothaka, brow furrowing before she shook her head. Regardless, if Denaxis is under attack from the Crockbloods, he'll need assistance in fighting them back. Jack found herself sharing an incredulous look with Tanner. You want to aid him after everything he's done? If he is the architect of all this heartache, Tothaka said heavily, then he should stand trial before the people, so they can look him in the eye. She paused, her eyes turning once more out to the sea. And Crexus would have wished for us to show mercy. He would not have wanted his father slain in anger. An odd jolt of sadness pierced Jack's gut as she took in Antothaka's words, but, at the same time, the truth slipped effortlessly into place. Though she'd never met the mayor face to face, small scraps of information began to lay out in her mind like tracks in a trail. Their voices, their names, both similar. She turned to Tanner, seeing in his wide eyes that the revelation of Crexus's parentage had shocked him a bit more. Damn, the foxkin said slowly, head drooping to stare down at the floor. And the mayor's been... And Tothaka glanced between them, a pained smile on her face. A story for another time. For now, with the main floor secured. As she spoke, she strode slowly past, seeming to gain strength with each step as she made for the temple entrance. The temple will serve as it always has, a haven for those who need it. Jack watched as the memory stone atop the woman's staff began to thrum with a swirling magic, first softly, then climbing to a steady flash of radiant light that shone out for all to see as Antothaka planted her staff at the edge of the temple floor. She was calling the defenseless of Dragon's Nest to her, Jack realized, calling them to safety. A sharp clearing of someone's throat brought Jack's attention back to her immediate surroundings, and she turned to see that an older female scholar had shuffled up to them, a dark frown in her wizened features. Greetings, the woman said blandly, planting a palm at the base of her back as she braced against her staff for support, pressing to stretch out her obvious aches. Don't much care for this kind of excitement. Once recovered from the stretch, she looked to Jack, Tanner, and Curtis in turn, frowning as she held an arm on which the approaching spearbeak soon alighted. The other woman, the scrappy one, what became of her? She took a detour, said Jack, glancing to the spot where Allie had slipped over the lip of the temple to land on the ledge below. Alive, then, said the scholar. As far as we know, said Tanner, sounding as though he half expected that a full horde of Crockbloods might be lying in wait on Allie's path. Good, said the scholar, allowing the raven on her arm to shimmy up to her shoulder and nestle in her long white hair. "I quite enjoyed our talk earlier." Imagery, Jack thought, realizing who the woman must be. Then, taking in Spearbeak's obvious affection for the scholar, glad someone was able to reach Rena's heartbroken friend. Thinking of the scholar whose death had started this whole nightmare for her and her companions, rendered Jack maudlin enough that she nearly missed Imagery's next words. Well, it seems you'll have to secure Antothica's quarters without her then." Again, Jack glanced at Tanner and Curtis, seeing her confusion reflected in their eyes. What?" said Tanner. "A pair of cultists broke off during the fight," said Imagery, sounding oddly calm about the report. "I saw them slip down into the High Priestess's quarters after one of their fellow brutes tried to cut me in half." Jack looked down at the woman's side to see that there was, in fact, a large welling of blood around the place in her side where an axe wound had been handily stitched back together with magic. Seemingly on cue, the armored gnome she'd watched bring healing to other wounded scholars and temple guards scurried up, biting his lower lip in concentration as he reached out to gift the light in his palm to the still swollen wound. "Bah! Gefnar! Leave it!" Imagery snapped, slapping the young man's hand away and pointing back toward the others that milled about the temple floor. "I've had far worse. Save your magic for those who need it." "Ah, yes, ma'am." The gnome, Gefnar, yelped, closing his armored fist as he reabsorbed the magic, glancing sheepishly at Jack, Tanner, and Curtis, and hurrying off to find a more grateful patient. "Foolish boy," Imagery muttered, glaring after Gefnar as he retreated. "You'd think he'd never been in a battle before." "Has he?" said Jack. "What? Oh, I don't believe so," said Imagery, frowning. "Where was I? Oh, yes, it's all well and good, Antothica inviting the people of Dragon's Nest up to enjoy the safety of the temple, but I believe you'll all agree that it would be wise to ensure that safety is, in fact, a reality." "Agreed," said Curtis, turning to look down the steps to Antothica's chambers. "Two of them, you said?" Barely a minute later, Jack was crouched outside the door to Antothica's private library, the very room Allie had been left to the night before. She eased her way down the stairwell, through the central chamber that had served as their meeting place with Antothica and Crexus, and down the hall to where the bedchamber and library were housed, two clear sets of muddy tracks marking her trail all the way. Now, however, she paused, taking in the slightly ajar door and the soft, glowing light that shone from within. From inside, she could hear the low, steady breathing of someone at rest and the slow flip, flip of pages being turned. Without looking, she reached out to place her hand atop Ember's head, pressing lightly to signify he should hang back. The wolf silently obeyed, stepping back without so much as a clack from his toenails against the floor. Jack eased forward, taking in the bare sliver of the room she could see, her brow nodding in confusion as she saw only the booted feet of a prone figure and what looked to be a crumpled-up heap of armor, plating, and weaponry, like someone had wrapped it up in enormous hands and squeezed. "All right," thought Jack, nudging the door quietly inward to see if she could make out anything else. She did. The prone form was a bloodied, slack-faced scorpion man, and, with the slightly wider swath of vision she was now granted, she could discern a second cultist, this one looking like he had been flung against the wall of the chamber with incredible concussive force. Even so, Jack managed to keep her dread in check until... Sniff, sniff, sniff. The sound of nostrils flaring to drink in a nearby scent seemed to echo in Jack's ears, and she found herself quickly performing a practiced hand signal back to Ember. Dutifully, the wolf retreated, leaving Jack alone for a few potentially deadly seconds before he would return with the waiting Tanner and Curtis. And that was when she first heard the room's mystery occupant speak. "You are, of course, welcome to enter, my dear. You'll find few people care to safeguard their belongings on days such as this." The voice was low and throaty, sounding distinctively like a purr as the words reached Jack's ears. Careful to keep her breathing soft and even, Jack eased the door open fully, taking in the peculiar sight before her. Whiskers were the first thing that caught her eye, the long, thick hairs of a mammalian muzzle peeking out from behind the back of a tall, lithe form at the far end of the room. Tigerkin, Jack realized, taking in the faded, supple fabric of the figure's clothing, and the sleek, dull armor that seemed specially made for the cat blood beneath, the long, curved sword slung across the figure's back. Planting her foot in a ready stance, Jack tugged lightly on her notched arrow, watching for any trace of reaction in the sliver of view she was granted of the other being's face. There was none. Only the casual turning of the next page in the book the Tigerkin continued to study. "Did you kill those men?" Jack said evenly, her confidence growing as she felt the footfalls of Tanner and Curtis thrumming up the stone floor behind her. Said the Tigerkin, glancing casually back at the broken bodies. "Oh, yes. I do hope they weren't friends of yours." Unbidden, the image of a bloody Crexus being flung down the cliffs below the temple swept over Jack's mind. "Not even remotely," she growled. The Tigerkin grunted. "I thought as much. They didn't seem like they were meant to be here, either." Seeming content with her readings, rather than concerned with proper etiquette, the Tigerkin closed the book in her hand, turning to face Jack, as well as her arriving companions. The intruder was female, Jack saw, her movement betraying her feminine hips and features, as well as granting Jack the opportunity to study her pointed, furry face and emerald green eyes. "And what are you doing here?" said Jack, her bow still at the ready. "Some light reading," said the Tigerkin, a sly smile splitting her muted snout. As she spoke, she deposited the mid-sized book in her hand on the table beside her. Jack's eyes never left the intruder. She'd been on enough hunts to be wary of any attempts at diversion. "The Quandary of the Half-Breed," Tanner read, barely catching the title of the book as the Tigerkin put it down. He found himself glancing to the large bearkin on his right. "Sounds like a good read." "Do you know what they were planning to do down here?" Jack was saying when Tanner turned back into the room. She gestured with her chin at the crumpled cultist bodies on the floor. "I didn't ask," said the Tigerkin, now giving a light shrug. "Forgive my thoughtlessness, but they were rather intent on furthering the endangerment of my species upon seeing me. I merely responded in kind." "So you weren't working with them," said Tanner, letting flame weave through his fingers as he braced for whatever might happen next. "Oh my, no," the Tigerkin said with a laugh, her eyes almost seeming to sparkle as they shifted his way. "I merely know a good opportunity when I see one." Curtis growled. "Opportunity?" "Yes," the Tigerkin purred. "I've been attempting to gain access to Antarctica's private collection for some time, as it seemed the most likely location for what I sought." "And that would be?" said Jack. The Tigerkin looked the woman up and down, her smile broadening. In good time, my dear. But I seem to have failed in the ways of diplomacy." She fell into a slight bow, then, turning to each of them in turn, "I am Nelina, but I believe that is all the pleasantry we have time for. If I'm not mistaken, there is still the pressing matter of enemies within the city." "And how do we know we're not looking at one?" said Tanner, shifting menacingly onto his front foot. Nelina shrugged. "You don't. And I'm willing to be taken into custody, if that's what you wish." Tanner blinked, glancing awkwardly toward Curtis and Jack as Nelina stared him down. All right, so, what do we think, Dad?" Curtis grunted. "She's right about one thing. We don't have time for this." "Agreed," said Jack, finally letting her bow drop away from a ready position. "We'll escort you back upstairs, Nelina, but I'd advise you not to try to leave the city now or after the battle." Even without the words to back it up, the threat would have been clear from Jack's tone. "Not to worry," said Nelina, striding lightly for the door to pass between them. "I have no intention of leaving. You and I," at this, her gaze passed heavily over Jack and Tanner, "will have much to discuss come this new sunrise, I think." Tanner was relieved to see his confusion mirrored back at him from Jack. Nice to feel wanted, I guess, thought Tanner, bringing up the rear of the procession as they made their way back to the main floor of the temple. I just wish people, and all-powerful specters, would start making more sense with their vague offers. Allie stood at the base of the city wall, tears still stinging at her eyes, as she studied the small hatch Crexus had guided them to the night before, the hatch that would lead back into the city. She didn't feel the cold or the rain. All she felt as she clutched the dagger in her grasp was anger, hot and nearly blinding. She thought of Lorson and the streets that had been her home throughout her formative years. She thought of Shala and the way that chapter of her life had ended. She heard the screams. Her gaze slipped away from the hatch, down the length of wall that led to the main gate and the road that stretched east to the Westmore Bridge, the Phylaw Forest and beyond, the road that led to freedom. A life without specters, loss, or pain. She could return to Lethold and the Aranak Sanctuary, continue her training, learn how to rid herself of the awful seed of darkness that seemed to take root around her heart, snaking through valves and aorta to feast on her hatred. She'd learned enough. She must have. Enough at least for Lethold to piece the rest of it together. To fix her. Allie closed her eyes, her knuckles turning white as she brought Crexus's dagger up before her, as though ready to fend off a deadly foe. Not again, she whispered, opening her eyes and stooping to shove her way through the hatch. No more leaving her troubles behind. She may not have had a choice before, not after that terrible day years earlier, when Lethold had swooped in, carrying her, barely conscious, off into the wilderness. But she did now. There were people who needed killing, and she was more than up to the task. So Kravag, Denaxis, Baskug, and whoever the blazes else had damn well better be afraid, she thought as she emerged into the streets of Dragon's Nest, beginning a steady jog back toward the city square. I'm done running away. Chapter 18. When Old Wounds Fester. Ah, the tide has turned then, Nelina said as she reached the top of the temple steps, a few paces in front of Tanner. Good. Guess I'll take your word for it, thought Tanner, peering out into the rain-drenched city below, unable to spot whatever tells had informed the Tigerkin of the battle's current status. Then, without another word, Nelina pressed forward, nimbly dodging her way through the steady stream of people that spilled up the steps to the temple, the sick, weak, children, and elderly, the helpless of Dragon's Nest. Safe. Nearby, Antothica still stood, staff upheld into the rain beyond the temple dome, its memory stone crest shining intermittently in the storm. An ally, then, a voice said behind Tanner, nearly causing him to jump as he turned to face a frowning imagery. Before Tanner could ask what she meant, the scholar motioned after the vanishing Nelina into the crowd below. Oh, not an enemy, for the moment, anyway. How comforting, said Imagery, cocking an eyebrow past Tanner at Jack and Curtis. But the High Priestess's chambers are secured? If a bit messy, Jack said with a nod. Imagery shrugged. Well, if it couldn't have been helped. Now, then you'd best be off. Civilians coming in from the east side of town report that a battle at Denaxis's house is waning. Right, Tanner said with a sigh. Guess we've got a worm of a mayor to save then. Indeed, said Imagery. Do not try to let him talk his way to freedom as well. The woman was striding off before Tanner could think of a good retort, and he was left to follow Curtis's nudge down the steps. Make sure to stay behind me when the fighting starts, cub, the bearkin said softly. Don't worry, said Tanner, following his father's steps through the growing crowd. The sight of the healed flesh where Marima had slipped her dagger into his back seemed to tingle with apprehension. I've had enough of playing the hero for one day. As Jack slipped ahead, deftly weaving her way upstream of the civilians, Tanner found his gaze drawn to a single, frantic woman who held a still, small girl in her arms. Can anyone help me, please? The woman was shouting. My Eloise! I can't wake her! Please! Tanner's eyes fell to the girl, and a knot began to form in his stomach. A quick exchanged glance with Jack told him that she'd realized the same thing. The unconscious girl was the same one who had questioned their actions the day before from the window above. The morbid scene played out in Tanner's mind. Despite his best efforts, the girl, Eloise, making her way to the hidden glyph he and Jack had found on the wall of her home after they'd gone. Eloise running her hand along the wall until discovering it too, her young mind unprepared for the rush of information Jack had described upon touching it. Eloise's mother finding her unconscious form in the street. Before he realized it, the woman who held Eloise in her arms was passing Tanner by, and he jumped as he heard a sharp intake of breath, turning to see that the girl had bolted upright in her mother's arms, staring directly into his eyes. Tanner gulped as, slowly, Eloise turned from him to Jack and back again. "He's angry," she said softly. "Eloise!" the girl's mother blurted, pulling her daughter close and bolting the rest of the way up the steps. She spared only the briefest of looks at Tanner. "Hope that means she doesn't plan on questioning anything," thought the foxkin, watching a few seconds as Eloise was hurried up the steps. "We've got enough explaining to do without laying out for everyone how we managed to annoy a cantankerous specter deity." Worry churned in his gut as he hurried down the steps after Jack, pointedly avoiding Curtis's heavy stare. Well, like most problems, that'll just have to wait until later. The crowd was thinning as he, Curtis, and Jack neared the bottom of the steps. And through the lessened surge of people, he caught sight of Allie as the woman trotted for New Dragon's Nest and the mayor's home. A small surge of relief hit him at the sight, though not as much from Allie's continued existence as he would have liked. "Glad you're back. We need all the numbers we can get." He raised a furry hand to wave her down, noting sharply how her eyes darted his way, then back forward. Well, that was needlessly cold, he thought, as he watched her disappear past the iron ladle on the far side of the square. His only form of comfort was in a moment of petty pride. She was taking the long way. Jack measured her breathing in her steady run. It wouldn't do to arrive out of breath and unable to help whoever was left. The thought of Tavik and his comrades dead on the floor of Denaxis's home seemed to spur at her mind to press herself harder. Faster! What good is it getting there in fighting form if there's no one left to save? She clenched her free fist at her side, fighting to keep her pace even. They couldn't afford to let their emotions compromise their abilities now. The people of Dragon's Nest had lost too much already. And, though Jack had only just arrived in their town, so had she. "Then we stand for the lives we've lost," she thought, recalling the phrase uttered so often at the passing ceremonies of her people. No matter what lay ahead, she would honor the courage of those who had fallen to protect their home. "As I would for mine." She kept pace with Tanner, matching his turns almost before he made them, as she sensed the shifting of his weight to one side or the other. The way he ran the streets, his soft stride skimming along the stone and muck, it felt as though he was conversing with an old friend, with the pounding steps of his bearkin father behind nearly drowning out the words. Scarcely a minute into the run from the base of the steps, a grand estate came into view, surpassing the moderate trappings of Phylak's home and standing in stark contrast to the decaying New Dragon's Nest homes around it. Darting through the open gate, Jack saw a shallow sea of bodies scattered about the immaculate hedges and grime-free stonework. City guards and crock-bloods alike lay strewn along the path to the main door of the house, nearly tripping Jack's step as she motioned for Ember to take point. The wolf complied, leaping through the open double doors and onto tiles slick with blood and rainwater. By the time Jack was inside a second later, Ember was already sprinting up the steps of the staircase to the left, where Jack could see Phylak in pitched combat with a large, ferocious crock-blood. As Ember lunged forward to help, Jack turned past the balcony before her, just making out the decorated crock-blood locking blades with a clean-cut, well-dressed man, who instantly struck her as familiar, knowing Crexus's parentage as she did now. Her eyes then found the top of the staircase to the right, just in time to watch another crock-blood warrior slam shoulder first into a guardsman to send the poor man flying backward down the steps to slam into the floor near a still, bloodied crock-blood. Jack identified the guardsman as Tavik an instant before she saw his face, as she spotted the short sword at his side. his lone weapon, now that the halberd he'd wielded had been flung from his grasp. Then, Curtis was shouldering past her, thundering his way up the stairs to bring his hammer down on the defenses of the crockblood who'd thrown Tavik. Obviously winded, as he watched the bearkin run past, Tavik looked from Curtis back to the door, relief washing over his face as he took in Jack and the arriving Tanner. "Oh, thank Nomencol," Jack heard him gasp. Tanner lunged through the door, his animal senses seeming to take over as he noted the bodies strewn about the floor and the nearly finished battle on the balcony above. Almost without thinking, he spotted a flash of green scales behind the railing and released a gout of flame from his hand up in its direction. Unsurprisingly, he missed, but even as the flame splashed against the railing, taking hold and growing brighter, he caught a glimpse of a familiar, snake-like form as it thrust its blade through the heart of the last standing guard. The guard's cry of shock and pain seemed to slam against Tanner's ears like Curtis's hammer on an anvil, and through the blaze he'd just created, he locked eyes with Marima as she turned his way, responding to her hiss with one of his own. Then, taking in the duel between a massive decorated crockblood and a haggard-looking Mayor Denaxis, as well as the large bearkin and wolf that were quickly batting away the defenses of her comrades, Marima shot one last glare down at Tanner and sprinted through the door behind her out of sight. Tanner growled, turning his attention back to the mayor and his would-be killer. "You're lucky I've got a job to do, scaly bitch." "Stop!" Jack saw the apparent crockblood chieftain Baskig shout from the balcony, tearing away from his bout with Denaxis with a definitive slash. The mayor didn't press the attack, instead seeming grateful for the respite as he assessed his reinforcements with a wan smile. The crockblood, meanwhile, snarled down at Jack from behind its gold-plated jaw, its voice low and gravelly. "We have no quarrel with you, only this faithless one." At this, he thrust the point of his talon-like blade at the mayor, teeth bared in obvious contempt. "And I'm really sorry about that," thought Jack, quickly leveling her arrow at the chieftain. "But I've got a job to do." She loosed her arrow. It found its mark, slipping through the slats of fiery railing to slam into Baskig's shoulder. Again, the chieftain gave a snarl, eyes flashing hatred down at Jack, even as he surged forward to slash at Denaxis once more. "Guard the door!" Jack barked, turning to Tavik as he hauled himself back to his feet, and she saw that Tanner had already had the same thought. As important as it was to save Denaxis, it was equally as vital to ensure Baskig couldn't escape to rally another attack against the city. "Here's hoping their command structure crumbles without him," thought Jack as Tavik gave an obedient nod and shuffled weakly to join Tanner at the door, drawing the blades at his side. Then Jack was darting up the stairs after Curtis, taking in peripherally that Ember and Phylac had already cleaned up the other side. It's almost over. Allie raced the last few steps to the open door of the mayor's home. "No, you don't," she thought, teeth bared as she burst out of the rain into the chaotic interior. "You're not finishing this without me." Ignoring Tavik's yelp as he skidded to a stop to avoid slamming into her, Allie quickly took in the scene. She'd only laid eyes on him from afar on a handful of occasions, but she instantly spotted her target, bloodied, gasping, drenched in sweat, and shrouded by a curtain of flame. "Well, hang on 2 more seconds," Allie thought, watching out the corner of her eye as she bolted for the steps. Even as she watched, Denax's opponent, Baskig, batted away his blade and grappled him into a headlock, bringing a blood-stained blade up under the mayor's throat. "I'm not done with you yet." "Enough!" Baskig shouted, turning back to the fire to keep Denaxis between him and his enclosing enemies. "This man deserves death." "No argument here," thought Allie, dagger twitching in her hand as she reached the top of the stairs and joined Phylac, Curtis, and Ember in encircling Baskig and Denaxis, while Jack held back with a notched arrow. "Just give me the shot." Not a clear shot, Jack thought, wanting to growl in frustration as she held her arrow leveled at Baskig's temple, too close to Denaxis's head for comfort. She trusted her own abilities, but the margin for error was far too slim for her liking. A silent prayer began to form in her mind. Yrjnot, grant me the sight and the light of the forest, and the clarity with which to wield it. Is this really what you wanted, Denaxis? She heard Phylax say distantly, sounding as though he had lifted his visor as her vision began to focus to the merest point of light. We are charged to protect this city. Does this look protected to you? There came a weak, remorseless laugh of response as Jack's vision solidified. May it never be said, the mayor rasped in Buskig's grasp, that I did nothing but for the sake of my people. Allowing herself to feel a twinge of disgust, Jack tapped the toe of her right boot against the floor, spurring the snarling ember into action with the practiced signal. Buskig swung that way in response, and, with absolute certainty, Jack released her arrow. It passed through flesh, sinking into one side of Buskig's neck and out the other to strike near a vaulted window on the far wall. Buskig gave a gurgling gasp, eyes growing wide as his sword fell from his grasp and he stumbled to one knee. In the same instant Denaxis tore free, Ember lunged forward, relieving Buskig of his scaly snout in mere seconds. Over, Jack thought with a sigh. She wondered with considerable discomfort why the realization didn't seem to take the weight off her shoulders. Allie rushed the 2 steps to Denaxis, her free hand closing around his neck as she brought her dagger up to his face. The mayor said with a tired chuckle as he looked her up and down. Are you my jailer, then? Very well, I suppose. Antothica's earned her time of gloating. Allie's blade twitched, stopping less than an inch from the soft flesh behind Denaxis's chin. She saw the dagger pierce the flesh, watched as the life drained from his eyes. More than anything, she wanted to make the vision a reality. It was all that was left. The only way someone like her could even attempt to make the world a better place. And it was so easy. She took a step backward, the dagger falling to her side, even as she kept her hand at Denaxis's throat, almost believing she could glare him with his flaming balcony as a backdrop. It was something she couldn't articulate, not even in her own mind. It was as though she saw Crexus before her, not the mayor. Only for the briefest of moments, and it was probably some trick of the light, but... Move, she said, almost hoping Denaxis would disobey as she gestured down the steps with her blade. As you wish, said the mayor, giving an insincere bow as he hobbled past her and down to the ground floor. I could use a good nap after the morning I've had. As she kept her dagger to Denaxis's back, urging him out of a home that would soon be consumed in flame, Allie pointedly avoided the gazes of her comrades. Not a word, anyone, she thought, jaw clenched in barely bridled fury. Everyone obliged, and, slowly, the tired, bloodied procession of half-breeds and humans made their way back along the path to the temple. They reached the temple minutes later. The stream of civilians flooding up to the main floor ended, to leave the steps empty, save for a few bodies of the fallen temple guards and the scorpion men yet to be recovered or pushed aside. Antothica awaited them at the top of the stairs, staring silent accusations down at Denaxis as Allie marched him nearer. My lady, the mayor said when they reached her, his voice devoid of respect. Denaxis, Antothica replied, shaking her head sadly. I only hope that you are able to understand the pain you have caused today. She looked to Allie without waiting for a response. A private cell awaits him below. Gefnar will show you the way. Numbly, Allie nodded, following the small armored gnome that came forward down the main interior steps and past the archives to a series of meditation chambers. The gnome, Gefnar, swung open the door, glaring up at Denaxis as Allie spurred him inside with an indelicate jab of her dagger, savoring the small grunt of pain she drew in response. A fitting end, she heard Denaxis mutter as he assumed a cross-legged position on the floor, facing away from her in the windowless, featureless room, in a city as cold and thankless as this one. Then Gefnar was shutting the door, and Allie was striding away, blinking back hot tears of rage. Oh, don't worry. He won't be going anywhere on my watch, The gnome called after. Allie was surprised how little she cared. Chapter 19. And fresh wounds bleed. The rest of the day seemed to pass in a dreary haze to Tanner. Even after the sun came out shortly after midday, the world seemed gray and thin as he milled about the main floor of the temple. Phylac had assured them, after a scouting mission through the city after Denaxus's imprisonment, that the battle was all but won. With the people of Dragon's Nest armed and fighting, the pockets of crockbloods left in the city would soon be routed. Tanner and his exhausted friends just needed to stay back and let the others clean up what was left. At least, that's what Antothica had assured them, and Tanner had been too tired to argue. Atrazar hadn't been at the temple, but Tanner knew from past conversations with her that Phylac had a private bunker on his estate. If there was any justice, she would be safe there. So he waited around with Jack, Allie, and the scores of refugees until word had come that the city was secure hours later. What else was he going to do? He'd failed to pick up Marima's scent after the fight at Denaxus's nearly burned out home, and he certainly hadn't felt up to having things out with Curtis yet. Once Phylac had returned to announce proudly to everyone that the day is won, Tanner and Curtis had quietly returned to their home, Tanner's heart growing heavier with each step as he took in the ruins of his town. It didn't matter that most of the buildings were still intact. Dragon's Nest was broken. Things had, predictably, been in disarray upon their return to the shop. Armor and weapons were strewn about on the floor and furniture, wherever their neighbors had dropped them in their mad scramble to arm themselves. Tanner had turned to Curtis for a prompt that he should start straightening things up, but he'd received none. The bearkin had, instead, wordlessly made for his room, leaving Tanner to stand blankly for a moment, then march up the steps to his loft. Now, as he lay in bed, watching as the vibrant light of sunset marked its final pass across his wall through his window, he began to wish he had taken the initiative on cleaning before the sound of Curtis's snoring could be heard from below. At least it would have been a good distraction. Everything's different, Tanner thought, feeling the cold truth of his words crawl along his furry flesh. In a mere 2 days, he'd gone from being a humble blacksmith's son with rudimentary control over the forge to someone spoken of in awed, hushed voices, if the looks he'd garnered from the townspeople back at the temple were any indication. He hadn't asked for it. He wasn't sure he wanted it. All he knew was that he had a sickening sensation that Curtis had been right all along. This wouldn't be the last time he would be asked to fight for someone else's cause. Tanner shook his head. No, my cause, my people, my home. Justice. He felt himself give a dry, throaty chuckle. Everything's changed, he thought again. And so have I. Jack had helped where she could at the temple throughout the day, corralling people with a calm voice or helping to tend minor wounds. Still, she found it hard to feel accomplished as she took in the hunched, forlorn figure that sat, legs draped over the side of the temple, a large gray wolf slumped at its side. Tavik hadn't moved in hours, staring darkly off into the sea-strewn horizon as he slowly stroked Ember's head, helmet and weapons deposited a few feet away. She couldn't blame him, Jack supposed. She'd only lost a handful of acquaintances. Most of Tavik's closest friends, meanwhile, lay dead on the streets of Dragon's Nest, or in the mass graves already being dug in the cemetery outside. Now, as she helped bandage a young woman's arm, her natural magics long since spent on more severe injuries, Jack glanced, as she had from time to time in the past few hours, in Tavik's direction, expecting to see his back silhouetted in sunset. Instead, she saw him walking slowly toward her. Jack stood, giving what she hoped was a comforting smile to the woman who'd narrowly escaped death on the crockblood's blade before her, and turning to await Tavik. He stopped a few paces away, seemingly reluctant to look her in the eye. It wasn't nearly so endearing or exciting as it had been at their first meeting. "Guess we won, eh?" he said, clearing his throat softly after hours of disuse. Jack nodded. "Guess we did." There was a long silence, during which Ember made his way up to Jack, nuzzling her hand until she began to scratch him behind the ears. You know why I became a guard? Tavik said at last, looking around at the civilians who had yet to return to their homes, roughly half the initial number. To protect people, Jack offered. Tavik gave a mirthless grunt. Should hope so. But it was mostly because of my dad. He was a guard back in Falcon Crest, and he did the same here. Was still a guard by the time I came of age, so I joined up too. Guess I wanted to spend time with him. Or maybe just make him proud, I don't know. Tavik let out a deep sigh. He died. Crockblood's got him. Guess I should hate him, but I don't. Wonder if it makes me a bad son sometimes. But since I've tried to stand for something, you know? And after this, not sure I can stand for this town anymore. Not after seeing all the darkness and politics that got us here. We've aided each other, and even if I didn't do anything to stop it. But I think maybe if I'm just a bit lucky, I can find somewhere out there where I can stand for something. Maybe even make up for my own mistakes. Well, Jack said slowly, I don't pretend to know what's in store for me or the others, but for my part, you're always welcome with us. Surprisingly, Tavik laughed, finally looking up to meet Jack's gaze. From what I hear, you three are far too good at finding interesting things to fight. It's a bit frightening for us mortals. Jack's smile of response was drawn. Word really gets around then. I'll try to see you before I go, but again, Tavik looked around the dwindling crowd at the temple. I don't think I can stay here. Then, attempting a smile, he drew the short sword at his belt, offering the hilt to Jack. Keep it, Jack said before he could verbalize the offer, a tight smile on her face. To remember me by, if nothing else. Tavik managed a small snicker as he returned the blade to the belt. Seems fitting for us, I guess. Maybe one day I'll learn to stop trying to give it back to you. Then sadly, goodbye, Jack. He walked slowly away, well out of earshot down the temple steps by the time Jack whispered, Goodbye, Tavik. Allie walked briskly through the mess that was the town square, careful to keep her eyes only on her feet. She couldn't explain her pace. She'd spent the last few hours simply standing around on the top floor of the temple. Then it had simply been time to go. And it hadn't had anything remotely to do with the fact that she'd spotted Antothika heading her way, with a few comforting words already forming on her lips. Allie pushed through the door to the iron ladle, abruptly finding something besides her own feet in her vision. Oh, hello, love, said a familiar face, smiling as Sally pushed up from where she'd just been trying to clean blood off the floorboards. Just trying to straighten up a bit before, well, you know the night crowd'll be starving tonight, and... Sally's voice cracked, a stubborn smile on her face even as tears welled up in her eyes. She still wore a breastplate and shoulder pauldrons, with a slim sword slung at her side, a blatant reminder of what Allie already knew. No one would feel safe in Dragon's Nest for a long, long time. A few different urges welled up inside of Allie, most of them far too huggy for her taste. Then, glancing about the trashed state of Sally's bar, Allie walked over to a fallen chair, heaving it upright before moving on to the small round table the seat was meant to complement. Oh, thank you, said Sally, sounding as though someone had just paid off every last scrap of debt she had. Allie's only response was to pause, give a small nod over her shoulder, and keep working. There was a lot still to be done. Tanner stirred, confused at the sudden shift in light, and the sudden fear that seemed to drive his heart to take up some type of ancient tribal drumming. A moment later, he remembered the dark visions that had assailed his dreams throughout the night, flashing across his thoughts as a single image. Someone running, and someone chasing. Then, only flame. Not that reality's much better, he thought grimly, sitting up in bed as the memories of the past 2 days seemed to batter him like hailstones. It was all still fighting to sink in. So many friends, acquaintances, neighbors, all gone. He'd seen them all, their bloody bodies strewn about the town square and beyond. He leaned back, peering out the window over the head of his bed to catch a glimpse of the city outside. Raining again. Only a faint drizzle, though. Not nearly enough to have washed away the blood that still stained the cobblestones of the town square. Still, the bodies had been cleared away, doubtless carted off to the cemetery in preparation for whatever gathering Antofagasta and Phylac would arrange to honor the fallen, as well as whatever private ceremonies people want to conduct for their lost loved ones. Tanner shuddered, his thoughts immediately returning to Curtis. It didn't matter how strong and invincible the great bearkin had seemed during the battle. It wasn't hard for Tanner to imagine himself among the grieving. And that was when he noticed something else. There was no gentle crackle of the furnace outside filtering up the stairs to his ears. No muffled clang, clang of Curtis's hammer against whatever metal he was working, and no shrieking hiss of steam as the bearkin sunk his gleaming hot work into the water basin. Frowning, Tanner slipped out of bed, realizing belatedly that he had slept in his clothes. "Dad?" he said hesitantly, easing down the steps to the ground floor. "Dad? Are you here?" No response. On instinct, Tanner put his nose to the air, drinking in the smells that lingered about the scattered weapons and armor on the floor. Couldn't have been a bit tidier with the ransacking, Drogle? It took a moment to place Curtis's most recent path amid the bearkin's usual pervading odor, as well as the sea of scents that still wafted about after Drogle and the other citizens had swept in to arm themselves. But soon, Tanner's nose had led him outside, turning him past the eerily vacant town square and up the steps to the temple. "Well, I'll be sure to never doubt you again, Nomencol," Tanner thought, as he fought to keep his anxiety at this unusual behavior in check. "If you can push my dad to find religion, maybe you really are an otherworldly force to be reckoned with." Jack slowed her jog as she and Ember made their way past the cemetery, pain clutching at her heart as she saw the broad, deep graves already gaping wide within. She'd been present at the burial of her own fallen clansmates before, but this was death on a scale she'd never seen. From where she stood next to a large pile of fresh dirt near one of the graves, a lone, somber-looking human groundskeeper, Simon, Jack recalled, slowly checked names off the rain-soaked list in his grasp. Jack attempted a smile when the man looked up, but received none in response. Can't blame him, Jack thought, sighing as she resumed her jog back to the city gate. No one should want to be in less demand than someone in Simon's line of work. Unsuccessfully, Jack tried to suppress a shudder, eliciting a small whimper grunt from the wolf beside her. "I'm fine, Ember," she said, smiling as she reached out to pat the wet fur atop his head. "Just trying to shake off a bad dream." In truth, Jack had had little success with the matter. The dark images from the night before still clung to her waking mind, horrific nightmares of her own home under attack by creatures of darkness and shadow. Her family's screams of fear rising to the moonless sky in an awful chorus. She wanted to believe that these dreams were nothing more than a projection of what she'd witnessed in Dragon's Nest since her arrival, but it had all seemed far too real. Not since leaving her father and mother behind at the edge of their clan border had she so desperately longed to abandon her pilgrimage, to run night and day retracing her path to Dragon's Nest until she was back among her family, able to hear their laughter and assurances that everything was all right. "I guess that's something I'll just have to take on faith," thought Jack, steadying her breathing as she kept her eyes on the gate looming up before her. She'd made good time, her feet churning up the path on the last rise to the city faster than she'd anticipated. And, she thought, raising an eyebrow as she trotted the last few steps to the gate, I seem to have a welcoming party. Standing just outside the wicket gate, and the barred, barricaded gate proper Jack had witnessed on her way out, was the single guardsman who'd allowed her to exit the city half an hour earlier. There was impatience in the man's eyes as Jack closed the distance between them, and he looked as though he would like nothing more than to urge her into a full sprint, the way he kept glancing fervently around for any signs of danger, then back to her, his face creased with worried impatience. "Just so long as you let me know if you see anything," thought Jack, her breathing heightened only slightly as she plodded to a stop before him. "You'll request it at the temple," the bearded, middle-aged human gruffly informed her before she could prompt him to it, the guardsman already retreating behind the wicket gate and motioning for her to follow. "Better get a move on." "I guess I better," Jack muttered, throwing him a grateful nod as she passed through the wicket gate after, resuming her trot toward the temple. Inside, however, she suppressed another shudder. Already this day was feeling far too similar to the ones before. Allie's whole existence was hot, burning power. It swirled around her, gushed from her pores like a torrential waterfall, stung at her with ravenous, blinding fury. And yet, she could feel the world surrounding her, sensed it crumbling before her dark, blazing touch. Everything around her was shredded to ash: stone, mortar, wood, flesh, bone. "Shala!" Allie tried to scream, her throat growing hoarse as the sound of her own voice barely reached her own ears. "Shala!" Allie gasped, bolting upright in her bunk, Crexus's knife clutched in her grasp as her wide eyes darted about the room. Nothing. Of course there's nothing. Allie closed her eyes, breathing deeply of the cold morning air. Just a dream. That, and the very real weight of what awaited her beyond the door to her room. If not for the gnawing hunger in her stomach, Allie supposed she wouldn't have even bothered slipping out of bed and tugging on her cloak. And the numb, heavy sorrow that seemed to blanket the city wouldn't be the worst of it, she knew. She'd seen the way everyone had begun to look at her the day before, her and the rest of the team that had been sent on Antothika's little mission. Whether they hailed from Old Dragon's Nest or new, most of the surviving townsfolk had spent the afternoon looking at Allie, Jack, and Tanner with something close to awe. Worse, like we're heroes. And what's so wrong with that? She could practically hear Lethold chime in, as he might look at her with that nauseatingly calm smile of his. Are you truly so selfish as to deny those in need the sense of hope you have brought them, however inadvertently? Those around you have just seen their leaders fail them, and corruption nearly cost them their home. What is asked of any of us but to be a light to others in such trying times? A low, steady groan escaped Allie's lips as she made for her door. It was annoying enough having such an insistent conscience. Having her mentor's aggressively rational personality give it voice had a tendency to infuriate her twice as much. To her relief, the tavern common area was mercifully free of patrons, save for a lone tigerkin at the far end of the room. A frazzled, sleepy-eyed Sally noticed Allie's entrance and movement to her usual table, acknowledging her with a mere smile and nod, rather than her usual buoyant, "Good morning, love." Fine by me, thought Allie, patiently waiting the minute and a half it took for a subdued Atrazar to bring her usual breakfast, porridge and bread. The other woman offered only a tight smile before returning to her work. Glad to be alive, Allie thought as she tore into her food, easily interpreting the smile's meaning. Same to you. She was already nearly done with her breakfast when the door to the iron ladle swung gently open, revealing a haggard, hair-mussed Edom. The visceral surge of emotion Allie felt at seeing the man who dragged her into all of this, with as yet unfilled promises of knowledge, was almost satisfying, especially given the way the scholar flinched when his eyes came to rest on Allie's stone-cold glare. "Ah, yes, well," Edom stammered, hesitantly making his way toward Allie's table. "Good morning, Miss Allie." Allie savored another grimace from the man at her sharp grunt. "Is it? What? Come to offer me another job?" Edom gave a nervous laugh. "No, miss. I've merely been sent to request your presence at the temple, at your earliest convenience, of course." "Fine," said Allie, returning her attention to the small chunk of bread left in her hand. "Job done. Leave." What should I tell?" Edom said after a long moment. At Allie's thorny glance, he tried another laugh. "Right. I'll just tell my lady that you've been notified." Allie's only response was another grunt as she spooned the last of her porridge into her mouth, pointedly ignoring the man until he awkwardly shuffled out the door. A brief sigh slipped from Allie's lips as she pushed away from her finished meal moments later and strode after. The ladle was starting to feel decidedly less solitary, she decided, as she monitored the tigerkin's continued scrutiny. Any way we could all go back to just ignoring the unremarkable street urchin with the daggers? Somehow, she doubted it. Tanner liked to think he wasn't a man unsettled easily. It was something he'd always assumed would be a point of pride with him, if he still had any. Still, arriving at the main floor of the temple, still marked with dark, crusted blood, where the scholars had yet to magically cleanse it, he found himself arriving at that very emotion. Beyond the handful of scholars and scribes that milled about, vacantly performing their duties, huddled close together at the foot of Antothica's dais, were the high priestess herself and Curtis, back to wearing his simple blacksmith garb. Guess his fancy armor's back in whatever great hiding spot it's rested in after all these years. The two spoke in hushed voices, too low even for Tanner to make out with his pointed canine ears. And, immediately upon spotting Tanner atop the steps, Curtis turned to Antothica, giving a small shake of his head, the conversation ending with a nearly audible thud. All right, thought Tanner, walking slowly up to the two as Antothica turned to stand beside the bearkin, both monitoring Tanner's approach. Well, I guess I also pride myself on respecting other people's privacy. Fortunately, he found the favor returned, as neither Antothica nor Curtis chose to remark on his continued foxkin appearance, despite a pair of pointed looks up and down his frame. What? He managed not to say out loud. Just felt like this was more me today, that's all. Good morning, Tanner, Antothica said when he'd neared them. I hope you slept well. Not really, Tanner said slowly. The high priestess nodded. None of us did, I wager. Still, we have much to discuss. She looked markedly between Tanner and the stern-faced Curtis, giving a gracious dip of her head. I will await the arrival of the others before calling the meeting to order, however. Please, feel free to seek whatever tranquility the temple has left to offer. With that, she made for the steps of her private chambers, stopping at the top to converse with a scholar Tanner didn't quite recognize. Tanner, meanwhile, scuffed his feet along the stone floor a few times before turning to look fully at Curtis. His father had pivoted away to stare out across the choppy sea. We should, get some food after this, Tanner said, spitting the words out after a broad, unyielding silence. Curtis glanced his way, one furry eyebrow raised. I've eaten breakfast. Right, but, well, for lunch, maybe? Tanner pressed, flashing a toothy smile. His father opened his mouth, as though he was about to say something atrociously sensible, then, just as quickly, closed it again, giving a curt grunt and nod. Fine. That sounds fine. Tanner let out a weak laugh. All right, good. Guess that's fine then, he thought, shifting his stance this way and that as he watched Jack and Allie arrive, one right after the other, followed shortly by a sour-faced Phylac. Everything's fine. Chapter 20. Journey's beginning. Not to mention securing these tunnels you three spoke of, said Antothica, the tiredness in her voice finally seeming to tug at her calm, regal face. We'll have to ensure that any portals are sealed to keep more cultists from coming in that way, and recover any writings or artifacts of note before someone else manages to find a way down there. Jack's mind immediately went to the books in the dwarven and spectral tongues Tanner had somehow managed to read, as well as the dark orb Kravok had used to commune with them. We'll be happy to brief you and anyone you send down there on what we found, she said crisply. Antothica gave a grateful nod as Tanner added, and their leader? He shot a wary look in Phylac's direction, apparently unsure if he should mention Kravok by name. Diminished, at least for a time, said Antothica, her eyes visibly darkening at some private thought. The cultists' efforts appear to have been fully intercepted, and I intend to have my remaining people ensure it stays that way. Hopefully as easily done as it sounds, thought Jack, her mind turning to images of the girl, Eloise, apparently touched by Kravok's presence by following in the path of their investigation. Hard to keep an eye on a whole city at once. However, Antothica continued, there are still other enemies we need to consider. The Crockbloods may have fallen back, but they may rally again to attack the city, or simply resume their raids on whatever trade we try to re-establish. I say we should count on it, said Phylac from across the room, arms folded as he took in Antothica's words. Especially with both their leader and his heir dead. We'd be foolish not to anticipate revenge raids, at the very least. At this, his gaze slid over to Jack, who felt a self-conscious stab in her heart. Apparently, word had gotten around that she'd not only been the one to drop Baskog, but his son Ironjaw as well. It's not like I planned on wiping out the Crockblood chain of command, she thought darkly, stroking the top of Ember's furry head when he pressed his muzzle against her leg. It just happened that way. It should, however, at least take them some time to regroup without a true leader in place, and Tothika said with a sigh, but that's not the worst of our problems. Phylac grunted, folding his arms. Lenoir. Jack watched as, seated in the bench across from her, Tanner flinched at the name, turning to look up at the nearby Curtis. Would he really, do you think he'd actually attack? The bearkin looked from Anthothika to Phylac, giving a slow nod. I'd be surprised if he didn't have some plan to work the situation to his advantage. A shared glance with Allie told Jack that the other woman was just as lost as she was. Leader of sorts, Anthothika offered, seeming to catch their confusion. Her voice was heavy with memory as she continued. Piracy has all but vanished since the slow death of sea trade, but those locals born into the antiquated lifestyle, as well as those fleeing retribution for their crimes, have found a home in Nisame, a small island off the coast. Lenoir is their, well, I suppose he'd insist you call him captain. His people have started fights in town before, Phylac added, looking as though he wanted to spit. And if they were to arrive in force now, we wouldn't have enough manpower to fight 'em off. And why would they want this city? Said Allie, offering a small shrug of apology at Anthothika's terse look. I just mean, it's not what it used to be. Legitimacy, said Phylac. Glenmore has a mind for business, and he's been making offers to help us reclaim the lost glory of Dragon's Nest for years. Allie cocked an eyebrow. Sounds harmless enough. Only if you don't know the man, Anthothika said with a sneer. He cares only for money and power. If he had his way, Dragon's Nest would become nothing more than a lucrative, scenic attraction, not the spiritual haven it was intended to be. And he'd drain the people of the city dry to make it that way, Phylac added with a scowl. Glad you two can agree on something, at least, thought Jack. Beyond that, said Anthothika, Ginathi and Zaken, 2 members of the city council, were killed in the attack, and, with the council incomplete, there can be no trial for the Naxus. Jack saw Allie twitch at the words, but the other woman kept her cool, staring heavily down at her folded hands. Figures, Phylac said with a guffaw. Those empty-minded council twits have served no discernible purpose beyond depleting the town's wine supply for years, and now they're unable to function when we really need them. Who's left, then? Said Curtis, seeming to disregard Phylac's remark. Laura, Freenal, and Pevik, said Anthothika, sounding as though she was reciting a list of embarrassing relatives. Tanner's eyes widened. Pevik's on the council? Didn't think the little guy ever made a more difficult choice in life than what to have for dinner. You're probably right, said Phylac. He got the appointment by recommendation from Neril before the old man died a few years back. Seems you can only buck the tradition of the council nepotism if you've got no family of your own. And no family members are coming forward to claim the vacated spots, said Jack. Phylac grunted. Would you? These council seats have been nothing more than a matter of family pride for centuries, said Anthothika. Now that people see they may actually be targeted for it, they're less inclined to keep it in the family. Meaning this may be an opportunity to give the people of New Dragon's Nest a voice, said Curtis, stroking the long fur on his chin. It wasn't hard to catch the look of disgust on Phylac's face. So, what's the plan? Said Tanner. If we don't have enough guards, what about arming some of the people long-term? Even so, said Phylac as he stared down the foxskin. We simply don't have enough manpower. I think we do, said Tanner, his lips curling back ever so slightly. We just need to be willing to change our recruitment standards, or just the most limiting one. Jack tensed, prepared to help restrain either Phylac or Tanner as she watched the air between their 2 glares practically ripple with tension. It hadn't been lost on her that, since her arrival, the only guardsman she'd seen had been decidedly human. After a long moment, Phylak's face split into a snarling smile. "Hey, I suppose you're right. Fox." "The times do appear to be changing." He looked from Tanner to Curtis, then Antoffica. "I suppose it will always pay to keep your allies close." Antoffica bowed her head. "How is Bert this morning?" A quick spasm of guilt shot through Jack's gut as she recalled her last sighting of Phylak's assistant. Antoffica hadn't looked like she planned on asking him Phylak's plans nicely. "Better than Sergeant Thane, I hear," said Phylak, not bothering to hide the forced nature of his smile. "He'll recover." "And the people you had incarcerated?" Antoffica said pointedly. "The citizens I rightfully detained for questioning are free to return to their lives." Phylak replied with an insincere bow, "Though I'll be keeping an eye on them for security reasons. No man can strike me down if at least one of them wasn't involved in the attack, or at least knew more than they let on." "Like Tavik?" Jack thought dryly, gauging the paranoid twitch in Phylak's eyes. Yes, how dare he do his duty and report what he knew? Now that she'd spent more than a few seconds in the presence of Tavik's commanding officer, she thought she was beginning to understand his reasons for leaving. All the suspicion and infighting. "Indeed," said Antoffica, obviously swallowing whatever retort she had for Phylak. "But we can't allow ourselves to be blinded to other potential dangers we face." She turned in a slow arc to Jack and Tanner. "Have you followed up with the Tiger Woman?" "Nelina," Tanner offered, shaking his head. And no, not yet, but as of breakfast at least, she was still in town." "Then she must truly wish to speak with you," the High Priestess replied, motioning for the door. "Best not keep her waiting." "Agreed," said Jack, giving a respectful nod as she made for the exit. Thankfully, Phylak seemed to sense as well as she did that the meeting was over, opening the door without fuss and quickly striding up the steps to the main level of the temple. Well, thought Jack, bringing Ember up to heel as she followed the guard captain into the city beyond, this should be interesting. "A moment, Ali," Antoffica said as Ali stood to trail the rest of the group out of the chamber. The younger woman gave a begrudging flinch, despite anticipating the command, turning to see that Antoffica was waiting for her to shut the door behind the others. With a muted groan, Ali complied. "Things have been hectic, as you know." Antoffica continued when Ali turned back around, arms folded as she stood before the High Priestess. "However, I have not forgotten our conversation in my personal library." Slowly, Antoffica produced the book she'd confiscated from Ali 2 nights before, holding it out as an offering. "I believe you have earned what answers I'm able to provide." Ali glanced slowly from the book to Antoffica, then back again before striding forward to accept it. As cold and unnerving as when she'd first discovered it, the cover read, "Peculiar bloodlines and how they may be identified." Terrific, Ali thought, unable to savor the moment. Now I get to learn just what kind of a freak I am. "I am sorry, Ali," Antoffica said after a long moment of silence. "It seems Kravag was not lying when he spoke of your heritage." Ali looked up, her eyes scanning every inch of Antoffica's face for any sign of challenge or violence. Instead, the older woman seemed only sad. "Your companions told me of your encounter with the entity below the city," Antoffica went on, "and the abilities you've displayed in your past seem to align with Kravog's claims." She let another long, hesitant silence ensue, nearly prompting Ali to scream at her to get it over with. "The Thekor once employed powerful servants in their plane, servants who were adept at betrayal and destruction." Antoffica finally continued, looking down at Ali with infuriating pity. "And, among their number, some were able to pierce the barrier between our world and theirs. Through unclear means, these nameless beings were able to procreate in this plane, bonding their blood with that of humans to forge a race nearly identical in appearance that could intermingle with humanity, their power often lying dormant in the bloodline for many generations before resurfacing, sometimes violently. There, Your kind has been thought gone for centuries, since well before the dawn of the current age, which is why I didn't possess the knowledge to aid you when you first told me of your experience. She let Allie absorb this for a moment before adding, If you allow me, however, I would like to help you learn to control these dark impulses. I can't imagine the struggle it has been for you since the loss of your friend. The urge to surrender to the power must be more intense than I could imagine. Got that right, thought Allie, feeling the fear and anger at the unfairness of it all pound against the inside of her ribcage. But there was also a strange sort of relief, finally being able to give these thoughts form, to comprehend the war she'd always known was inside of her. And Antothica was right about something else. She'd need help. Allie held Antothica's drawn, worried gaze, giving a brief nod. When do we start? Moments later, she stood at the top of the temple steps, taking in the slowly waking city below in the overcast morning light. All around her were the muffled sounds of activity, milling scholars, townspeople below going about their lives in a daze, the distant rush of the tide far below the bluff. Most of the shops in the square seemed to be open for business, despite their various states of disrepair, and the smoldering ash of Denaxis's estate still glowed in Allie's peripheral vision. She thought of the disgraced mayor sitting comfortably in a meditation chamber below and snarled. It wasn't fair. Crexus and so many others dead, while the architect of all this death was warm, clothed, and fed in the time it took to assemble a trial? No. Denaxis had to face justice. They all had to make sure of it. Allie blinked, the thought catching her off guard. Guess I've been dragged deeper into this than I thought, she mused, beginning her descent down the temple steps toward the iron ladle and the tigerkin who apparently had a meeting with her and her fellow heroes.